Exhaust eventually going to catch up on it and say, all right, let's keep guys across the map. Blast, he's there for it.
This is the way, and you're seeing that numbers right. 4 versus 3, 4 versus 2. This
Oh.
and a sniper with the ghost is going to take
This is just, he's going to have something to say about that.
And you're talking of aggression, we're seeing it from the defenders.
Oh my
It's just
God.
a turret. 1 versus 1.
Okay. Wow, a great play on the time there by Blast. Already grabbing that stick on the last shot, knowing that you're going to be able to survive that and stick it. As Doobie gets shut down with it already at half. I mean, that's going to be enough for Norcat. Map is also where to really apply and kick you in the butt.
This is a really good push though. I'm really liking what I'm seeing from
God.
NorCal. We tuned in at the right time.
Just be the next one to get kicked down. Oh my goodness.
They're going to sneak that in. That's leave it to the last minute, don't they? Keep your edge of your seat.
Yeah. They definitely love finding sides time and time again, but this pick right here from Blast. And if you're going to switch side raider, it's going to be a huge instrument in that.
The delay here is phenomenal though, and it might be enough lazy shots. It's not enough because the post blows are all of these Exalt players, and there you go, Doobie. Doubling down for his round there, attempt playing to the top tier performance we know.
Fairly quickly there, NorCal finds himself a free 6 essentially.
They say it's a rat in the corner. And Chronicon meta is going to be NorCal, and it's looking flawless.
And that it is, man. I mean,
Player left, and just a ghost here for Blast, 12 HP. I think he's had his fun for this round, but freaking discipline. Oh, that was so close! Told to sit right away there, down to the 1-on-1. It's so much. Taking on Blast, and Blast is not going to be able to get it down the first.
oh my
at all.
God.
Exodia, please.
Ran like a book, my guy. I mean, that was one of the quickest 4 people. They definitely love finding sides time and time again. This pick right here from Blast. And if you're going to do a side time and time again, Exalt eventually will be having 5 guys absolutely flooding that site. The stage wall coming through for the retake and Doobie grabbing those picks. The stage walls don't really matter too much in the whole entire team.
We're going to make something happen. Oh, lazy. What was that? That hot peak so quick. And going to get the second.
Lazy.
Crazy.
And everything just kind of this big right here from Blast. And if you're going to do this side time and time again, Exalt eventually going to catch up on it and say, all right, let's keep guys across the map. Blast, he's there for it.
And this is the way, and you're seeing that numbers right. 4 versus 3, 4 versus 2. This and a sniper with the ghost.
It's just, he's going to have something to say about that.
And you're talking of aggression, we're seeing it from the defenders.
Oh my
It's just
God.
a turret. 1 versus 1.
Okay. Wow, a great play on the time there by Blast. Already grabbing that stick on the last shot, knowing that you're going to be able to survive that and stick it. As Doobie gets shut down with it already at half. I mean, that's going to be enough for NorCal. Map is also where to really apply and kick his butt.
This is a really good push though. I'm really liking what I'm seeing from
God.
NorCal. We tuned in at the right time.
Just be the next one to get kicked down. Oh my goodness.
They're going to sneak that in. That's leave it to the last minute, don't they? Keep your edge of your seat.
They definitely love finding sides time and time again. This pick right here from Blast. And if you're going to switch side raider, it's going to be a huge instrument in that.
The delay here is phenomenal though, and it might be enough lazy shots. It's not enough because the post blows are all of these Exalt players, and there you go, Doobie. Doubling down for his round there, attempt playing to the top tier performance we know.
Fairly quickly there, NorCal finds himself a free 6 essentially.
They say it's a rat in the corner. And Chronicon meta is going to be NorCal, and it's looking flawless.
And that it is, man. I mean,
Player left, and just a ghost here for Blast, 12 HP. I think he's had his fun for this round, but freaking discipline. Oh, that was so close! Told to sit right away there, down to the 1-on-1. It's so much. Taking on Blast, and Blast is not going to be able to get it down the first.
oh my
at all.
God.
Exodia, please.
Ran like a book, my guy. I mean, that was one of the quickest 4 people. Yeah. They definitely love finding sides time and time again. It's right here from Blast. And if you're going to switch side time and time again, Exalt's eventually going to be having 5 guys with absolutely flooding that site. The stage wall coming through for the retake and Doobie grabbing those picks. Those stage walls don't really matter too much when the whole entire team.
We're gonna make something happen. Oh, lazy. What was that? That on peak so quick and gonna get the second.
Lazy.
Crazy.
And everything just kind of big right here from Blast. And if you're going to switch side time and time again, Exalt's eventually going to catch up on it and say, all right, let's keep guys across the map. Blast, he's there for it.
Is the way, and you're seeing that numbers right now. 4 versus 2. That's now 4 versus 2. This Remus and a sniper with the ghost. He's going to take it.
He's going to have something to say about that.
And you're talking aggression. We're seeing it. The defenders are just a turret. 1 versus 1.
Okay. Wow, a great play on the time there by Blast. Already grabbing that stick on the last shot, knowing that you're going to be able to survive that and stick it. As Doobie gets shut down with it already at half, I mean, that's going to be enough for NorCal. Maps is also where really applying can get butt.
This is a really good push, though. I'm really liking what I'm seeing from NorCal. We tuned in at the right time.
Just be the next one to get ticked out. Oh my goodness.
They're gonna sneak that in. That's leave it to the last minute, don't they? Keep your edge of your seat.
Yeah. They definitely love finding sides time and time again. I mean, this is big right here from Blast. And if you're gonna switch side, Raider is gonna be a huge instrument in that.
The delay here is phenomenal, though, and it might be enough lazy shots. It's not enough because the post-blast scenario. Oh, of these Exalt players, and there you go, Doobie. Doubling down for his round there, 10 playing to the top tier performance we know.
Fairly quickly there, NorCal finds himself a free 6 essentially.
They say, there's a rat in the corner. Chronicon meta is going to be NorCal, and it's looking flawless.
And that it is, man. I mean,
player left, and just a ghost here for Blast, 12 HP. I think he's had his fun for this round, but freaking discipline. Oh, that was so close! Told to sit right away there, down to the 101. It's so much. Taking off Blast, and Blast is not going to be able to get it down the third.
oh my
at all.
god.
Exodia, please.
Ran like a book, my guy. I mean, that was one of the quickest 4 people.
You see.
Yeah. They definitely love finding sides time and time again. I mean, this is big right here from Blast. And if you're going to switch side time and time again, Exalt's eventually going to be having 5 guys with absolutely flooding that site. The stage wall coming through for the retake and Doobie grabbing those picks. Those stage walls don't really matter too much when the whole entire team.
We're going to make something happen. Oh, lazy. What was that? That on peak so quick and going to get the second.
Lazy.
Crazy.
And everything just kind of this big right here from Blast. And if you're going to switch side time and time again, Exalt's eventually going to catch up on it and say, all right, let's keep guys across the map. Blast, he's there for it.
This is the way, and you're seeing that numbers right now. 4 versus 2. That's 4 versus 2. This Remus and a sniper with the ghost. He's going to take it.
He's going to have something to say about that.
And you're talking of aggression. We're seeing it. The defenders are just a turret. 1 versus 1.
Okay. Wow, a great play on the time there by Blast. Already grabbing that stick on the last shot, knowing that you're going to be able to survive that and stick it. As Doobie gets shut down with it already at half, I mean, that's going to be enough for NorCal. Maps is also where really applying kick his butt.
This is a really good push, though. I'm really liking what I'm seeing from NorCal. We tuned in at the right time.
Just be the next one to get ticked out. Oh my goodness.
They're going to sneak that in. That's leave it to the last minute, but they keep your edge of your seat.
They definitely love finding sides time and time again. But I mean, this is big right here from Blast. And if you're going to switch side, Raider is going to be a huge instrument in that.
The delay here is phenomenal, though, and it might be enough lazy shots. It's not enough because the post-blast scenario. Oh, of these Exalt players, and there you go, Doobie. Doubling down for his round there, 10 playing to the top tier performance we know.
Fairly quickly there, NorCal finds himself a free six, essentially.
Let's say it's a rat in the corner. In front of Godmenta, he's going to be NorCal, and it's looking flawless.
And that it is, man. I mean,
Player left, and it's the ghost here. The blast, 12 HP. Said he's fun for this round, but looking disciplined. Oh, that was so close! Told to sit right away there, down to the 1-on-1. It's over. Taking off blast and blast. He's not going to be able to get it done.
oh my
all.
god.
Exodia, please.
Ran like a book, my guy. I mean, that was one of the quickest 4 people. I definitely love finding side time and time again. This is right here from Blast. And if you're going to switch side time and time again, it's all eventually going to be having 5 guys absolutely flooding that site. The stage wall coming through for the retake and Doobie grabbing those picks. Those stage walls don't really matter too much when the whole entire team.
We're going to make something happen. Oh, lazy. What was that? That on peak so quick. And going to get the second.
Played
Crazy.
and everything just kind of this big right here from Blast. And if you're going to switch side time and time again, it's all eventually going to catch up on it and say, all right, let's just keep guys across the map. Blast, he's there.
It's the way. You'll see that numbers right now. 4 versus 2. That's now 4 versus 2. This
Oh.
is looking
Oh.
Readers and a stopper with the ghost. He's going to take it.
Tim is just, he's going to have something to say about that.
And you're talking of aggression. We're seeing it from the defenders.
Oh my
It's just
God.
a turret. 1 versus 1.
Okay. Wow, a great play on the time there by Blast. Already grabbing that stick on the last shot, knowing that you're going to be able to survive that and stick it. As Dibby gets shut down with it already at half, I mean, that's going to be enough for NorCal. Map is also where to really apply and kick you in the butt.
This is a really good push, though. I'm really liking what I'm
Oh
seeing
my
from
God.
NorCal. We shooting at the right time.
Just be the next one to get ticked down. Oh my goodness.
They're gonna sneak that in. That's a leave it to the last minute. Like keep your edge of your seat.
Yeah. I definitely love finding side time and time again. I mean, this big right here from Blast. And if you're going to switch side, Raider is going to be a huge instrument in that.
The delay here is phenomenal, though, and it might be enough lazy shots. It's not enough because the post blast are all of these Exalt players. And there you go, Doobie. Doubling down for his round there, 10 playing to the top tier performance we know.
Fairly quickly there, NorCal finds himself a free 6, essentially.
They say it's a rat in the corner. In front of Godmeta, he's going to be NorCal, and it's looking flawless.
And that it is, man. I mean,
Player left, and just a ghost here for Blast, 12 HP. I think he's had his fun for this round, but freaking disciplined. Oh, that was so close! Told to sit right away there, down to the 1-on-1. It's so hard. Taking off Blast and Blast. He's not going to be able to get it done. The first
oh my
at all.
god.
Exodia, please.
Ran like a book, my guy. I mean, that was one of the quickest 4 people. Yeah. I definitely love finding side time and time again. I mean, this big right here from Blast. And if you're going to switch side time and time again, Exalt's eventually going to be having 5 guys absolutely flooding that site. The stage wall coming through for the retake and Doobie grabbing those picks. Those stage walls don't really matter too much when the whole entire team.
We're going to make something happen. Oh, lazy. What was that? That on peak so quick. And going to get the second.
Lazy.
Crazy.
And everything just kind of this big right here from Blast. And if you're going to switch side time and time again, Exalt's eventually going to catch up on it and say, all right, let's just keep guys across the map. Blast, he's there.
It's the way. You'll see that numbers right now. 4 versus 2. 4 versus 2. This
Oh.
Readers and a stopper with the ghost. He's going to take it.
Tim is just, he's going to have something to say about that.
And you're talking of aggression. We're seeing it from the defenders.
Oh my
It's just
God.
a turret. 1 versus 1.
Okay. Wow, a great play on the time there by Blast. Already grabbing that stick on the last shot, knowing that you're going to be able to survive that and stick it. As Dibby gets shut down with it already at half, I mean, that's going to be enough for NorCal. Maps is also where to really apply and kick you in the butt.
This is a really good push, though. I'm really liking what I'm seeing from NorCal. We tuned in at the right time.
Just be the next one to get took down. Oh my goodness.
They're gonna sneak that in. That's leave it to the last minute, don't they? Keep you edge of your seat.
Yeah. They definitely love finding sides time and time again. I mean, this big right here from Blast. And if you're gonna switch side, Raider is gonna be a huge instrument in this.
The delay here is phenomenal though, and it might be enough lazy shots. It's not enough because the post blasters are all of these Exalt players, and there you go, Doobie doubling down for his round there, 10 playing to the top tier performance we know.
Fairly quickly there, NorCal finds himself a free 6th essentially.
They say it's a rat in the corner. And front and gun meta is gonna be NorCal, and it's looking flawless.
And that it is, man. I mean,
Player left, and just a ghost here for Blast, 12 HP. He's had his fun for this round, but freaking discipline. Oh, that was so close! Told to sit right away there, down to the 1-on-1. It's so fun. Take it off Blast, and Blast is not going to be able to get it done the first.
oh my
at all.
god.
Exodia, please.
Ran like a book, my guy. I mean, that was one of the quickest 4 pieces.
You see.
Yeah. They definitely love finding sides time and time again. I mean, this big right here from Blast. And if you're gonna switch side time and time again, Exalt's eventually going to be having 5 guys just absolutely flooding that site. The Sage Wall coming through for the retake, and Doobie grabbing those picks. Those Sage Walls don't really matter too much when the whole entire team.
But to make something happen. Oh, lazy. What was that? That on peak so quick. And gonna get the second.
Lazy.
Crazy.
And everything just kind of, I mean, this big right here from Blast. And if you're going to switch side time and time again, Exalt's eventually going to catch up on it and say, all right, let's just keep guys across the map. Blast, he's there.
This is the way. You've seen that in others right now. 4 versus 2. 4 versus 2. This Arenas and a sniper with the ghost. He's going to take it.
He's going to have something to say about that.
And you're talking of aggression. We're seeing it from the defenders.
Oh my
It's just
God.
a turret. 1 versus 1.
Okay. Wow, a great play on the time there by Blast. Already grabbing that stick on the last shot, knowing that you're going to be able to survive that and stick it. As Doobie gets shut down with it already at half, I mean, that's going to be enough for NorCal. Maps is also where really applying kick you in the butt.
This is a really good push though. I'm really liking what I'm seeing from NorCal. We tuned in at the right time.
Just be the next one to get ticked down. Oh my goodness.
They're gonna sneak that in. That's leave it to the last minute, don't they? Keep you edge of your seat.
Yeah. They definitely love finding sides time and time again. I mean, this big right here from Blast. And if you're gonna switch side, Raider is gonna be a huge instrument in that.
The delay here is phenomenal though, and it might be enough lazy shots. It's not enough because the post blasters are all of these Exalt players, and there you go, Doobie doubling down for his round there, 10 playing to the top tier performance we know.
Fairly quickly there, NorCal finds himself a free 6th essentially.
They say it's a rat in the corner. And front and gun meta is gonna be NorCal, and it's looking flawless.
And that it is, man. I mean,
Player left, and just a ghost here for Blast, 12 HP. He's had his fun for this round, but freaking discipline. Oh, that was so close! Told to sit right away there, down to the 1-on-1. It's so fun. Take it off Blast, and Blast is not going to be able to get it done the third.
oh my
at all.
god.
Exodia, please!
Ran like a book, my guy. I mean, that was one of the quickest.
Ultimate not going to find any kills, gets a lot of damage. Doobie and Beckham trading with these assault rifles. Kaplan trying to get onto that site but can't quite make it through. Does get one through the smoke. Blast going to trade it back. Kaplan with the third through the stun. The diffuser still going down. Can he find them in time? He can't. He's for Kaplan.
You pause it. to the point of peeking out from garage. He could move to position, but the second opens up, and immediately 2 down here as AV strikes first and then strike quickly. Almost all of Kid falling apart. Smith coming here for the offer short. Striker J gets a triple, but to get a quadra. And
Upshot, and now you have to deal with 3 more. You get 1 through the smoke, a triple kill no less. Is he able to find it? No, through the smoke. He's able to find a
Gets
second
2.
one. That's a quad kill.
Welcome everyone. It is officially another Wednesday, and we are here with the 82nd Pit of Valor. And joined with me is the wonderful Azula. How are you feeling today?
Hello, thank you for welcoming me in Endless. I am overjoyed to be once again back on the crew for Pit of Valor, and this week is going to be out of the charts, just too exciting, and I can't wait to get into the games too. But Endless, before we get into the games, I think you want some swag and just have that extra mentality bonus. But the way to get that, in my opinion, would be some GLG socks,
I mean, those socks, they definitely keep you warm, and on top of that, I mean, we are entering the spring, so it will keep you stylish as well. If you guys ! Socks in the chat, you guys can see all the different types of socks we have and the colors that are available as well. And you definitely, once you see them, you understand what I mean by stylish.
Certainly. Endless, how are you doing on the desk? And what are you looking forward to in this first match of the Pit of Valor?
I'm doing good. I mean, map one's going to be Ascent. We have 2 fantastic teams. We have Gen G going up against XV Esports, and I'm curious to see. I haven't heard much of XV, but I'm excited to see them play. But Gen G Black, I mean, we've seen them play in the past as well, and I'm excited to see what they bring to the table. Ascent is one of those maps I mean, it's a great map to start off a tournament with because it's one of the most balanced. I've always mentioned it. I've seen teams that just do crazy things on Ascent and really take control, especially on that defensive side, and then tend to crumble on that attacker side. But then I've also seen matches that are very, very even throughout the entire series. And, I'm curious to see, will one team just completely dominate the defensive side, or will it be even throughout the entire game?
I also second that thought because we're hoping for a closer map because, well, Gen G Black is a super dominant team and they're really they work together, they're familiar with the play style. And, well, XV Esports, they could be a pug team, they could be well versed. So, how they show up to this match could be a difference in the changing of the actual showdown. But then, like you mentioned, mid control is so unique to Ascent that if you don't have mid control, it's almost impossible to win rounds because you leave yourself exposed on all fronts to the site and holding off on a retake, taking a site, or just retaking in general, you could falter a little bit more. And so now let's go into agent select and possibly see how these teams are going to deal with choosing agents that work around mid.
And right now, right away, we see a potential 2 picks of a Neon. And as I say that, Reaper instantly changes his mind and decides to go with the Omen. I mean, it kind of fits. It kind of fits, but at the same time, no one has officially locked in just yet. So we're kind of just waiting. But one thing I do want to bring your attention to, I mean, we have the Dollar Tree 10s here.
Dollar Tree 10s. Can he prove his worth and maybe go from Walmart 10s to Gucci 10s, going up in that quality of the ladder? Can he pull it through, clutch out for the team? That should be an interesting moment because, well, the team names and the names might be kind of a joke. The gameplay always speaks for itself personally. And so, Endless, when I look at the agents that are hovered, possibly locked in, you want to think, what is going to be the exact agent? And so we're looking on the side of Gen G Black, and they have a KO and Sova, and both teams do have that. So that's the difference maker, in my opinion, because you have to have your initiator power.
Yeah, now, I mean, the only difference in terms of the Sentinel would be the KJ versus the Chamber. And honestly, I always found Killjoy as one of the more viable agents, especially on Ascent, because of how well she can lock down the sites. But at the same time, Chamber is not an agent to be passed along with because with the amount that a chamber can gain in terms of control and then automatically teleport away, that's just a whole different factor that now Gen G Black has to really worry about, because I can tell Messi is going to be trying to utilize that chamber to his best of his ability to be able to throw Gen G off.
Certainly. But the issue is then also the KO flashes aren't really as like well known as a sky flash. You don't have as much like control about sending it over, and so on our screen we're glad to know that we have a team flash counter just to possibly keep track of when the flashes miss a line, because you need those blinds to clear out enemies. And so this first round they're going to look towards aggressing into this B site, and that is XV Esports on the attack. And so going quick in, that 0 point will scan them out, and now a paranoia to push them even further back, which Tens will follow that up.
Budget Tens is definitely showing his worth right now, getting the first opening pick, but Ture and Lily able to get the trades, but instantly get traded out as well. So right now, Gen G Black left to 2 members left, trying to retake this B site as XV Esports. They've gained complete control, but Hannah able to even it out back to a 2 versus 2, and that's exactly the kill they needed to get this going, leaving both the players of XV stuck on site. And I'm not sure if they know that quite yet. They might just want to clear that B main just to ensure, but now a bunch of noise cues are coming towards this site, and it's a matter of time before they begin this retake, as the shock dart's going to come in and absolutely destroy. Just want to end it, but there goes the teleport. But Carly just way too aware, and she's going to go ahead secure that first round for Gen G Black.
Trying to reposition with the Shrouded Step just failed in that situation, and you had to thank Carly for clutching it out. Those shots, the sound cue, all allowed them to win it through. And so because collecting the pistol round will set your team in a better state for this best of 1 series match, you're looking at buying up into stronger weapons, including Spectres and also Sheriff, which, because Jackson is saving with that Sheriff, we could expect an Operator in that 3rd round bringing even more firepower. But to counter Spectres on the team, you look towards running teammates down and just overwhelming anyone.
You can see the 0 point out towards this A site does reveal at least 1 there. And Lily not going to get overly aggressive here because she does have that Spectre in hand. They are on this bonus, so they want to make sure they take this advantage and use the range to their benefit. You can see Tens trying to lurk towards this mid catwalk, trying to work his way towards tree room, but Tyre is right there for Tyre. And now the smoke is going to go ahead, delay XV, but they're going to group up and try to take this tree room fast. But right away, Budget Tens goes down, and Tyre able to get 2, make that 3, make that 4, and 1 spray ends it all. And all down to Arima, who does get a 1 nice Sheriff shot down. But let's see what he can do. It is still a 1 versus 4 situation, and they know exactly where he is.
Trying to take out the utility just a little bit too late, because Jackson will catch the shoulder of Arima. They fall down 2-0 now for Gen G Black. And that clip of Tyre just going powerful, storming and steamrolling, blowing them down for a 4K, that demolished any attack potential. They couldn't get into sight, and you just got steamrolled. Now, because of that, a low investment expectations were there. Tyre, though, on the other hand, has been gaining those ultimate points on, and will have the From the Shadows to hopefully counter these rifles purchased by XV Esports.
I mean, that round kind of just fell apart, all starting with Budget Tens. I mean, being the Jet in that situation, you want to be able to really open up the round, create that space, but he walked through his smoke, gets destroyed, the rest of the team follows through, and that's not what you want, especially if you're looking to upgrade the quality of that Tens name. But right now, it's not looking the name, and Hannah able to get off, and that's what that Killjoy can do. The amount of utility that can delay and deal damage towards XV Esports is something they really have to watch out for.
And even there, the sloppy entrance onto site, they'll be able to get the spike down, but Hannah and the team is just demolishing them. Arima will have a little bit of a bite back, but Lele on the other side will just counter that work, and they have to hold off on this retake, but there's so much utility pushing them back.
Last player standing.
Oh my goodness, XV Esports. I mean, with that being their bye round, they were trapped in sight as Genji Black just waited and waited and executed that retake to perfection because XV Esports really had nowhere to go. They were all stuck in hell, and they only had hopes and dreams there.
Hopes and dreams indeed, but already to start off, let's point out a few players and how they really turn the tides on that bonus round, especially Hannah getting the first blood. That kind of shakes up the attack side, and they're not really sure where she could be hiding. The utility was perfectly placed on A site. And then also Genji will have this alarm bot mid to play for mid control so that they can rotate around the team.
See a heavy A take here from XV Esports. They're just trying to gain this A presence, and Tyre forced back towards Dice has no choice but to just play passive, and that's probably the right choice there as they still have the Killjoy utility as XV is trying to enter A, but I mean they know Killjoy is still towards this A site, so they're going to reevaluate things. They're going to go back towards this mid, try to gain some more control towards short, maybe make their presence known again and cut some volume there because right now Genji Black, they're perfectly set up for this A take.
Perfectly set up, and Hannah might have the sight lines again. She catches Sentence and just mows down the entire team for 3 kills, which will have to be traded out by MSI. But look at that, Tyre and Lele just doubling up, can fight back against. I just want to end it, and they can't get onto site now. Shock darts will send them out to try to do a little bit more chip damage, but Endless, this really was another round shut down.
Yeah, you can see Genji Black, they're not over-rotating there, and that's the difference with the team. When you start watching a team that, you know, has been playing together for quite some time, in which Genji Black, they've been together for some time, you can definitely tell the amount of chemistry, and you can see this replay. Hannah just completely shutting down Tree before finally getting taken out, but she gets 3 before getting deleted, and that's just not what you can afford from XV. They were peeking 1 by 1. They just allowed Hannah to fully hold down that tree room by herself. And right now, you can see the chemistry difference between the two teams. Genji Black, they're more composed. They're really able to just stay disciplined and not over push a site. As Arima this time getting the first pick onto Jackson, which now Lily able to get budget 10s down, and that's just an even trade, and that's exactly what you want on the side of Genji Black. And you can see the rotations already coming over to this B site, and XV, it seems as if they're going to try to continue to hit this.
That from the shadows will give a little bit of information that will cause them and the spike carrier to fall back. You don't want to overstep your boundaries, but at the same time, so much damage is being done to Arima, they can't exit the site. So Spike will attempt to go A, hopefully, but then the entire of Genji Black can rotate off of that. Some utility is still standing, so they'll hear the information that they're rotating through mid, and Smokes the dark cover will go out, but the alarm bot will ultimately be the factor that says, hey, we're here.
Oh, the timing from Hannah, just peeking through that smoke and catching Messi completely off guard, trying to jump his way towards Catwalk.
Spike planted.
XV Esports, they're going to go ahead and get this bomb down towards this A site. However, they are down a man advantage here as Genji Black still having 4, and here comes that lockdown. It does bait out the Hunter's Fury. However, now that's exactly what they want. They no longer have the Hunter's Fury to work with on this post plant as Reaper stuck in sight, gonna go send out the Paranoia, but it doesn't matter. Tyre able to get 1 as well, and Arima being the last man standing. Just a bit too much. Genji Black, they're gonna go ahead and secure their 5th round now. Early start, 5-0.
The coordination with ultimates was completely there for Genji Black, and initially we were a little bit worried because we had prized Genji on not overstepping boundaries, but when Jackson peeked out with the op, he instantly fell, and so XV Esports in a second had potential to get further onto site, but they were traded out by the teammates, and the coordination of using that lockdown to bait out any post plant potential. They knew that the Sova was going to be hiding down A main. that's just where you stand when you have a Hunter's Fury. But instead, because of that, you don't have to deal with where XV Esports is going to be playing that round. You can just force them down onto another loss.
Yeah, it was a perfect bait of the Hunter's Fury there. And right now, you can see the fast take. Jackson, as
You want to play? Let's play.
towards heaven. As all of XV Esports trying to get into this A side. Jackson able to get one to start things off on this entry. And XV Esports having budget 10s lurking towards short, but does get revealed. And oh, that's not the reveal you want, but Tyree unable to take advantage of that reveal. But it doesn't matter. Tens chooses to re-peek towards this cat and gets taken.
Shock Darts will eventually push Lele to peek out, and now that flash will come through. All Messi can do is just jump around the box. This is not soccer. You have to play Valorant. You have to use your gun, and that tour de force could not find any use in that round. So we're leading 6-6 for Genji Black, and ultimates on the team have been stacking up. Carly has this Hunter's Fury available. Lele with that null command. So many aggressive pushes can be shut down with both of those ultimates, since they'll slow down, they'll take away utility off the map. And then also the attack from XV Esports is just uncoordinated in where you want to go for map control. They lose a lot of mid, and they don't always have the right people or the right utility aggressing into a particular site.
And one thing I also want to bring up, XP Esports, it looks as if they're kind of just not on the same page right now. They aren't organized. It doesn't seem like they really know where they want to end up. They're not really setting up in a default. They're always having 5 of their members towards one side of the site. And this round, on top of that, they are on a different buy. Some of them are on Spectres, some are on Vandals, but then some are just on Classics. And I'm not sure what the game plan is, because it doesn't look like they're making anything work, as right now, everything is going for the side of Genji Black, as Tyree getting the next 2 to finish things off. And despite that broke buy from XV Esports, they only get 1 member down on the side of Genji Black.
Is dropping 1 member enough to really put impact into the game? That's not what you need. You need to kill the entire team, or you need to at least start prioritizing getting the spike down. You have to play around the map, and what XV Esports needs to do to get a foot in the game is to go slower in their aggressions, and I want to see them feel out where the enemies are. They can bait out rotations, and that usually gets the round a lot closer in members, but you also you need to start winning your 1v1s.
Yeah, they're just not winning any of the opening fights right now. Oh my god, Reaper jumping up, doesn't connect to anyone, as Tyree and Jackson able to get the first 2. Arima able to finally respond,
Deploying drone.
along with just want to end it, but is it enough? It's down to a 2 versus 3. Messi spotted towards this A site.
One enemy
With
remaining.
Arima, and both of them are just stuck. And now it just seems like a 1 versus 2. It's still winnable on the side of XP Esports, but it's not looking likely, depending on how Genji Black plays this. And it looks as if they're still playing very disciplined. They're not over-aggressing. They're playing for this retake on A. They understand that they can let Messi get this bomb down
Out of range.
and just play the 2v1 together.
And he's even scared to peek into sight because he doesn't know where Genji could be holding from. So long ago, all the members fell. So he's going to try to clear all these angles, but he didn't clear out Carly in Garden. So now that recon bolt will give away Messi's position, and he can try to reposition and plant in a safer spot, such as behind Generator. But when you're in a 2v1 and you have to opt to plant, you're at a huge disadvantage. And just like that, the disadvantage will prove worthy, because Carly can clean up the round to put 9 on the board.
And see, that's what I was talking about when I was saying Genji Black is going to play this very disciplined. There's no need for Carly to over-aggress there. She stood and just jiggle peeked, got some damage off, sent the recon, and they did not push this site in an attempt for the retake until the bomb was officially fully planted. And you can see Carly 7-0 has not fallen yet this entire game. And I'm sorry, because I mentioned that. I'm sure something will happen in this round where She loses that perfect
No.
score, but it always happens that way. But unbelievable. What a start from Genji Black.
They're really prioritizing where they are in map control, and you can see that Recon Dart will give away it again. That 0 point is just a little bit too late because the spam from the Odin will connect, and Carly now holding a different crossfire as Jackson tries to updraft. Cannot find anything with the Blade Store, but first blood has fallen again for Genji Black, and so XP Esports, it just scattered around.
That is unbelievable. First of all, 2 wall bangs to start things off. And Carly getting a third this round, all down to budget 10s. And Carly, maybe she didn't, maybe she just broke the curse. There's no caster's curse anymore.
I sure hope there's no more caster's curse, because looking at this map, we really need to find a way for XP Esports to bring the game closer. And I tried to mention map control, but it's difficult to fight for map control when you're playing against Genji Black, who knows the right timing to go aggressive. You have characters such as Killjoy to lock down a site, so you can allow your Jet Jackson to go super aggressive and peek mid. But then the problem is XP Esports just gets first blooded every round.
And you can see again, XP Esports on yet another board buy. I mean, at the end of the day, if you're going to be forcing, the entire team should force with you, because there's really no purpose to have part of the team save and mess up the economy completely, and everyone's just on a different page. As right away, one of XP members just drops instantly, and now they find themselves trying to climb ahead again, but already being down 9-0. Messi able to answer back onto Lily, but that's just one, and they're still down a man advantage. They're going to try to take this market, but they are smart enough. They have already backed up. Jackson going ahead, getting complete B main control. And right now, XP Esports, they're just stuck towards mid as Reaper just gets caught with his pants down. And it's Hannah to go ahead and bring this to a 10-0.
Hannah for 2, and the timing to corral them into mid is just right there. This is almost like a farming simulator, because Genji can say, hey, we want Hannah to get 2 kills this round. Please go towards their site. And she's so competent with how she uses her utility and then also places herself on the map that will happen. It's a problem that XP Esports has, and they're not tried and tested yet. So when you're up against Genji Black in the first round,
Let's play.
it's not easy to do.
And you can also see the fact that Jackson just getting overly aggressive, but Budget 10's able to get that trade, and it's the first time that I've really seen XP Esports really get that trade right away. And Genji Black, after losing 1 member already, just trying to turtle up a little bit more, not playing overly aggressive. You can see Lily playing close to sight towards Switch, but the flash comes in, and she's fully blind as Budget 10's finally creating that space, much needed space from the team, and Carly getting another 2. Make that 2 kills with the Odin again. And I believe she's sitting at 13-0 right now. Can she keep the dream alive as Budget 10's down to 30 health? Now they're just trying to hold this post plant. The Owl Drone's gonna come in, reveal 1. They know exactly where both of them are now. The Recon gonna go ahead and try to finish the job, as now Carly looking to get another kill through the wall, as they've already gotten 2, but here's that defender lockdown, and they're gonna be able to get this bomb half. Oh my goodness.
Oh
my goodness.
That is brutal.
Somebody stop Carly.
She cannot be stopped, Endless. This map is almost sealed, and it's a deal. Carly just saying, look at my shock dart. You're taken out of it, because the positioning of how they attempt that retake, it's so well done that they send out the recon bolt to force them back. Now you have utility save for post plant, and the shock darts are constantly what's saved. So you can have 2 to push them back, and Zen 10s did not second guess before peeking. They got it halfway, and they could just secure it from there. It's a clean round by Genji Black. And while it might be costly initially, they have so much money, they can just keep doing this.
But I mean, 11-0. On top of that, Carly being at 15-0, and now they're trying to hit her site. XV Esports, they must not be aware that Carly is on the back of this site unless their overall goal is, it doesn't matter the outcome of this game. They need her to fall at least one round, and she does, finally.
Oh.
But she's still at 17-1. But this could be the round that XV Esports finally wins. But better late than never.
Precisely that, because they need to at least get a foot in this half. So this retake will be incredibly difficult. They still have a turret to be broken if it gives away any information. But this time, XV Esports is very quiet and they're not overstepping this retake. They're going to make Gen G Black come to them, which is exactly what happens as Hannah peeks out, will be traded, and Jackson just can't get close enough to sight. That budget 10s that might have gone from Dollar Tree to now Walmart in quality.
I wouldn't go that far yet. I mean, there's a lot that you really want to see out of a Jet, especially on, you know, trying to take a name like that. But at the end of the day, I mean, the last couple of rounds, he has started to give his team a little bit more space, allowing for an easier take. But I wouldn't go that far yet. If he's able to bring this back, then maybe we can upgrade him to a Walmart 10s.
I think a lot of what he has to do is just find space for the team on defense now, and he has to lock down an area. It's not easy to do as a duelist, but towing the line of when to go too aggressive and when to fully commit to just holding a line is what Tens has to find in this half.
You can see Tens is lurking through that smoke. Not sure if he should get overly aggressive as right now. Jackson getting a one-shot ghost kill onto Just Wanna End It. And Hannah still lurking down, but it doesn't matter. Ten's able to get one and almost doesn't finish off Carly as the Owl drone is being deployed. And XV Esports all of a sudden looking very, very much alive on this pistol round. And that's one thing I wanted to mention, Azula. Remember I was saying we've seen a lot of teams dominate completely on this defensive side, but once they get to that attack side, everything shuts down and a reverse domination comes out. And right now, XV Esports, they started off this pistol round extremely well.
A quick pistol round to get on the board. Again, now it's 11-2, so it's not entirely close, but they're able to force up into stronger weapons, and that should guarantee them at least the third round. So if they can play well and they can solo out a fight from one of the members of Gen G, they should be able to complete and get that second round. But utility has been used early round to notify them of where Reaper can be hiding. And so that 0 point will nullify any possible utility. He can't send out smokes until just now. And Gen G Black could be pushed up anywhere.
Enemy kill.
Oh, Tens able to get that first pick onto Lily. And that's what you want from XV. That's exactly what they need. They need these opening picks, and then they need to know when to fall off, though. Because right now, Tens stuck in the corner. Not sure if Gen G Black is going to peek, but if Tens repeats this, he's in for a surprise as they're right up close. And Tirade able to get the trade, but all of a sudden, Arena getting that trade right back, so they still have that man advantage here. And right now, Gen G Black being on the save. Jackson already pushed up towards Heaven, and they can actually pitch this spawn take as Messi gets Hannah, and everything is starting to fall a little bit apart for Gen G Black and XV. They're going to go ahead and get their second round.
A victory that we can point out is that Gen G Black did a lot of damage. So on the side of XV Esports, although they don't have to rebuy all of the weapons, they have to rebuy shields. And so that's going to be an importance of just not allowing your economy to stabilize too quickly. If we look at what's going on in the economy, we have an operator come through. And when we saw Jackson use that operator, he found a lot of impact on both quick, aggressive attempts towards sight, and then also just holding down an angle and then applying pressure.
Oh, Tens again getting that opening pick, and things are starting to look a little bit better. You can feel XV Esports, their confidence is gaining, it's rising. And right now they're feeling good, getting that opening pick yet again. As now Gen G Black, this is officially their first buy round on this attacking side. Look at Messi lurking towards this B main with a judge, and this is not a gun you want to walk and peek a corner into. Doesn't matter.
Oh no.
Alarm bot, calling my bot.
Hannah can get that kill though, so the judge is off the table, but an owl drone will peek out and find that offer. And it's all up to just want to end it on site to hold it down with an Ares. Really good for spamming, which will do a lot of damage, but it's too late because Hannah will find the headshot and they'll be able to entry onto site. The swarm grenade not going to connect into that market position, but it allows them to get spiked down.
One enemy remaining.
Well,
My goodness. Everything is falling apart. Genji, Black, they just have no answer right now for XP Esports, and we're starting to see a little bit of a trend building, because look at this wallbang coming from Arima, from this replay that we have. Hannah does an excellent job getting them into site, getting that pick into B main and on site in B, and all of a sudden, look at this tens kill through the wall, and Arima finishing things off as well. And I mean, they find themselves their 4th round now, 3rd in the half, so 4 straight. Safe to say the tides have slightly turned.
collecting round after round after round, that's forcing Genji Black onto a save round, and it could almost be a repeat of what we saw previously. The recon dart has to be broken, but then look at these shock darts to follow it up. Damage done as Tyree tries to stand out, dart covers smokes. It just cannot be done soon enough, and so they're already down to 35 HP, and it's a scared team now. They don't have the confidence they do in that first half. They tried entry onto site, and they'll try to get kills, which they get one, but it's instantly traded out, so it's not a confident site take.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, it seems like Budget 10
No
is looking
way.
for that upgrade. I think he heard us. He wants to become Walmart 10s. He comes in, gets 3. And 5 rounds, but that was still an eco for Genji Black. So right now, it's officially their buy round yet again. Can they make a difference? You can see Budget 10's trying to make something work for his team, and right now he's doing a lot better of a job on this defensive half.
I'd like to repeat what you just mentioned, because Budget 10s has almost awoken in this next half. He's gotten so many 3Ks in these 4 rounds already that he's going from just the average jet player on your team to someone locking down a particular area. They're scared to overpeak now, and so he can go aggressive and he can take these active angles down towards Cat. The team just doesn't have the backup in order to secure it.
See, Tyree. Still lurking tiles. Again, you've seen their mentality. They have completely gone quiet. Genji Black, like you mentioned, a little bit more afraid to peek these angles. As XV Esports, they're just able to get all these opening picks this round. And this half, for that matter. And there's now that B presence. They hear the Aldrin's going to go ahead, spot 1 at least. Oh, actually, 1 was hiding, and Reaper.
You should
Again,
run.
this time you see XV, they're not getting overly aggressive. You see 10s, though, all the way on Catwalk, already spotting outside B. So if Genji decides to fall off here, he's able to get 1. Now they know. And Hannah, oh my goodness, knocked down to 1 HP. Jackson getting that opening pick, but 10s is already back towards Cat, watching this
30
A take.
seconds left.
And Genji Black, they're just completely overwhelmed. They are not sure what to do, how to counter this defensive side from XV. As Lily able to get 1, but Messi preventing the
player
plant
standing.
as he is already
Spike
fighting his
down
way out
A.
to site, and it's all left down to Carly in a 1 versus 3. She's
10
been able
seconds
to
left.
really hold down her own, but right now I think she's just gonna go ahead and save this round.
Forced to save because the side hold, it's just the operator that's changed the entire team. And unfortunately, when you saw Lily trying to counter that, she flashed herself entering onto the site. So almost like a team flash added to the counter, because it was just, you're scared to peek it blindly. And so the flash just missed timing it. And now, because of that, Genji Black will go on to a tactical timeout to let us break down what happened and possibly look forward to what they can do. Endless, what do you think could be an answer of just Genji Black getting a footing in this new half?
Honestly, Azula, I feel like I mean, first, I like this timeout. It's going into somewhat of a gun round. I mean, I think they're gonna broke by, but I think they just really need to maintain their confidence. They can't be afraid, especially on this attacker side. They need to maintain somewhat of some aggression because right now they're allowing Tens to really just do whatever he wants. I mean, Budget Tens is basically emerging into Walmart Tens, and he's been able to get a lot of control out of this A site where they're pushing Cat, pushing down mid, just watching B push from literally top of catwalk, and he's just getting a lot of spacing towards this mid. And Gen.G Black, they're just being a little bit too scared right now. They're not peeking. They're allowing XVE to really just get any type of positioning they want. And I mean, they gotta switch things up.
They have to find the answer, and that's what is hopefully going to come out of that tactical timeout. They need to re-aggress and make sure that they can peek the angles that they want to and not be forced onto a kind of quiet attempt towards the map. But that op shot has been notified, and so it will trigger this rotation through towards mid. And members have been falling off of A site, but they're just repositioning. So all Gen.G Black has to do is just re-clear these areas now.
Jackson with the Blade Storm active, gonna try to work towards the mid, and that's what they need. They need that aggression. Now they finally got that opening pick, so this round is already starting to look a little bit different from every single attacking round that Gen.G Black had to offer so far. And you can hear the presence towards this B site. But now they're just gonna regroup. They cut all noise except for the turret. Jackson just holding true down mid to see if XV Esports overextends in any way to be able to punish them. But right now, XV, they're just staying passive. They're not getting overly aggressive. They know they're a man down, so they don't want to lose any more bodies here.
Gen.G is really playing this super slow. They got one member to fall, but Jackson hasn't worked up too far. And so this null command will force a rotation, but the knives have been whipped, and so Jackson has to fall back and pick up that rifle, but the operator lagged him, and so he's been put down to such low HP, the team can't always help him, and so Lele has to fight to get onto the site and get that plant down with hopefully enough time to prevent a retake.
Oh, that is not what you want to see from Jackson. I mean, that could be a crucial part to losing this round if they do end up losing control of it, as Reaper coming in and left down to Tyre versus just want to end it. They know exactly where each other are, but Tyre has the better angle and the better pre-aim. And finally, Gen.G Black, they get their first round on this attacking side.
Just want to end it, just couldn't end it that last round, and so they found a footing in this next half and were put to a scoreline that would seem kind of strange because, well, it's been so dominant from XV Esports, but getting one round on the board has pushed Gen.G to match point. They need to continue this momentum to just push the last hurdle and to finally complete this map because it wasn't the strongest in the moment, but this time getting that first blood and being able to just work the timer to their control has totally changed that pace for that last round, and they need to continue that.
And the thing, Azula, that's really good about this round, well, them winning that round, is the fact that XV Esports, their backs are completely against the walls now. There is no more room for mistake. Gen.G Black up on match point. So if XV Esports overextends or has any sort of mistake, as Ten's not able to capitalize on that pick, they do know that Gen.G Black is heading towards this B site. So the rotation is going to start coming over. Just want to end it. Gets the first pick onto Carly with the reverse wallbang. Much to what they experienced on their defensive side, or on their attacker side. But Messi holding things down for the side of XV Esports right now, and Jackson has no choice but to get aggressive. Gets the double as two operators line up, and Jackson gets the third as well. And now they know exactly where Arima is in a 1 versus 2. Jackson comes out clutch with 4 kills to secure the first round win for Gen.G Black. Man, everything was kind of going XV Esports round their way that round, but all of a sudden Jackson just comes out of nowhere with a huge 4K, and it saves them. It honestly saved them.
Certainly it saved them because you saw them get mowed down by this wallbang that Carly had done previously when they were on the defense. You got a little bit worried about how they were going to behave and if they were going to be able to secure that last round or if they were going to follow back into saving, buying. And while it did get a little bit messy, to avoid the pun, but it just Messi couldn't use that operator. They couldn't get onto the site, and they couldn't stop Jackson from just over peaking, and that was eventually the answer, I believe.
Well, I don't know. That was the mistake. Honestly, XV Esports, there should have been no reason they lost that round. But their double peak with an op on the same angle, I don't think that was the play. Because for one, they, like you said, they did not expect Jackson up close and personal. And the second they peaked at the same time, not only were they both peaking with an op, they were both blocking each other. So Budget 10s could not see past Messi, right? And then on top of that, they're lined up. So it was an easy spray for Jackson. He just has to aim at one of them because they're both in the same spot. And ultimately, I mean, he's able to get a double, huge double there, and put it to a 1 versus 2. And then again, chooses to peek aggressively, catch him off guard. And hey, he secures that round for Genji Black. And I mean, they're going to go on to the next round.
Certainly, but of course, while Genji Black might continue, XC Esports, they've fallen short, and so a lot of teams will lose this first round, and they'll be out of this week's Pit of Valor. But it's not always guaranteed to be entered next week. You know what the guarantee to get entered next week would be, Endless?
Oh.
It's to buy that GLG Country Club benefit, because $10 a month to be guaranteed a spot in each week's Pit of Valor. That sounds like a deal. It could be $2 per player, and only one membership is required per team. So if you were XV Esports and you wanted to try to beat Genji Black next week, your answer is possibly to buy this Country Club membership and then be able to face off next week in Pit of Valor.
Yeah, there's only 64 teams that are allowed, and what the Country Club membership also allows is it guarantees you a spot every single week in each Pit of Valor. So that's a guaranteed. And when you can put your team in a tournament environment and just be able to practice, week after week, I think that there's no better atmosphere. Being in a tournament setting, playing as a team, I think that's where you really build your chemistry compared to scrims. I mean, everyone can scrim back and forth, but there's no real pressure. There's no end goal. But at the end of the day, again, 64 teams only every single week. This guarantees you your spot.
Also, every week, I've started to count down the weeks to one of the most exciting events, because could you tell me what possibly is in April? Because I've been counting my weeks down until to a certain Wednesday on April 20th.
April 20th. That sounds familiar. I mean, I'm sure all the viewers out there are thinking April 20th, but they're thinking about a whole complete different reason. But we have something to add to that date, and I'll let Azula tell you that because it's exciting.
Yeah, it sure is exciting, which is the GLG Lounge opening on the 22nd floor of the Innovation Square building in Rochester, New York. Now, that is just something you want to join, because it'll be the grand opening on April 20th, and you can play Pit of Valor from the building. So you don't have to be so far away from your teammates that you'll miss your in-air fist pumps. For example, if I wanted to fist pump you to my right, I'd have to join that innovation building and just be able to play on almost a LAN environment, which we might even cast from that building. So if you wanted to join something special, I would show up on April 20th to the grand opening.
And then on top of that, if you don't partake in, the typical 420 events, I mean, if you need some fresh air, this event is happening on the 22nd floor. So you get fresh air all the time. You can game from the clouds. You never know. It's just a good time.
Yeah, well, without further ado, I believe we are going to throw to a mini break so we can just wait for the next game, which will be the round of 32. More action is coming soon, so stay tuned, everyone.
That the presence is going to be from long tryhard on this crossfire with Hookah. The Paranoia going to blind him, force him inside elbow. Onto the site now. The utility is going to send off these, but big old Nick with 2. Make it 3. Can he make it a 4th? Maybe an 8 as well. They all have their back turned to the Sova, and the damage pays off for big old Nick. Just turn around!
The Molly's going to make sure they don't push up anyways. Maple's able to find the Fuse Noodle, but even then, will that be enough? The Air Burst, the Showstopper's able to find Donkey, but the defense is coming. Watch this one left. It's Axe. And he only has a classic and 5 health. Of course, you're not going to find that one. Axe, you've done great so far, but the classic might be too much. That's going to be find some luck. Axe might be able to find some 9 kills. All it takes are 2 headshots to clear the board. But Mally's able to find one. Axe is going to fall. Only one left is going to be Kukli. He was able to get a ninja defuse. Can he do it again? Can he find a miracle shot? Carlos able to rotate around just a little bit more, looking to find that final headshot. There you go. Carlos finding Kukli. And that is the Grand Championships. Lethal Chaos almost bringing it back yet again for another week. But it's going to be the relative unknowns of Ghoul's fate. Able to bring it all the way to the top. 2-0 in the Grand Champs from the Pit of Valor this week.
But there are just members of Radiant members everywhere right now who are playing on site with one team name. It's going to be really difficult for them.
One more, the front court issue with the stage. It's all time, one after another. And we've heard this working with the round. Best will have a lot.
With that being said, though, things are looking really good for Lethal Chaos. Of course, he's going to go in a showstopper. Quite literally going to find Sanity. Dargus is proving me wrong, however. Finding a little bit of axe. He's going to hit a double kill. Can they bring this back? It's now a 2v2. It was originally a 2v4. Things are looking really solid right now for the defenders. The line goes down. Dargus gets down quickly. Abuse able to find Darkus as well. He's able to get a second kill of the game. That's Sanity bringing it back. What? Oh, that was a 2v.
Goes down.
And now the two are for the 5 position, and now Nova is still available. And you see that Nova is just playing so far back. And you want to land on the site.
Whoa! Going to the P coming from here, Rush with this actual the holy daughter from Walker Artificial and my nose with the stop to the plan. But how much love do you do so? Can again this happen? He's to the side of him. Stop. So, if I wasn't left to go to and he clutches it yet again, Spence.
It out, they easily fragged out with any kind of blinds or smokes. But no, instead the Ray's gonna pop on forward, not looking around for Phoenix at all. Another one's gonna go on by. He's gonna get all the positioning in the world. He's able to find one, though he's gonna clap out, find the sniper as well, but he gets a triple kill before being traded out, and that.
And Schmack here has a big opportunity.
Ooh, I'm curious to see how this is gonna go down. It has the angle, it's like it's one headshot. Is he able to find another one skirts away just in time, able to get a triple kill. Lotus goes down as well. Battery's able to end Schmack's horrible reign of WR. Wave Runners, though, able to bring it back a little bit more. Abuse hero with a triple kill out of nowhere.
Through the smoke, not there to help you this time. And you're down to 3 health. Quickly. Gonna project himself a little bit more aggressively. Looks for a second one. The wide swing from the Sova, baiting out Kukli. Drops him quite low, and Madly gonna help him out. Kukli good for 2. Making it a 3-on-2 for this retake. Still favoring out on Ghoul, but Abuse Noodle. A beautiful shot, a beautiful 2 shots. And Seabass on a 1-on-1 knife. Sin beacon out, gonna go high. Kukli, some perfect transfer in that aim. And Lethal Chaos gonna find their sake.
Off-wielders don't want to go for the say or go for the spike, and they have to say, unless you're unshaken, you have a mini op and you're able to find an aggressive kill off of it, or you have it off and you push up too much and lose it anyways. Now Unshaken having to face against a 1v4, it's able to find a double from it to a triple kill. They just cleaned up the site. The Cowboys back, baby. Oh, good lord.
That the presence is going to be from Long Tryhard on this crossfire with Hookah. The Paranoia going to blind him, force him inside elbow. Onto the site now. The utility is going to send off these, but big old Nick with 2. Make it 3. Can he make it a 4th? Maybe an 8th as well. They all have their back turned to the Sova, and the damage pays off for big old Nick.
Just turn around. And Molly's going to make sure they don't push up anyways. Mabel's able to find Abuse Noodle, but even then, will that be enough? The air burst. The Showstopper's able to find Donkey. The defense is coming in clutch, especially Dash. A 3K comes through, and there's only one left. It's Axe. And he only has a classic and 5 health. Of course, you're not going to find that one. Axe, you've done great so far, but the classic might be too much. That's going to be find some luck. Axe might be able to find some 9 kills. All it takes are 2 headshots to clear the board. But Mally's able to find one. Axe is going to fall. Kugli. He was able to get a ninja defuse. Can he do it again? Can he find a miracle shot? Coggles able to rotate around just a little bit more, looking to find that final headshot. There you go. Coggles finding Kugli, and that is the Grand Championships. Lethal Chaos almost bringing it back yet again for another week, but it's going to be the relative unknowns of Ghoul's fate, able to bring it all the way to the top 2-0 in the Grand Champs for the Pit of Valor this week.
On Soul, but there are just members of Radiant Roombas everywhere right now. 4 are playing on site with 1 being May. This is going to be really difficult for them.
Looking to establish himself and get his attack on the defense wouldn't be that much easier, but Rika's getting one more in the flash coordination with the breach. They're just all dying one after another. And Recars with the 4K will cement the round. The best will have a lot of
With that being said, though, things are looking really good for Lethal.
Welcome back, everyone. Again, for those that are just joining us now, you joined with me, Azula. We just saw a wild match. I mean, a very one-sided match at that, which all of a sudden took a turn. And luckily, I mean, with a huge 4K from Jackson, I mean, that was absolutely fantastic. And right now, we have 2 fantastic teams, Nori Esports versus Verve Esports. So it's exciting. I don't think I've seen either team, but after looking at the roster from Nori, it seems like they're part of the Agogi squad.
Ooh, that could give them a little bit more experience in the tournaments, possibly. But then also, it's a battle of the esports, you know? Verve Esports versus Nori Esports. Who can really ultimately claim the title and then show it down? Because if we run through what map we're on, it's going to be Haven, like you can see at the bottom of the screen. You know, that's one of the best maps out there because it can really change up the approach of possibly if you want to go to a particular site, or if it's going to be just a pace change. Mid control isn't really mid anymore. Now it's put down to look at us. We're on C site, we're on B site. Playing for Garage is now the mid.
And I'm curious to see this game kind of unfold. I mean, Haven being a map with 3 sites and being the only one at that, it really kind of changes the game style and play, especially on that defensive side, because usually you're typically able to split at a 2-3 or 2-1-2 setup, but on Haven, with it being 3 sites, there's always usually at least one site that has a little bit of a weaker defense, or a team, you know, choosing to play on a retake for that matter. And I feel on that defensive side, I'm expecting Verve Esports to get a little bit more aggressive because of that weaker defensive side. You know, getting some early control towards long C or even towards long A, it really helps a lot because it allows for the rotations to kind of cheat over to the other sites to help defend them. Or if they want to play a retake, then at that end of the day, I mean, that's exactly what they have to do. They can't play Hero Valorant. They need to wait for their team to play the retake, potentially get a free kill and fall off if possible. But ideally, they want the entirety of their team to be alive for that retake.
Exactly, because when you're on a map so big that is Haven, there could be various corners that enemies are hiding in, and you have to be able to clear all of them in an efficient time value. You don't have the clock in your favor for this game. You have to be quick and decisive, and having 5 members alive to clear 5 angles is a lot better than having to do it solo. So we've already started this pistol round, letting the 0 point go and not scan anyone beforehand. Nori Esports going a little bit of a slower, more concise approach.
See, they're looking to enter this B site. Concuss is going to go ahead, enter that site, but the Paranoia forces Burks back, and Mac able to get that first pick onto Hunter, which is absolutely huge. Bomb is planted. Mook's gonna go ahead, try to stick this bomb, stick it halfway, but no, just gets taken out right before. And Bapoon able to get one, but Mac getting that trade right away, and Hendog fighting for his life, trying to defend this, but both are known to be in the front side of B. Talking Rock has no choice but to defend his teammate, as his teammate is extremely low. And oh my goodness, Mac, had he have not had the classic and maybe a ghost, that could have been all different, but Talking Rock gonna go ahead and help Verve Esports in securing their first round.
Going B on a pistol round is always a bloodbath of just who can out aim them once you've planted the spike. And if you have enough time to touch that defuse, you don't have the luxury of having as much utility for post plant. So even using that breach aftershock and even shock darts to get onto site, you can't put them off of the spike. And so that turret will position Nori Esports in a further back area. And then ultimately, when it's a 1v2, Mac just has to hope that he can do a little bit of impact. Not able to complete that. And so, first round, not in the favor of Nori Esports, and they can't buy up.
You can see this time Nori, I mean, after losing that first round, usually you see teams try to get a little bit more aggressive, maybe do more of a group take. But right now, they're still playing a little bit passive. They're not overextending. They're not giving Verve Esports too much to work with, as their goal is to try to win this round as the Paranoia comes in to this B site. Presence is known, but they are delayed. And Uriel down to 7 health, and that's not a good sign for Nori. But right now, it looks like they're just going to group up, try to take some garage control, and potentially go back for a split towards C, or even try to wrap towards this B site.
They're fighting a little bit of just how much they can walk up on the team without really catching them unaware. They're trying to surprise their enemies, but not be taken out yourself. And so they're fighting through this garage position, but the turret will take first contact, and that's Uriel fallen with the spike. So the entire team of Verve Esports, if they want, can just reposition around this garage area. They can say, hey, look, you've been countered, checkmate right here, because JD will continue to fall to Bapoon.
And you can also see the health on the side of Nori compared to Verve Esports right now. I know Verve is on a bonus. They're able to get guns, but it just doesn't seem like they're really even peaking at this point. It just seems that Nori is just getting hit by all types of utility. By the time they want to hit a site, I mean, their health is already extremely low. And oh my goodness, they all leave this A site. And Zach almost gets that bomb down, but Hendog standing long. He is ready for that.
That's a brutal moment to take down the spike, because Zach is like, let me just get those extra 300 creds for the team. No, the Marshall shot rang through. And so Verve Esports starting off pretty strong, running the clock down, and you just couldn't plant it. So all the weapons have been saved. Nothing has to be rebought or reinvested. Nor Esports will go into this against a full bonus. They have to work together and coordinate not taking early damage to utility.
Oh, that early garage push from Talking Rock. Hunter able to get there first, and right now it just seems like Nori just completely trapped. And this is the type of aggression I was expecting coming from Verve. Now they've gotten that put, and oh my goodness, Zach has a little bit of an answer, getting 2 on his own. But still, it's a 2 versus 3 situation, and it's officially Nori's buy round. Things are not looking good, as you can see. Talking Rock's positioning. They know bomb is down. Zach able to get the 3rd. Can he get the 4th? No. Talking Rock able to answer back finally. And Uriel down to 22 health in a 1 versus 2 situation, but this is still winnable if he is patient enough. He knows one of them is extremely hurt. If he can get Talking Rock, this could be a very, very possible win.
He just has to wait out the turret, but the turret will scan him first. So it's not like he can just run away. He's going to be countered now. And while Hunter is only on 3 HP and the spike plant can be secured, the team has the man advantage. So perfectly trading out a teammate over another, Talking Rock just has to bait Hunter through. Uriel will hold this close angle, but picking up the spike was just so dangerous. It's already down to a 1v1, and the double swing, just like that. Talking Rock can secure the 3rd round for his team. Verve Esports now putting an even further gap between the score lines. I'd like to point out early on, Endless, that we had seen this previously with Genji Black versus XV Esports. But when you have such a powerhouse starting out early, it's climbing a mountain of revenge that just can't be done half the time.
Yeah, and I mean, you see the aggression. I guess Verve understood that, hey, it's going to be Nori's official gun round. Let's get aggressive. Let's completely catch them off guard. And right away, they get 3. If it wasn't for Zach, I mean, that could have been a horrible, horrible round on the side of Nori because they would have lost all their guns. And on top of that, they wouldn't even have planted the bomb. And now Verve Esports, they're looking very good. Look at iHendog already getting up close towards this sewer again, posting up. But does he know that Lemons is already towards long as Mac just trying to bait out some noise towards their spawn? But they're well posted up, and I mean, Verve Esports now, they just have to wait.
It's a waiting game that you can just outplay your teammates on. They can't really go C because this turret has been taking first contact all the time. Spike has been positioned down in their spawn. If Verve Esports were to do a repeat of last round, they would get control of Spike all over again, but this time they have to be a little bit more careful just because they don't want to overstep their boundaries. They'll catch the shoulder of one, putting out those dark covers, but now Nora Esports has to push through a smoke, which they're not going to want to do. They're going to fall back, pick up the Spike, and regroup. Whether they're going to go A because Lemons has found so much territory up there or not, that's the question. But the Owl Drone will go through, and Uriel will follow up that Owl Drone, getting a little bit of information for their own team.
And now the Bladestorm is active. They're going to go ahead, get this A site. Mac going to be able to get the bomb down this time. And Nora Esports, they just outweighted Verve, waiting for some sort of over-aggression. And right away, they punished it. The lockdown's going to come in. It's going to force Nori completely out of sight. And Uriel going to go ahead and continue push, getting some aggression. Buffoon is there as well, and Talking Rock. And just like that, they're going to go ahead and get this bomb at least halved as Zach left to his lonesome in a 1 versus 2. Paranoia is going to go out. It actually does team flash, and just as he team flashes, we finally removed the team flash counter because it was just so hard to keep track of. And Prada saying they're going to add it back because now we have officially 1 on the board.
1 on the board to start off the team flash counter. You know, that we shouldn't be there, like our goal of counting that, but the game is starting to fall a little bit out of hand, and using the ultimates especially to secure the round, you can lose the opening or aim duel, which was Uriel finding the first blood, but then your entire team just has a huge advantage, so they can go up against this. Look at the buy. We have an Odin on the board to control this B site area garage. They're forced to go into Killjoy utility, which will likely be the end result of just a drive-by, snow-blowing, demolishing action.
You have that Rolling Thunder, though. It forces Talking Rock completely out of sight. But the util is there, and it does get Uriel. And that's all you could really hope for at that point. But right now, Zach popping off again, putting Nora Esports in the driver's seat right now because they do have that man advantage.
Spike planted.
Where's this garage? Gonna go ahead and activate the ult. Forces them back. iHendog knows that at least 2 of them are towards this long. They're gonna try to get this half as Mac able to get the bomb halfway. No. Hendog using half, but Mac is still there ready to go. And Nori, they finally claimed their first round, but had that smoke have been lasting longer from Hendog, that could have been extremely dangerous because I feel like Verve would have just defused the bomb.
The KO ultimate, that null command, just took away any possible utility within the range, and so the entire team has to fall back. You can narrow down where the positioning of Nori Esports will be on this post plant, and unfortunately, when you don't have the man advantage, it's a lot harder to counter 3 members or down and long. If the smoke had lasted longer, like you mentioned, it would have been a whole different story for KenDog because he got it halfway. And if the teammate was still alive, maybe the distraction could have come through, but you just couldn't narrow down that 1v1 like Lemons will do on C site.
And I feel like Nori Esports is starting to figure out Verve's trend and how aggressive they play. And right now, they just punished him again, and they see that aggression down C long this time, and they're ready for it. Now they got that opening pick, and they just have to take their time. They're just going to wait out Verve Esports to see if there's any sort of overextension that they can continue to punish them for. And oh my goodness, you see Verve out of 2 to 3 towards the C site, so they are more so ready for this. But Hunter getting Uriel right off the bat, and he gets revealed, and He knows he's stuck backside.
Spike down. C.
Will they capitalize on it? No. Hunter still gets another, and Nori Esports, they're stuck towards this long C, and they have nowhere to go.
They can try to TP out, but the spray will continue endless, and it's so much
30
damage
seconds left.
pushed onto this one squad that they have to pick up the spike, but then they also just can't get it. The From the Shadows was canceled before the spike was picked up. The entire team is really just struggling on the back foot, and when you try to counter aggression with further aggression, it's gonna cause them to have to save.
seconds
The
left.
cross though from Lemons will be the hardest part because the team knows where he is. Can he though make it alive with the gun, or will the clock just the gunfire ultimately take him down? Of course, now save round comes through, 5 on the board to 1, and the answer for Valor Esports was to say, hey KenDog, you might be really aggressive, go try to kill, but if you can't get the kill, the entire team will be backed up with utility.
And that's honestly, I think that round is kudos to Verve Esports for gamble stacking that C site, already having 3 when there was still some presence shown towards this A site, but Nori Esports ultimately, they didn't even get a chance to get into sight. You saw Uriel dash into sight, but instantly gets taken out by Hunter, and ever since then, the rest of the team, they were stuck behind smokes, and they could not push through that, and I mean, at the end of the day, they were just pinched there, and there was nothing else they could do.
They often wait out this 0.9 from Valor Esports, but it's starting to be predictable, and so this recon dart will scan out B side. It'll say that it's almost completely empty. They're going to attempt to get this plant down again, but a Paranoia and the Hunter's Fury will scan them out, push them off, and they have to try to fall back into this post-plant position, although Lemons, it'll stop a little bit of the retake because pressure has been applied elsewhere into the site. This aftershock will do damage and stop them from really sticking that spike, but they only have oh so many smokes since their player has fallen, and this lockdown is just going to further enforce you can't get onto site.
You can see the lockdown coming in, which forces Talking Rock completely away. I think his sound cue is known towards this garage, as Lemons fully aware that that's a possibility, but they're gonna go ahead, play the safe, save their guns and economy, and they're gonna go get their second round here, and Talking Rock gonna fall to the bomb as well. Not sure if that was because of economy.
I don't think that
or...
was the goal.
Yeah, maybe not.
I don't think so, Endless, because you had a rifle and you had shields still online. You can't afford to lose them. And so you have to rebuy with the team, which won't be a good strong buy because you've lost so many players each round that maybe you clutch out, but maybe you also lose. And so look at this. Now, Nori Esports, well, they don't have the scoreline in their favor. They have a lot else working for them. And I'd like to mention one thing that could work wonders for them, which will be that Hunter's Fury, if they choose to use it in post plants or just to clear out the enemies.
And you can see Nori Esports, they all got suppressed by the 0 point. And I mean, Verve very, very aware that they are going towards this A side. As you can see, Mook's already pushed towards the C, and he knows exactly where that turret is. And this could be detrimental as this flank comes in for Mooks, as they will not have any clue. But it doesn't matter. JD and Lemons, they're gonna go ahead and get into this site as KenDog finally able to get Uriel and change the jet diff right here. And now it's down to a 3 versus 4 retake. And I believe he's still, is he on the flank still? No, I think he got caught.
Yep, caught. And also those shock darts couldn't really land to do damage, but when you jump out of heaven and you have a Marshal, what do you expect? Regardless of just KenDog taking those kills. And he's going for this clip. He's trying to make as much work, but only a Sheriff for Talking Rock, and when KenDog falls, what can you do on site? It's not a lot, so you might find those opening picks to retake, but you did a lot of damage. So the end result was not the round win. It was a loss, but the damage was there, and so you have to continue to rebuy, and that will halt the stabilization of economy for a few players. Endless. This time, though, you have to figure out what can Verve Esports do to continue to stay in the match, because they put out a strong footing initially, but they're a little bit too aggressive each round.
They're getting aggressive, and Nori Esports is definitely picking up on that. As you can see, this aggression, JD here's exactly 1 to 2 pushing this long C, and he's just going to hold this angle passive. And I believe they're just going to expect, you know what, the turret is set up for the flank. He's probably not even towards the C site. But JD, I'm wondering if he'll overextend here, and if he does, this could turn out very bad.
Cover going out.
They have to play this a little bit slower because you still have that presence of the Killjoy, but you want to try to aggress onto this A site. A Hunter Siri will now be brought out, and while Hunter, you might be attacked by one, you're still going to hold on to your name, and so damage has been done to both sides. But it's really Valor Esports trying to halt the aggression and trying to halt that push, but the rotation was called endless. And so now all the members have left this BC side, and they haven't heard the sound cue yet that they've rotated. Spike will go towards C, and they're likely to not face much opposition because KO is brought down to 12 HP, and it's pretty easy to take down a 12 HP player.
Oh, the timing. JD just missed Bapoon as he was hugging that left corner, but there is the ult here from Lemons. He's going to TP towards this A site after the sound cues that are made towards C. It seems as if it's so, and they're going to go ahead and get a free bomb plant down.
10
But
seconds
the
left.
rotation needs to be a little bit faster because Lemons is on the site by his lonesome. Bomb is down, and Bapoon ready to flash his teammates in.
Hopefully he doesn't flash his teammates exactly because you can't afford that in this late stage. You have to be able to fully commit on to taking that site, and the recon dart will slow them down. They have to work through these smokes, which they're trying to clear out all the players. Mac will take down one, and he finds two to help out Lemons. 4th round on the board for Nori Esports, and they're putting their foot in this match. They're saying, look at us. We were forgotten earlier, but now they're continuing to apply pressure, and they're continuing to aggress and fake out rotations. So they have to pull out a tactical timeout here before the momentum slips away.
And I like this timeout yet again, and it's time. It is 5-4. They still have 1 round advantage, but they really need to start figuring things out because Nori Esports, they're reading them quite well right now. And even though Verve have been getting some opening picks here and there, somehow Nori Esports, by positioning and strats, they're able to win out the round. And that's something that Verve Esports need to figure out right now, because do they stop this aggression or do they do it in a different way? Because Nori Esports so far have been reading them like a book.
Precisely reading them like a book and making the pace change. Haven is so big that if you fall and you fall back into spawn area, you still have 2 other options of places you can go, and there isn't much mid presence from Valor Esports that will make Nori Esports second guess their rotation. There's no real power utility piece being put into Garage. You can steamroll into that, and while there might be a player watching it, it's really easy to trade it out with the teammates instead of giving up information that an alarm bot or a turret could be watching it. And while turrets and alarm bots are easier to kill, it's a lot more information that you can give over.
And the aggression right away from Hendog to get the orb, and now the Blade Storm is active, so they're going to look ahead and try to make something happen. You see the aggression this time coming towards this A site, but Hendog kind of hesitating. He's not 100% sure if it's the right move, but right now he's just going to go back to corner, jiggle it just to see if there's any presence spotted. And right now he spots one, does a little bit of damage, but that's enough to make Uriel kind of reevaluate the situation and fall off.
So many members, like we're highlighting on the mini-map, are put towards this C site, which they'll run into Mooks Moozy, and he could fall quickly. Valor Esports doesn't have the support towards this other side of the map. They always stack A really heavily, and they don't always have an answer. And so the paranoia from the team will blind out Killjoy on the side, or Nori Esports, so a team flash, it still allows them to get onto site.
Lemons gets that bomb down. They're going to go ahead and fall off, and it's an even 5-on-5, and this is the retake we were talking about before this match started. Having all 5 members is absolutely crucial for the retake, and C is a little bit easier to retake than everything else, but right now, it doesn't matter. Nori Esports completely obliterating Verve Esports on that retake, and right now, everything is just all tied up. And Nori Esports, having won 4 straight, the momentum has shifted in their direction and in their favor. And Verve Esports, they just haven't found a solution. But now they have their gun round again, so and even an op in the hands of Hendog, so I'm expecting some opening picks here.
Buying the op will hopefully slow down your enemies once they know that it's present on the board. But the scoreline might look close. It's just steamrolled out of their control. Instead, to counter that, hopefully Bapoon will get 1 kill and then continue this momentum. But the operator hasn't been notified yet. So they don't know that Hendog will be holding such a powerful weapon. Instead, they're going to slow down and re-question what their approach will be. And that's what Nori Esports have been doing every round so far. They really just rotate. It should start to be seen almost as a pattern, but it hasn't fully been called yet. So this presence towards C with the spike, Lemon's not making a commitment, and the operator from Hendog is still on the map.
And this is exactly what Verve wants. They want to get that opening pick and then just completely turtle up. There's no need to over-aggress anymore. Talking Rock on the entirety of C by himself. Just playing the util. And you can see Nori, they're starting to group up there. So Talking Rock is going to have a hard task ahead of them. But here comes the Rolling Thunder. It's going to push them back to site. And actually, does that count as a team flash? Because, I mean, it does hit his own teammate and concuss him completely. But Zach able to get one.
Enemy remaining.
All left to Hendog in a 1 versus 1 against Lemons. But he does have that operator in hand. So if Hendog chooses to peek through this. Huge, and Hendog posts up with that op. Doesn't matter.
Last round before the switch.
They finally got a 6th round on the board after a long time of waiting 4 rounds to stumble out of their control. The scoreline looked close, but these plays from either team haven't been close. And so it's really of just who can outplay the other one. And when you pop that null command, you're falling on the ground, but you still have a lot of vision. And if you can pass on that information towards Hendog, he knew exactly where to look that previous round. So they've continued to hold on to this operator, and they can buy at this next round. It might not be the strongest buy, but it could be an answer to getting closer to a 7th round.
Oh, the Hunter's Fury coming out from Hunter. Huge.
Oh.
Gets 2 opening kills. And Nori Esports, that's exactly what you hated to see. Down 2 players early on. They do have the Blade Storm active along with the lockdown as well to use. But will they be able to take advantage of it? Lemon's gonna go ahead, teleport to the back of site, get some information. Notices Talking Rock back plat. But will they expect Hendog already in sight, posted up with an op? Doesn't matter. Talking Rock, bring one through the smoke. JD able to answer back, but it doesn't matter. Still down to 1 versus 4. Lemons using the Shrouded Step, trying to get away from the C site. And now he just has to go. I mean, he has the bomb, but he does not have any idea if Verve's going to be behind him, pinching him towards the C. Or
30 seconds left.
they're just all waiting on site, which it doesn't seem like they are anymore. Everyone has rotated off, and C is completely open. If this wasn't the last round, this would be some good money for Lemons to just get this bomb down.
When you're in a 4v1, you know it's wise to usually scatter one player on the site that you're rotating from, just in case you would hear the information that they have not rotated. And I don't think Lemons really had enough time to fully reposition into a good spot if he were to rotate A. So he just have to hold off on this post plant, which he's hiding in the dark cover. So the smokes won't blind him, and they're almost gonna run into him. They're gonna get 3 kills, and he has to back up with the classic in hand. He can't make it work. And that's 7 rounds now for Valor Esports, but it all happened in a second.
I'm at a loss for words. Had he had bullets there, that was completely winnable. As Lemons, lurking in that smoke, caught every single one of Verve Esports members completely off guard. And, I mean, just a little bit of a replay of Hunter's Fury, no pun intended. But look at that 3K from Lemons. I mean, Hendog even shoots through the smoke and just misses as a little bit of a precaution. So they definitely didn't expect that, and he's just sitting up close. And they had no idea. He had bullets though. I mean, that would have been a pretty fair fight. Against Mooks.
It would have. We're at a loss of words almost because of how surprising that was. But to catch your enemies so unaware when they all line up is amazing. And you don't have enough bullets in the Vandal compared to possibly a Phantom. So you had to lose that round. But it got so close that it could have flipped the script and then been 6-6.
It definitely could have. And on top of that, that's not the outcome you even want in any 1 versus 4. It shouldn't have even come down to a 1 versus 1 situation, but all of them, I don't even know if they all of them had their guns out. It doesn't seem like the case. I know 1 had an op, but I mean, 2 of them should have had their guns out, but it didn't seem that way as he was able to spray the entire clip without any single response. JD and his team right now just taking over. And they're going to go ahead win this pistol round. And this could be that difference. Nori Esports, they might be a defensive team. So after getting 5 rounds on the attack side, maybe that's all they needed.
It's the utility that's bringing the difference to the game, Endless. Because before you have this team that has almost a mirror matchup. But instead of having a KO, it's a breach. So you don't have the ability to suppress any team. But you have that ability to use your utility for a retake in a way that just uncomfortably pushes their enemies into just wide open sight lines. The Rolling Thunder for an ultimate, and then that aftershock, you either sit in it and take damage, or you're dead, or you just have to fall back. And so you don't have a lot of options here. And collecting that pistol round just helps Nori Esports get a little bit better of footing. And while you might have Kendog buying up, the other teammates don't really want to make that full commitment. And so this is a huge round for Nori Esports.
And Mac actually gets that first pick. Uriel gets the second. Doesn't tag the third, but gets 2. And now they have a 2-man advantage. So that is a very good position for Nori. All they have to do is now wait for Verve to run into them. As right now, it seems as if they're going to reevaluate this retake. Uriel already moving towards heaven. Does spot 1. So they are very aware of where Uriel will be, but will they expect Lemons there? Now they know he is. Uriel getting another, despite already being pretty hurt. And now it's all down to Hendog. Look at Lemons on this flank, getting 1. Hendog being the last man standing. Marshall and a Dream against 4. I mean, we've seen weirder things happen. We've seen 1v4 almost get completely thrown away, but will it happen to Nori on this
30
time?
seconds left.
I got the spike.
As Hendog gonna go ahead, pick up this bomb and just reevaluate, fall off, cut some noise, and try to catch a couple of members off guard.
He doesn't have the time to fully rotate, so he might try to make this work, but there's still an Omen on site. And so the moment that they peek through, it will be Lemons to hold this down, and Lemons just has to show the shoulder, has to take out the gun, maybe land a couple shots here and there, and they've pushed on to 7 now. There, you can't rotate at 13 seconds. It does not work like that in this game. The map is too big, and just even though there's a 4 stack, it's not a high chance you win that, and you just want to take down one more player. Make them forced to rebuy, and then their economy will slower to a stabilization. But instead, lose the round. Now you can buy up to rifles and all that shebang. No ultimates yet to work with, and so this is going to be really how you can place that normal utility to just win the round.
And I also want to point out that the player that went towards the C site was the same player that was at A. Lemons, I mean, he got that pick onto that A long on the flank, and he instantly rotated that C site, caught him off guard. And this time around, Nori holding down this B site, not really allowing Verve to go anywhere. As Mooks, down to 22 health, chooses to fall off this B site, all down to his lonesome now, and they know exactly where he is. Uriel gonna go ahead and take care of him as well. And right now, Nori Esports has been dominating this defensive half, winning 3 rounds straight, and they have not looked back since.
They won on their bonus, and even with that team flash from Lemons, and when they were trying to hold off on B site, they were able to just outnumber them. And choosing to win the fights closer up on a site, it's risky going B against Spectres. It's not the choice you want to make, and because of that lack of decision making, it's forcing them onto a save this round, and they want to group up and target as much firepower towards one singular player as possible, but you have to deal with all this utility, and then you can't even set up for your ideal fight half the time.
My goodness, JD gets completely caught off guard, but Mac comes in huge with a huge 3K spray down with the Vandal in hand. And Verve, despite getting 2 members down for Nori, still have 3 to face in this post plant. Bomb is going to go ahead and get planted. They do have guns in hand. The Hen Dog with 7 bullets. He really needs to hit his shot here, because if he misses, this could be huge, as Uriel gonna go ahead and dash towards this site. Does have a classic, and that is a free gun, ladies and gentlemen, with that burst fire to finish off the round, and they have 9.
It's getting to the point where you have to question what is going on and whether this is something that's preventable, because it's not a skill gap if the teams are able to keep it really close. But there are some mistakes that are easily preventable, and while we might not be able to make that decision in the moment of to reload or not, if you have 7 bullets, you have to be very cautious of who you shoot at, and so you'll have someone dashing onto site and you can't trace their location. You have to be decisive. You have to aim for that headshot, and it puts extra pressure on the player that they can't manage themselves. It's another round fallen out of control.
See the early recon towards Long C. Very, very aware. Verve, just go ahead and destroy it. They're gonna go create that space towards the C site, and Nori has completely left it for a retake, as no one is being shown towards this C. And Bomb's gonna go ahead, go down easily without any contest, and Verve, now they just have to hold it.
And the Killjoy was playing offside because they predicted that null command to come through. So it's a really well positioned, but now this Killjoy lockdown has been popped, and there's nothing they can really do about it because they can't aim the aftershock close enough to do it. But Zach will do wonders on site as he collects 2, and now Bapoon can only fight as long as he can, and the Killjoy lockdown has run out, so there might be nano swarms on the bomb, but the players have to be the decision-making changes.
Right now, they've just run down the clock way too long, and Nori has no choice but to fall off, as there's just simply no time. As Verve finally get their first round on this attacking side, so they're starting to feel a little bit better. But did they win because they were out aiming and taking down players in sight? No, they played it because they won it because of the delay they were able to cause. And Talking Rock did an excellent job there with the nanostorms.
When you delay a team, you don't always have the potential to repeat that round. You have to be able to continue winning and create successions of just round after round after round. But if it's coming down to an ultimate such as the lockdown, you don't have it every round. Instead, you have the Blade Storm and from the shadows. It might be pop like it is right now, but it's not going to be an easy stall agent. You have to go aggressive, and you have to take aim duels and win them this time.
The paranoia coming out at the right time. Hen Dog has nowhere to go, full blind, and gets taken out by Lemons. But right now, it seems like Verve, they've gained control on this A site. They've won the battles, and they find themselves up a man advantage. However, they're extremely low. Talking Rock staying towards this hell with KO. Not too sure what to peek, but they don't want to get overly aggressive here, as Uriel drops down, gets... Oh my goodness, gets Bapoon, and he was absolutely lit. Left down to JD against 1, but it is planted for long, so they do know where it's going to be. The shock dart going to go ahead, bring him down to 77 health. Oh my goodness. Hunter, you didn't know he faked it. But does he know it's halved?
He can just play for time.
That's a scary
so
thought.
well played by Hunter.
Very well played.
Just
But
endless.
if JD didn't fake that, though, that could have been huge.
Yeah, it's almost just knowing when to peek or not because the shock dart, he could have sent out another shock dart and he had the time benefit, but thankfully JD hadn't stuck the defuse, so the round could be won by Valor Esports. But it's to the point where it's these 1v1s and it's not helping the team stabilize. They have to go aggressive like Uriel will into Mooks' crosshair, and that's not where you want to be. These are 1v1 duels being handed over to either team to change the scoreline.
See, I'm not sure what Nori Esports was trying to do there. That dash from Uriel, I'm not sure what he was thinking. In no situation does he win that round. There's no flash or anything to accompany him. He just sort of dashed out to the grass. Wasn't sure if that was intentional or if he fat fingered something, but JD able to get 1 kill so far in this round. But Verve Esports, I mean, they're on the verge of getting this round and taking the lead again. With only 2 members left from Nori, looking to have nothing to do with this bomb. And they're just looking to fall right off and save their guns.
It's falling off, but then also the nanoswarms, when they entered onto site, found a kill, so you don't have a clean victory. You have to be careful of where you're positioning your members, and a lot of what comes down to this is either team gets maybe too confident in just how the other team might play, and so they want to work to one-up and to surprise your enemies, but you can't really surprise them if you're dashing into their faces. And so they lost the round, the defense, which was Nori Esports, because they don't know where the enemies are, and they're like, oh, I'll go on a fast flank team, and maybe it was, like you mentioned, a fat-fingered play, but the fast flank, a fat-fingered play, it just did not work out in any way.
Yeah, and usually on this defensive side, you want to keep the attacking side a little bit on their toes. You want to give them the element of surprise. You don't want to give up any type of information as to which agent is playing where, because the beauty of Valorant is multiple agents are capable of holding multiple different parts of the map. And I mean, to each his own, each different area, especially if they eventually add the operator into consideration, that can definitely throw off Verve. But for Nori, the last round specifically, I mean, right off the bat, they lose 2 to 3 players. And it almost seems like they're the ones playing on the attacker side. They're trying to get the aggression early on. And Verve, they're just sitting back waiting in a default, and they're punishing them. And all of a sudden, when they have that man advantage, or the 3-man advantage at that, they just group up and take a site.
In order to win on Haven, you have to be clean with each site take, because there's so many corners to clear on the defense. If you have an advantage, then you go much quicker. But then if you don't have an advantage, it's not as easy to make a retake. But then if you're lost and it's just one of you down long on C site or one of you in A site, you can narrow it down. You have to take off smokes players. You have to take off all of these powerful utility using freaks off the map, because you can't deal with working around the utility. If you drop your smokes player, like Lemons just falls right here, they can't smoke off a defuse.
And again, they're overextending a little bit too much. They're trying to get information, but they're getting caught off guard. And Nori, again, starting the round with only 4 players, and Verve, again, now that they have that man advantage, they're just going to group up. They're grouping up towards this long C, and they're going to try to execute all together as a team, because theoretically speaking, if they play for trades for the rest of this round, there's no way they lose it.
Exactly. To get the spike down, they should be able to hold off a little bit because they have utility still on board, and that Shrouded Step will help Omen reposition. The Owl Drone now notifies the entire team of Nori Esports that that Valor Esports has fallen off into long, and they can even make these long rotations because utility on the bomb will delay the defusal. They have to break it sooner rather than later, but Mooks will be on that flank to narrow down the numbers. And this Rolling Thunder might delay it a little bit, but you can't get towards the spike because there's a smoke and there's a nano swarm. Uriel with the operator will try to make as many members fall, but Mooks will continue to fight this out. And the knife in hand, caught, hands down. Uriel will be able to make these exit frags to collect the 3K, but you have to get impact frags, not exit ones.
Yeah, despite the round that he needed to save there, he got a good amount of value getting 3 members down, and then on top of that, Talking Rock falling down to the bomb. And it'll do a little bit to Verve's economy, but it's not going to affect them yet too much because they just won too many rounds in a row. And ever since those 4 rounds, or actually, was it 4 rounds? No. Yeah, it's been 4 rounds.
Who knows?
That Nori has won this half. I mean, Verve just answers right back with another 4 of their own. So this is coming to be a lot of a back and forth, but right now in all the favor of Verve.
And while Uriel had to burn the dash quickly, running into the wall, not super helpful, but it might have been an instinctive play. So they're going to reposition as A-side has been given up for control. These ultimates will be brought out, hopefully to delay it, but then there's a null command to just stop any of those. Uriel will find the opening off shot that's needed to possibly get onto site, but their mollies in heaven to prevent anyone from peeking, and now the Skilljoy lockdown will rival the dueling one, which has been broken by an aftershock.
Oh, both lockdowns being destroyed. One from the aftershock, one from the Hunter's Fury, and Talking Rock is speaking volumes right now, getting 2 of his own. And it's all down to Mac with 14 health and a dream against 4 members of Verve, and it's not looking good. Verve gonna go ahead and get to this match point. And Nori Esports, they need to figure things out because there's no more room for error.
Talking Rock turned a sentence into a speech with that play because you can hold off on any spike defusal. There's so many members just around there that if you can juggle one angle and the team can't push in, they're pushed on to match point now. And so 12-9, the scoreline has been back and forth and back and forth. No real team has felt super dominant for more than 5 rounds. This could be the time that they change it to collect the winning round. But Nori Esports will bring in everything. What they have is kind of a scattered buy and only one ultimate. A lot was burned last round.
And with it being last round, they have no choice but to just buy up. You can see their aggression is still coming towards this long C. Will they expect it? They do have a turret watching mid, but that's not going to help with the flank at all. So right now you can see JD up close, getting one onto Bapoon, which is a good pick, but Hunter there with the trade. And just like that, they're going to be able to go ahead and get this A site without any more contest. And Nori, they have to start working together on what their retake plan is going to be.
Could they catch the timing of this as Zach doesn't clear the extra box and Hunter will find 2 because of that? So this retake has been demolished by Talking Rock to seal the deal, close it out 13-9. And this retake, it looked promising to begin with because there were levels of, oh, well, there's one on flank to squeeze them into one sewer's position, but they couldn't complete that because you need to clear your angles in Valorant.
They just overwhelmed Nori completely at the end of the day, and it seemed like every single round was always kind of up in the air. It came up to who would make the mistake first and who would actually punish them for those mistakes. And at the end of the day, I mean, Nori, they came out the second half swinging with 4 rounds straight, tying up the game, even taking the lead at one point. But Verve, I mean, right away, they just answer back with 5 to close things off. And Nori ultimately at the end of the day started to kind of show a little bit more of their mistakes. I mean, getting overly aggressive. They're not really playing for the trades, and being aggressive on the defensive side is a good thing, but you have to do it right. It has to be coordinated, but you can't just be dashing out mid, for example, in hopes to get a pick, because sure, that's kind of aggression that will catch them off guard, but they have their guns out. You're dashing, it takes time to pull the gun back out, and in that scenario, they didn't capitalize at all.
Exactly. It was a lot of messy round dealings that helped Verve ultimately end the game, but they started out steamrolling to be then answered back by Nori Esports taking the lead in the second half. What happened from there? I believe it could have just been overconfidence, being like, well, I'm arrogant here, but they can't check me because I just have the better aim. And certain plays like that, where you're either dashing into someone's face or you're just giving up sight control to hopefully go for kills in the stats, you can't do that when you're playing a team game. And so Nori Esports couldn't hold off when they were on the defense because they did that.
And on top of that, I don't want to just solely blame the dash from the Jet. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's okay to make those plays. But if you were to lose one member in the beginning of the round, fine. That's not the end of the world. It's still winnable. But to lose 3 right off the bat in the span of under 20 seconds, that is huge. Because at that point, you didn't get a single pick. Now Verve has 5 members up against your 2. All they have to do is group up, and now you're asking a lot more from your 2 teammates that are still alive, because now they need to get 2 or 3 per player. And to get that at this level of competition, it starts to get a little bit tough.
Certainly, but then there were also some moments that Nori Esports brought to the table that could have been seen as like, what in the world is happening? And I think we all know the round that it came down to, which was that smokes play when you're hiding in and the retake 1v4. It comes down to a 1v1 because of 3 quick succeeding kills. It was mind blowing. And you can probably find that highlight on our Twitter if you wanted to do it, or if you want to find out other highlights of the match, type !Twitter to go to all of these epic plays, and then also information about GLG. And then on the side of information, because Valorant is one of those information-based games, if you want to learn more about joining GLG events, you can also join our Discord, which will be linked !Discord, because I know everyone wants to get in on this party.
And then the one big thing we want to announce as well, the next 5 Pit of Valors, they're actually sponsored. And guess who? Who is sponsoring it? MSI. And they are here to get you guys some new gaming gear. So each week, starting now, you can actually win an MSI GH50 headset. And I mean, what better way? And on top of that, we're also giving away a yearly membership for our GLG Country Club membership. So if you guys are interested in any of the giveaways, !giveaway in the chat, and you can find out all the details on that.
And even to further giveaways, say you were a GLG Country Club member, you can have the chance to win $25 worth of Valorant points with those 5 weeks of GLG. So much is happening that you probably want to check out all of these links down below, because just all of these sponsorships help GLG run. And we have to thank all that crew for helping us out.
Yeah, and I mean, enough of us. We are going to be taking a quick break, and we'll get back to you with the next match.
That the presence is going to be from Long Tryhard on this crossfire with Hookah. The Paranoia going to blind him, force him inside elbow. Onto the site now. The utility is going to send off these, but big old Nick with 2. Make it 3. Can he make it a 4th? Maybe an ace as well. They all have their back turned to the Sova, and the damage pays off for big old Nick.
Just turn around! And Molly's gonna make sure they don't push up anyways. Maple's able to find the Fuse Noodle, but even then, will that be enough? The air burst! the Showstopper's able to find Donkey, but the defense is coming clutch, especially Dash! A 3K comes through, and there's only one left, it's Axe! And he only has a classic and 5 health. Of course you're not gonna find that one, Axe. You've done great so far, but the classic might be too much. That's gonna be find some luck. Axe might be able to find some 9 kills. All it takes are 2 headshots to clear the board. But Medley's able to find one. Axe is gonna fall. Only one left is gonna be Kugli. He was able to get a ninja defuse. Can he do it again? Can he find a miracle shot? Coggles able to rotate around just a little bit more, looking to find that final headshot. There you go. Coggles finding Kugli, and that is the Grand Championships. Lethal Chaos almost bringing it back yet again for another week, but it's gonna be the relative unknowns of Ghoul's fate, able to bring it all the way to the top. 2-0 in the Grand Champs for the Pit of Valor this week.
On Soul, but there are just members of Radiant Rumbles everywhere right now. 4 are playing on site with 1 being main. This is going to be really difficult for them.
Let him establish himself. If we get this attack on the defense, it will only be that much easier. But because getting one more, the flash coordination with the breach, they just all died one after another. And we currently the fourth will cement the round. The defense will have a lot.
With that being said, though, things are looking really good for Lethal Chaos. Of course, is going to go in and show showstopper. Quite literally gonna find sanity. Dark is proving me wrong, however. Finding a little bit of axe. He's gonna get a double kill. Can they bring this back? It's now a 2v2. It was originally a 2v4. Things are looking really solid right now for the defenders. The blind goes down. Darkest gets down quickly. Abuse able to find Darkest as well. He's able to get a second kill of the game. That's sanity bringing it back. What? Oh, that was a 2v.
And now the two are in a 4v5 situation right now. Drag is still available. Undisputed is still available. And you see that Nova is just playing so far back. Fight.
But how much longer did he do so? He's pushed in, and yet again this happens. Piece to the side and just left to stop this, and he does so. A couple of seconds left to go. He is winning at the start, and he clutches it yet again, Spencer.
It out. He easily fragged out with any kind of blinds or smokes, but no, instead the Ray's gonna pop on forward, not looking around for Phoenix at all. Another one's gonna go on by. He's gonna get all the positioning in the world. He's able to find one though. He's gonna collapse out, find the sniper as well, but only gets a triple kill before being traded out. And
Schmack here has a big opportunity.
Ooh, I'm curious to see how this is gonna go down. Has the angle? It's like it's one headshot. Is he able to find another one skirts away just in time, able to get a triple kill. Lotus goes down as well. Battery's able to end Schmack's horrible reign of WR. Wave Runners, though, able to bring it back a little bit more. Abuse with a triple kill out of nowhere.
Through the smoke, not there to help you this time. And you're down to 3 health. Quickly gonna project himself a little bit more aggressively. Looks for a second one. The wide swing from the Sova, baiting out Kukli. Drops him quite low, and Madly gonna help him out. Kukli good for 2. Making it a 3-on-2 for this retake. Still favoring out on Ghoul, but Abuse Noodle. A beautiful shot, a beautiful 2 shots. And Seabass on a 1-on-1 knives. Sin Beacon out, gonna go high. Kukli, some perfect transfer in that aim. And Lethal Chaos gonna find their sacred.
Op wielders don't want to go for the say or go for the spike, and they have to save. Unless you're unshaken, you have a mini op and you're able to find an aggressive kill off of it. Or you have an op and you push up too much and lose it anyways. Now unshaken having to face against a 1v4, and he's able to find a double from it. No way! They just cleaned up the site. The Cowboys back, baby. Oh Lord!
That the presence is going to be from Long Tryhard on this crossfire with Hookah. The Paranoia going to blind him, force him inside elbow. Onto the site now. The utility is going to send off these, but big old Nick with 2. Make it 3. Can he make it a 4th? Maybe an ace as well. They all have their back turned to the Sova, and the damage pays off for big old Nick.
Just turn around! And Molly's gonna make sure they don't push up anyways. Maple's able to find Abuse Noodle, but even then, will that be enough? The air burst! The Showstopper's able to find Donkey, but the defense is coming clutch, especially Dash! A 3K comes through, and there's only one left. It's Axe! And he only has a classic and 5 health. Of course you're not gonna find that one. Axe, you've done great so far, but the classic might be too much. And that's gonna be find some luck. Axe might be able to find some 9 kills. Oh, these are 2 headshots to clear the board. But Valley's able to find 1. Axe is gonna fall. Only 1 left is gonna be Kugli. He was able to get a ninja defuse. Can he do it again? Can he find a miracle shot? Coggles able to rotate around just a little bit more, looking to find that final headshot. There you go. Coggles finding Kugli, and that is the Grand Championships. Lethal Chaos almost bringing it back yet again for another week, but it's going to be the relative unknowns of Ghoul's fate, able to bring it all the way to the top. 2-0 in the Grand Champs for the Pit of Valor this week.
But there are just members of Radiant Marinas everywhere right now. 4 are playing on site with 1 being main. This is going to be really difficult for them.
Looking to establish himself. His attack on the defense will only be that much easier, but we could get 1 more in the flash coordination with the breach. They're just all dying one after another. And we encourage you to work with the extra round. That's what we have a lot ahead of them.
With that being said, though, things are looking really good for Lethal Chaos. The Boomers is going to go on a showstopper. Quite literally going to find sanity. Dark is proving me wrong, however. Finding a little bit of axe. He's going to get a double kill. Can they bring this back? It's now a 2v2. It was originally a 2v4. Things are looking really solid right now for the defenders. The blind goes down. Darkest gets down quickly. confused. Able to find Darkness as well. He's able to get a second kill of the game. That's Sanity bringing it back. What? Oh, that was a 2v.
And now the two are in a 4v5 situation right now. Register is still available, and we see that Nova is just playing so far back, and we long will not in, but now the site.
Woohoo! Going to the peak of this round, from actually both of these they're holding down here for longer. And by no stop to the plan, but how much longer can you do so? He's pushed in and yet again this happens. He's to the side and just pressing back with the stop. Oh, the top one is left to go here. And he clutches it yet again, Spence.
It out. He easily fragged out with any kind of blinds or smokes, but no, instead the Ray is going to pop on forward, not looking around for Phoenix at all. Another one's going to go on by. He's going to get all the positioning in the world. He's able to find one, though. He's going to clap out, find this.
Welcome back again to another Pit of Valor. For those that are joining us today, it is Pit of Valor number 82, and joined with me is the wonderful Azula. And right now we have Demons against C4 Academy on the map of Ascent. And Azula, I just want to say the last couple of weeks of Pit of Valor that I've casted, I have had the pleasure to cast 3 completely different maps, and in every single match so far. So like, this is the one that kind of breaks that trend for me. So I'm a little bit kind of like, do I really want to see Ascent again? It's the most played map, I think, here at GLG. But I mean, what are your thoughts?
I I agree with what you just said, Endless, that Ascent is so common for GLG to be played on this. So, well, it's going to be an interesting showdown of how they can change up what we know about Ascent and make it their own map, and then also how they want to play it to the best of their ability, because we want to see the teams already go at the gate strong and then be able to hold on to that lead. But not every team that we've seen so far today has been able to hold on to the lead for a long enough time to close it out quickly. Sometimes it will falter back and forth, and teams will look like, oh my god, we could possibly lose this, and the score lines will get really close. And so hopefully on this time on Ascent, the teams that pick it, you want to see them come out the gate looking very strong.
And you're right. I mean, Ascent is one of those maps that traditionally it is a little bit more even, but we've seen the trend here and there that the defensive side is still kind of leaning a little bit stronger throughout the matches that we've seen in the past. And I mean, the first map of the day, Ascent, Gen G Black, I mean, they came out with an 11-1 start, and then the lead started slowly slipping away. But ultimately, a huge 4K was able to secure that matchup for them. And you know what? After speaking about that match again and how it ended, I'm excited to see more Ascent.
I'm excited to see more Ascent, but then I'm also excited to see more GLG, which these Pit of Valor events are weekly events with about a $50 prize pool tournament. But then also, to be able to change up and come each week, you want to learn more about getting a membership, which is !GLGCC in the chat, because then you can possibly get your own team a $10 membership. That's only $2 per player on average. So to be able to come back week after week for each Pit of Valor event is a huge benefit. To be able to possibly prove to both Endless and I that Ascent is not a boring map, and that it can be played in a whole different style, you know?
I mean, that's very well said, Azula, but I do want to let everyone know Pit of Valors are not an Ascent-only tournament, okay? You feel free to pick whatever other map. If you want, ban Ascent first to make sure you don't play Ascent, and that we have, other maps to cast and, show the general public that there are more maps than Ascent. But all jokes aside, I mean, I'm interested in seeing what these teams have to offer. I mean, both these teams have been in Pit of Valors in the past, but again, every single week, over 100 teams register, and there's only 64 spots. So if you do want to guarantee your spot, and for you and your team, that country club membership, it automatically puts you in every single week. So you never have to worry about, oh, did I register in time? Will I make the final cut of the top 64 to register first? No, you don't have to worry about that. You automatically have your spot. And you know, I'm curious to see which team comes out on top in this map, as now we're going to jump into this agent select. And both these teams, like we said, we've seen them in the past, and we've seen that both these teams have exactly what it takes to win. So what are your thoughts? What are your predictions right now, Azula? Who do you think is going to come out on top?
Well, just looking at what they're hovering right now and possibly going to lock in, it's already, we see mirror lineup. So it's hard to predict which team will win because you both have your Jet duelist to enter onto site, and then you have lockdown sentinel role filled by a killjoy. So the utility on B side will be commonly present to just demolish anyone that tries to go quickly and aggressive. But then it could vary on which initiators they want to bring in. For example, we're looking at 2 initiators, Sova and KO, common picks now. But then also, what is Toph really going to do to mix it up? So mirror lineups, pretty predictable, I'd say, because you always want to see a KO on this map. But then at the same time, we need to see them play differently, Endless.
And see, I love seeing mirror matchups because now you know there's not going to be an agent diff, you know, a comp diff. Now it's solely up to the players, and they have exact mirror lineup like you mentioned. And yes, right now the meta is to have that KO and Sova on this map, and I like the picks of Killjoys as the sentinel of choice here because, again, like I said, Killjoy is just one of those sentinels on Ascent that is so viable. You can hold down the site, you can delay it for so long, and you can deal so much damage in time for that retake. And Reacts getting JG, the battle of the Jets early on, and Reacts is going to go ahead and take advantage of that. And now they gear that presence towards this A site, and they already have 3 players there, as now the Chapter 4 Academy, they know the rotations have come through, and they're going to go ahead, fall off, and try to hit this mid.
Yep, going for mid, we're going to see if they want to fully commit towards this B side or not, because they have to make this cross safely without the Jet spotting them out on a deagle shot. But when you miss the shoulder just enough, Helios, you're going to be tagged down on low HP, and Hernando holding this cross so they can't enter garden safely. That flash will just miss him, but instead the shots rang true, and so Hernando will fall off the map, and Reacts has to go and clean up this area.
Oh, UKInd, they have to push towards this tree. And Chapter 4 Academy
30 seconds
now
left.
have entirely spawned, but look at Toph, look at his area, his positioning. They do not expect it whatsoever. Pincio just runs right past him and click shift, unable to get the trade, and Toph saves that round for the Demons, and 1-0 early start.
It was a quick pistol round, but then when you try to fake a rotation on a pistol round, it's very obvious because you can't just waste all your ammo spraying through a smoke to cover the noise. It's going to be present the moment the team stops aggressing towards a site. So the prediction was there, and Toph holding an angle late into the map just secured the victory for them. But they're going to try to do a quick, aggressive push towards B side, which they'll dash into sight, and already utility has been used, but they have to make this sideline into Hernando, only able to find one, and the side is almost theirs.
You can see Toph again stuck in sight with an Ares. Does get 2, one being from the utility that he's put down, and Lucky comes out and finishes off the round. And Chapter 4 Academy are in a 2-0 deficit right now, but that was their save. They were able to get 2 guns down on the side of the Demons, but will that be enough? And now is their gun round. They do know that one of their players at the least will be on a light gun under a Spectre, actually, which actually Hernando only opting for the Ghost here. And that could be their way in.
Yep, there's always a way in when it's the bonus round for a team because they're not as strong in investment, but they can also play a little bit more daring. So they'll go for faster flanks, and they'll go to try to gain as much map control to kind of halter what the enemies are doing. If you have a strong buy, the way to counter this is just hold your ground and then bait out as much utility and bait out the over peaks and the over aggression from either team.
Hernando trying to use that shock dart, gets knocked down to 18 health. Only has a Ghost in hand, so it's not too bad for the side of the Demons. but Reacts already posted up towards market. Does get revealed. Oh, actually, 0 Point misses him. Doesn't actually reveal him, so Reacts is just going to be playing passive towards this market. And now Chapter 4 Academy, being still up 5 members, they're trying to regroup, work their way towards this A site, make some noise towards mid to keep them honest. And right now, the entirety of the Demons understand that there is a lot of cat presence and rotations have come over already. Lucky dealing some good damage out there. JG down to 28 health. Helios able to get one. Hernando being at 18. Don't know if he actually saw JG through the smoke, but there's only 30 seconds left. And Chapter 4 Academy, they're going to have to start working some more presence now. And oh my god, top.
Deleted.
That trigger discipline.
Ooh. Can't find the follow-up kill though. So site will be under the control of Chapter 4 Academy, and swarm grenades just stall any aggression, but they're just running in. Yamo 7, what is that? Just to stop the spike plant. They can't commit the timing. And a daredevil play to secure a victorious round. 3 on the board now, Endless. And if we just watch that over again, there was a Nanostorm saying, hey, look, we need to get the plant down. But then you have Yemo 7 predicting that they're exactly what they're doing, just stopping the spike carrier from planting, and you've won the round. A lot of that came down to timing because Chapter 4 Academy wasn't decisive enough in their site execute, and they tried to work the map a little bit too much.
Cover going out.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, I mean, Helios, he still had to clear back Boathouse. And that is also the reason why they decided to plant that close. And because Helios had to go clear that, his teammate was left completely out in the open. And Yum just going to go ahead and run in, get the bomb down, and the rest was history because there's just simply not enough time. This time around, you see Lucky posted up close towards this catwalk. Gonna work a pick here. Does get damage onto click shift, takes him out, and that's the battle of the KOs. All said and done. Lucky comes out on top. Chapter 4 Academy, they're left scrambling because they don't have any sort of information on how to get into a site right now.
You have to fall back because you don't have a weapon advantage. You have to work the clock and try to find the defense going too aggressive. But the Demons, they're counting down the seconds and just using as much utility to get information and then stall it. So you have KO with that fragment, and then you have Sova with this recon dart. So much has been brought into the site that you just can't counter that.
Oh, JG with a huge flick onto Lucky, and Helios gets Yum as well, but here comes Hernando and Reacts getting 1, Hernando getting 2, and all left down to Helios in a 1 versus 2 with no health to his name. Reacts with the shorty action. And that's a little bit of a BM there, but it's all good. Early start 4-0 for the Demons.
All good must be that phrase for that round because the Shorty Academy really showed up today, and Reacts just cleans up. You can't forget that there are multiple angles on A site to clear out. And so while your sideline might be getting the player in garden, and you might succeed in that, you leave yourself vulnerable to other angles to possibly be peaked. And so Reacts going huge will now be 1 away from the Blade Storm, and even Hernando will be 1 away from the Hunter's Fury. Another thing to just destroy Chapter 4 Academy.
Oh, Reacts does get tagged from that 0 point and is suppressed ever so slightly. The reaggression towards mid comes in. Able to get 1 onto JG, and he's all by himself towards this mid past the smoke. His teammates not in any position to get a trade there. And now Reacts, hearing the Owl Drone, gonna go ahead and reposition as Click Shift does get spotted by Hernando. And right now Reacts just posted up on this B main, waiting for a re-hit, but it doesn't seem like that's gonna be the case. Actually, with Helios here stuck on the left side, he actually might get 1. Never mind.
He still hears the sound of the operator, so it's not like they can fall back and run away. They have to stay present in the actual map. So because of that, now where do you go? There's 40 seconds left, and you're just trying to hide from it. It's reposition. You can go on to site, but then you have to deal with the utility that's been suppressed, and then the members that will then rotate over.
Paranoia is going to go ahead and take top out of the round for a little bit. And look at Reacts, the reposition now back towards Sidewalk with that op, getting the 4. Can he go for the ace? He's going for it, but Hernando, the ace-stealing teammate, is alive.
You need your teammates alive for that, but then at the same time, just to make sure you can secure an extra round will be necessary to get the flawless on the board and the Demons extending their lead. Last round, a lot of this is just having an operator on the map and someone who's comfortable playing that. You can't take over aggressive peaks while the operator player might and then be countered because of it. You have someone who's just confident and can shut down any quick side executes. You have to be full on prepared and be able to attack from all angles, but you don't have the time to get full map control. You have to be decisive. And well, they might switch over the operator carrier to Yum. It could not be enough.
It definitely isn't, and I just feel like right now, Chapter 4 Academy, their spacing is not really the best. JG this time entering the site, getting complete control for their team, and they're going to go ahead, take this B site without any more contest. Yum, down to 22 health, has to break this door towards the market. But right now, they still have that advantage. The lockdown, however, is going to just prevent the Demons from retaking the site for a little bit longer, as React's still able to get Hincio right off the bat. And Hernando with a dream dart coming out fully calculated, gets the pick, but Yukine and JG coming out strong, but it's all left to the battle of the Sovas, and Yukine finally able to secure Chapter 4's first round.
Endless, I think we might have set a caster curse on the day, because almost all of these games have started out with a team going 4-0 or 5-0 and then losing a round after that. And well, you can't always hold off on these huge win sprees. You have to be able to maintain that. So last round, if you were too aggressive in holding specific angles and going for kills that you left B-side open, what's the solution to prevent that? And I think a lot of it is just having to be aware of positioning.
Yeah, the positioning is very important. That recon dart does catch Reacts completely posted up mid, and he does re-peek it, and it doesn't matter. Click shift, they're ready for that peek, and I guess he just reacted a little bit faster.
Oof, and that cat player was taken down by Helios. So there's so much space on A controlled, but you can't leave the spike to be controlled by Yum. And so all you have to do is just reposition, but they don't have a lot to be able to get that spike out. So the flash might not be caught, but then you have Yum getting 3 to drop it ultimately. Hernando still on the site will likely predict this rotate because the players are playing together. He wants to one-up them, but this game got a little bit too close, too quickly.
Here's the thing, though. Did he mean to kill that first guy he was aiming at, or was it sort of a little bit of an accident there? I mean, he did get the bomb down. That was huge. But those 2 kills all of a sudden, like, I don't know. Was it planned?
Yeah.
It was kind of a toss-up, I would predict. But just before the round ended, Helios scanned out one of the Killjoy's nano swarms. So when you're going quickly onto site, now they've been scouted out, they can be a little bit more careful on these side executes. And slowing it down might not be the answer, because a lot of what Chapter 4 Academy is succeeding in is surprising the Demons. They have to be a little bit more cautious of where the utility that can kill them is placed.
And you can see the difference in the play of the Demons right now. I mean, now that Chapter 4 Academy has won 2 straight, they're a lot more decisive with their movements and their decisions, because, I mean, Chapter 4 is knocking right on the door. They're ready to try to turn this around and take the lead, ending the half potentially 7-5 in their favor, but I feel like the Demons will have an answer. Reacts with the Blade Storm up close towards this B main. Does hear the turret outside, so he doesn't want to aggress too much to give away his positioning. But here comes JG and Fernando able to take out quick shift. And Yum, out of nowhere, again, being at 30 health, getting 2. And that is huge value for the Demons because right now it's a 4 versus 2, and now they spot 1 towards this main.
Last player standing.
And Lucky able to answer back, and Helios being the last man standing for Chapter 4. They know exactly where he is towards the stream room, and they just have to play it passive. They have to wait. Bomb is down in their favor, and Helios has to come to them.
And he can't really peek out because he hears so many of them picking up guns that he can send out these swarm grenades, but you have someone jumping over them, reacts, doing a little bit of some juggling before he will ultimately land in the nano swarm. Demons have collected their 6th round, but it was almost like a little bit like, hey, now we're finding our footing again. Let's do a little bit of some fancy action and die to a swarm grenade. But Endless, in all seriousness, that was the round that the Demons needed because they can't let the game fall too far away from their grasp. And they have positioning from Yum to be able to back up on site. So while the smokes might be sent out, you have someone you can count on to fall back onto. And this Killjoy, often soloing B, has her utility if necessary.
You can see that replay of Reax just trying to jump away for his life and being at very low health, and Nanostorm just finishes him off as he's jumping back and forth like hopscotch. And now ClickShift gets that pick onto him as well, and that's an operator down. And that is not a good sign for the Demons because Chapter 4 is now damaging their economy.
Oof. Damaging the economy indeed, because that operator will take another kill down onto Lucky. Not the right time to be a really lucky duck since that was your kill. But the shock darts have done a little bit of damage to ClickShift, and they haven't been able to get the spike down yet. So Hernando and Toph just have to juggle the timing, but they know there's a player out towards Cat, and they can't narrow them down.
Player standing.
JG, I mean, ever since picking up that operator, has been popping off, but it doesn't matter. Toph, his crosshair placement is impeccable. Gets that pick down to a 1 versus 3. He knows 1 is still towards short behind the door, so he has to move a little bit faster, but Yukine already posted up, and it doesn't even matter. Had he have gotten Yukine, things could have looked very, very good because one of them was hurt and one was stuck behind the door, so he either had to break the door or come from the flank in heaven, and both would have given away some sort of noise cue.
And also the noise, just, it's difficult to get onto site without making so much noise, but when your opper falls, you know where they're coming from. You have to beat the clock in that issue. And it's these overpeaks sometimes, but it's also you need to rain down reacts, because reacts will go a little bit too reactive on each round and then just try to take these aim duels. It's not always accounted for, and so you have to use a lot of utility to control mid, and you can't afford to lose your player round after round.
Reax, after losing that off that round, now has a Marshall in hand, and Helios able to get that opening pick again, and now ClickShift gets Reax again. This time coming through mid, and they get their aggression. All 5 players towards this mid, with only Hernando here as the last line of defense before they take over this B site, and Hernando actually able to get Helios through the smoke. Could be huge, could be beneficial. But there's only 3 members left of the Demons, and now they know Lucky stuck backside. The paranoia coming in actually gets him, and down to 5 health. Yukine taking him out as well, which leaves all but 1 for the side of the Demons. And Chapter 4, I mean, they're looking a little bit better now that the Demons have won a round. Chapter 4 comes back with a couple of answers.
They've been biting back at every step that is given to them, or every inch that was almost respected of Chapter 4. It's been taken for granted, because then they take a mile from that. Give an inch, they take a mile. It's not okay for the Demons to continue down this. And while they can't always go aggressive, they have to be able to hold B site. And so the weakness of Killjoy utility soloing there is not always great. Toph is an aggressive player who likes to take these duels and one-up them on strategy and placement, but their utility would lock them down to only being able to play B. It's predictable. And so this gamble stack on second to last round when you don't have a buy will be towards A, but is it the correct site? No, it's not.
Looks like they instantly noticed that as one is already pushing through this A site. Yum. Trying to hold this market as he hears a bunch of teams. Chapter 4 just rushing and filling into this B site. As Hincio getting Yum right off the bat, and ooh, reacts, gets JG, and he regains his op. And this could be a big gun. He's had 4 kills last time, but again, click shift seems to be his kryptonite. As 3 rounds in a row, reacts has just been dropped by click shift time after time after time. And now Helios getting top as well. And Helios gonna finish things off, and it's 6-5. Chapter 4 Academy with 3 straight rounds, and they're right back in this.
They've picked up that operator, and suddenly JG does not miss. He's been able to open up so much of B side, dashing in, and then having the confidence, the swagger to go in and just demolish any holding or any standards. But then the issue that we look at when it's the Demons, you have players such as Reacts trying to get first blood every round, but they don't have a strong enough hold on B side because of that. They let Reacts go huge in mid, but he often falls, and so there isn't a player that can rotate over to support any B side executes.
See the lockdowns coming in this time for Chapter 4, forcing the Demons out of sight. Hincio gonna go ahead, teleport to the back site. Reacts with the timing, coming out, able to get 1, gets 2. Can he get the 3rd? And he's going against his counterpart, JG, but he does have the Blade Storm active. Can he take advantage? No, JG gonna go ahead, reposition, this time with the operator posted up towards spawn. Oh, I think he just didn't click.
One enemy remaining.
It's brutal. And they're going in against the Hunter's Fury, and you can't back it up because you're exposed in 2 different entrances. You're at the back of side with 4 people swarming you. Your Hunter's Fury is popped, sir. What are you going to do? You can't just let them kill you, but you can't kill them. So now you're at a kind of a predicament as you lose the round. We've swapped sides, and the Demons have entered the attack half. So can they make their momentum continue to shift out of C4 Academy's stance or area? C4 Academy, very good at changing the pace to be more aggressive, and I don't think the Demons could really respond to that when someone else was aggressive towards them. They just fell back and respected that too much to the point where they didn't have any map pressure at all.
And I feel that round JG being posted up spawn with an op, he quick switched right before he clicked, and had he have shot, he would have had a free kill. And unlucky, I guess, because right away he got triggered out as they pushed the site and flooded right in. And click shift getting Yum this time, and things are looking better for Chapter 4 Academy as Reacts stuck towards short against 3 members, and he's down to 33 health. Kind of pinched towards the short, but now the entirety of Chapter 4 Academy, they got their pick. They are spotted. Just fall off. Just play the bomb, play the sites as Reacts continue to hunt. And he actually gets JG despite being at 33 health. So it doesn't matter. The situation is back to even.
You don't have a Sky on the team to heal up, so the permanent HP has been done, and they just have to work around the map trying to find kills, because if you're at like a point where you don't have the HP, helping your teammates get your trade will be your benefit. But when they're leaning towards a B site execute with so many members on site still, it's not an easy thing to do. So they have to narrow down that killjoy that killjoy and also that KO. It's going to be difficult for the team.
And now it's just a bloodbath. 2 versus 3. The Demons, they're going to go ahead and get this bomb down. It could be a 2v2 considering Clickshift being on 11 health. But we all know what one extra body can do for the team. It could be a big bait, but that shock dart doesn't land. As Yukine going to go ahead and now bring that first pistol round home for Chapter 4 Academy. And they're 1 round away from tying. And because they won that pistol, they have their bonus, and I mean, the odds are in their favor to tie things up.
investing into anti-eco round with specters, light shields, all of that, heavy shields too, you have a lot more weaponry to deal with and to work with. So you can't really sponsor your team losing that, but then at the same time, you just have to go into it with the right thought process, because when you go aggressive against a low buy, you need to remember what close angles to clear against possibly a frenzy that's a raid boss gun, to be honest. But then also you have to be wise of not giving them too many 1v1s so that you don't die yourself.
Oh, lucky. He has this shorty. These are one of that's another one of those guns where you really just don't want to walk and turn the corner into, because for one, it's $150 and you can lose a complete gun to it. And I don't know, it's just nothing more demoralizing than turning into a shotgun.
Exactly. You just don't want to be in the line or the fire of just a shorty up close. But when you're trying to enter onto A site and you have a shorty with a turret to your right, an alarm bot in the center, all that utility on the ground, you can't aim up to the killjoy heaven. It's not easy to enter onto site. And so while they might attempt for the spike to go there, it's going to be really costly.
Oh, yeah. Getting Hinsia right off the bat. And, I mean, being a frenzy, that's a big pick. UConn trading it out as well. But right now, Chapter 4 Academy also on a little bit of a low health on their Sova here. But the Demons, they're looking to just take things slow. They got a pick. Now they can start working their way towards this B site. But they're waiting for the bomb, as the bomb is late. They have that B site control, but they need to work a little bit faster, because now the rotations from Chapter 4 are coming in.
Holding the sideline. If he catches the body, which he will, UConn falls, and so it's a lot harder to retake this side with no information. But when you have a double initiator, you still have that KO. So it's not always a limit to what you can do. Instead, it's just a how effective can this happen? Because this was your bot, or this was your anti-eco route. You have utility you have to break to get onto site, and then members that can fall, but it's not going quick enough because Top will trade it out.
Last player standing.
Down to a 1 versus 1. This is everything that Chapter 4 could have asked for. But the Demons, they're going to go ahead and win their save. And they've done the damage. The Demons, being on a light buy on only pistols, are able to shut down Chapter 4 Academy and their Spectres. And now their economy is officially affected. And the Demons, they're going to go ahead and be able to buy up full guns.
And it was an anti-eco round, meaning that because they lost, their economy has been affected. They can't buy up this next round, and then it will be difficult to buy up the next. You're letting rounds fall out of hand because you don't have the odds in your favor. So because of that, now we're facing a little bit of an issue with, well, a polar bear might be comforting, the scoreline is not endless.
It is not, especially losing a round like that after winning the pistol. And it was a hard-fought pistol at that. It came down to the wire. They won the pistol, and they didn't get to use that advantage. They had the range, but they played close-up angles, and the Demons, I mean, they took complete advantage of that, especially with the frenzy up mid, taking out a Spectre for one, and then all of a sudden they gained full control of B. It just wasn't the way Chapter 4 should have played it. And right now, I mean, they're on pistols. Meanwhile, the Demons going to opt in to a full buy. Aside from Toph keeping that Spectre he saved from last round.
And it's almost wise to not go towards that B site because it's a lot easier to stack many members into close angles. But because there isn't presence towards B site, it will be noticed shortly. And so this Killjoy utility will be the only one present on site against that. You dash into site, you get as much information, and even a blind will push them off. This entire site has been under the control of the Demons starting now, and it's been difficult to retake. This time though, you didn't see any First Bloods drops. It's a 5-on-5 retake, and while the weapons aren't in the advantage, their positioning could be.
It's dangerous. He's got a judge. Reacts already getting 2, and look at this click shift. Getting Toph, who had no clue that they were already that close, and that gives them a Vandal, or actually a Phantom. Or no. only a Spectre. My apologies, and that's not the gun they were hoping for.
Player standing.
And reacts, comes up
Oh,
close,
no.
regains control of the Spectre. All down to you, kind. But Lucky is there and has something to say about it.
I like your point that you mentioned about regaining control of the Spectre. While they didn't have time to fully retake the site, when you watch the guns that have fallen out of your control, the teammate can't pick that up and then use it to their advantage. They're not able to play for these exits in a well-fought battle because they haven't had the opportunity to pick up any fallen artillery. Now, because of that, well, we're at this point in the map where you have to think what is going wrong to push this 9-6 scoreline for the Demons. They were initially very strong, which they do, and they go quickly, just like React steamrolling in with this Judge, but they can be taken down, so you have to continue to do that. But Lucky again will fight it through.
See, what Reacts did that round, he created so much space for his team to just run into sight, but Helios, being a menace back Boathouse, able to get 3, make it a possible 4. No, he ran out of bullets. The paranoia does come in, but Lucky unfortunately picks up his gun with no ammo to spare as well, and JG able to finish that off.
And the ultimate BM would be if you threw that gun out, being like, oh, well, you're on a light buy, take my gun with no bullets. But that's for another round, possibly Endless. Right now, we have to think what's causing the map to be so close, because Ascent is almost like a balanced map, which we mentioned in the pregame, how it's both teams will be really strong on it, and then they can play it to how they want the map to be controlled. But this scoreline has almost staggered now, so that no team really gets further than 2 rounds away from each other. This time, though, they're working to get those picks, and they're putting an operator in the play. You cannot slow peek an op. Lucky, it does not work that way, and so because of that, they fall and they lose their presence B. What do they have to control? Only mid.
And I would say they're in a pretty good position right now for Chapter 4, but with Hincio so low, 26 health, he can kind of only play a little bit more passive before he gets hunted down by Reacts, as now Reacts now has gained complete control of spawn, but JG already rotated, already is aware if that's a possibility, but now the smoke comes in, so they could be pushing towards this side. JG does get hit down to 30 health with an op, as Yum now gonna go ahead and hold this spawn control, and they're gonna go ahead and pinch this A site.
Just waiting for the utility to fade before they actually go forward. But this nanoswarm broken. They give the sound cue in the door. It closes too late, since Click Shift will find the timing onto top. Only Hernando on the side. And because Yum can't hold on to that spawn control, this is so difficult for Hernando to do, and the flashes will come through to delay it. Enya peeking towards Heaven, which he'll catch the shoulder of one. He can't hold off on every angle, so the door might fall, but then he's exposed to Heaven. And that's exactly where he's gonna die from.
And see, I really like the way Chapter 4 played that round. They got that opening pick, and then they just played passive. They didn't over-aggress. I mean, despite one getting taken out in Hincio, the rest, I mean, they played it right. Reacts got that trade right away, as JG actually got that trade right away onto Reacts. And then right after spotting Yum and getting knocked down to 30 health, he just fell off. He realize, hey, there's no need to fight spawn. We know they can pinch A from Heaven, but you have that information now. Now we just wait. We have the man advantage. Let's just wait. Let them come to us, and they did exactly that, in which Hernando, being the last man standing against 3, he just found it way too difficult. There were just too many angles to have to clear.
This owl drone will stop, or this 0 point will stop the owl drone from going any further, so they might catch the utility of Killjoy and KO. They know there's 2 present on a site, but they don't know a lot about the other areas because they haven't always worked the middle of the map, and they don't often work B main, B lobby, that area. They've been narrowed down to only one possible point of contention, which is A main. They can't really push up any further because this KO utility could demolish the team. Other than that, though, they've been halted again, and the first bloods for the team are really slow nowadays.
And they try the 0 point towards this site. doesn't reveal anyone, as they're kind of all playing off of it. But here they come. Chapter 4 Academy choosing to back up. Hincio actually able to get lucky through the smoke. And right now, Chapter 4, they have 4 players just up close to the site. One coming towards this flank, which could be huge for them. Hincio getting another one. And all of a sudden, the demons, they just completely fall apart. Flawless round.
I blinked and I missed it because I was assuming, oh, there's 2 rivaling lockdowns been invested. This will be a tough call of who can really stay on site and just wait out the other one, playing a game of chicken almost, last man standing. But the retake was almost too aggressive. They knew a lockdown would come through, so there wouldn't be enough time for them to kill their enemies. Instead, it's just, let's rush onto site and pray that we can get these 1v1s, which they did. Chapter 4 Academy is starting to feel a little bit more comfortable in their aim duels. And so they've been taking down teams left, right, and center. And they've been cornering the demons into mid. They've been cornering them into only one area that they can work through.
If they didn't know already, Chapter 4 definitely knows now that the demons are on a save. So they should fall off, play the range, and play for the retake, because the last time they played too far up close, the demons took complete advantage of that, as now this spot is towards this short and tree room. Quick shift able to get one onto Yum. Make that a second, as Lucky just runs directly into his spray. And Helios coming in from the A site, getting Hernando as well. And Tough just getting finished off one by one. Last man standing for Reacts. He is spotted and gets deked to actually 1 HP. That is very, very unfortunate. 1 HP in a dream, and Reacts has no choice but to just hug this corner, going for a P. But hey, no one has got him yet. But Helios comes in and says, you know what? Let's end this. Another flawless, back-to-back flawless at that for Chapter 4 Academy.
If they hadn't killed him off with that Phantom, it would have been the shock dart to do the final bit of damage. And when you have utility and layers of contention, they've been corralled into one area only. And I mentioned it was like they're shy about approaching B since they know there's an operator in the mix, and that's where JG likes to play. But then also going towards mid, they'll use up all of their, like the 2 dark covers offered to block off cat vision and also actual full-on mid control. Then they try to work A, and it's been predicted round after round. So to already start off the bat, just use the 0 point early and get that information that they're A.
They were able to reveal 1 in Reacts. But again, ClickShift has been a menace towards this tree room, just delaying their split. Right now, this time, he's actually forced a lot further back to not be able to really get any control or any damage, but actually Toph gets destroyed and hit down to very little health. But even then, the demons, they get that opening pick, they get site control. Bomb is planted. And because they have this man advantage, they can just play together, play for the trades. And ClickShift, does he get him through the wall?
Yeah, that is paper thin walls, Endless.
Oh my goodness, with 7 health, I mean, yeah, he had little to no health to work with, but that random shot from ClickShift actually got him a kill. And now, Chapter 4, they're starting to work their way towards site. They know Hunter's Fury is active. Toph being stuck in wine. Are they going to be able to let him stick it? Yukine getting that trade. It is half, so he has the time to defuse. And he does!
No!
Oh no.
How does that work? You have to be ready for this. The Hunter's Fury was timing, so that all they had to do was just wait out till the 3rd blast. If you're on full HP, it's only going to do 80 damage each time it scans you. Wait till the 3rd one, and suddenly you can stick it halfway and and Toph couldn't peek out at like the right time, because it was either a risk that it was already being diffused full, or they weren't on it. And the spray with low HP, you can't stay alive for much longer. And then having your smokes players still alive to smoke off the bomb, you're securing that diffuse each round.
And here's the thing too for Hernando. I mean, because he was further back at A with the Hunter's Fury, he noticed he didn't hit anyone, and after it became a 1 versus 1 scenario, there's no reason to shock dart near the entrance of A, because there's no way he doesn't stick and try to at least half the bomb in that situation. That's with them not even knowing it's been halved already. So I don't know, in my opinion, they should have placed that shock dart a little bit differently. This time React's gonna hide towards tree room, actually wait back, but click shift and that 0 point gonna give him some information that someone could still be there, but the flash comes in, turns him around. They check the wrong corner, and Reacts gets quick shift finally, as that has been his kryptonite. Down to a 3 versus 1, all left down to Fernando again, and Chapter 4, they're looking all the much better on this defensive side now, playing a lot more together as a team.
Staring down match point right now, and the teamwork is what brought them here, Endless. They know how to corral the team and say, look, I'm not going to stay stagnant with the players really matching up. If there's someone who assumes that there could be a player outside A main, you notice that click shift isn't scared to invest utility to clear them out. If the utility doesn't scan anyone, they can allocate the players around that. They're not scared to take the 1v1s or the 1v2s together, because then you'll have some utility being used, but then also the gunfire to match all of the action.
The 0 point has just given so much information this game, especially on that defensive side, just knowing where the demons are generally heading by how many people the 0 point actually reveals. It gives them so much information on how to cheat their rotations over, and right now, Chapter 4 Academy, they're set up really well on this A site. And they haven't even really had to fight anyone yet, and they've gotten some damage out onto Lucky.
The damage, not quite enough, because Toph will be traded out. So this 4v3 is brought down finally by Yum, who plays in this spawn area, but the operator's there, and you only have a Bulldog against it. You can jump right click, and your teammate will get the kill eventually. They've been controlling spawn, and this is what they need. They have to set them footing outside of the actual site. You can't let them close you in. Box you in is not an option. You have to be aggressive in this control, but then they can predict where the rotations will come because of that.
And that's a huge round from Reacts. I mean, they got early presence. Yum even got towards their spawn, got a lot of map control there, and I mean, C4 Academy, they just really didn't know where to look at that point. They had no idea how much control the demons have gotten, and that, I mean, that helped them actually secure their 10th round, because it added so much confusion for C4 Academy. But you can expect some sort of a change here. JG has that operator in hand again, but Reacts has his own as well. And both, I could say, have been doing an excellent job with these operators, but can they make it count?
You should run.
That recon dart will push them off, and now the Aldrin always taking first contact for the team. JG has to fall off completely from the site, and this lockdown, if it can trap anyone, it won't, because they've rotated from it. So this utility is now being used, and they've teleported onto site. They're going to be able to get the bomb down, and they just have to hold off. The Blade Storm will ring true for Reacts, who can just manage to squeeze out.
Reacts chose to fight through that nanoswarm and, I mean, drop down to 25 health. It doesn't really matter considering he has an op in hand. All he needs is a nice angle, and he should be able to get at least another one. But Hincio gonna isolate Yum in sight, gets that first pick for this retake, and everyone else stuck behind sight. Quick shift, able to actually get one more, and JG, everything's falling apart. Chapter 4 Academy, they somehow win that round. And Helios
not
is
like
still alive.
this, Endless, not like this. It's, what is that? We saw another defuse come through for the team, and it's not a ninja defuse because they know what's happening, but they can't do anything to prevent it.
They had a member still alive. Everyone was forced out of sight. and the rest was history. I mean, they tried to spam through the smoke, but the trades came in play. And C4 Academy, I mean, you even saw whoever was diffusing, he diffused halfway, got spammed a tiny bit, got off of it, hesitated a little bit, wasn't sure, should he just stick it? His teammate said, hey, don't worry, we got you. And I mean, the rest is it. I mean, I think it was Helios that was trying to rotate over back to short, and that rotation was way too long. And his teammates, they just weren't able to hold that diffuse, that post plant long enough for Helios to get there.
And a lot of what caused that is just C4 Academy knowing that they can work well together, and the teamwork shined in the second half. Initially, we're like, wow, these are powerful players on the side of the Demons. You've known Yum to be a long standing player, and then also Toph being able to go huge at times. And everyone on the team had a moment of just incredible player skill level. But then the changer, or the factor that really shifted the tides, was when C4 Academy could work together to just complete a round and get their footing underneath them.
Yeah, it's again, it's the battle of the two halves, right? It started off C4 Academy on that attacking side, and they were a little bit kind of uncoordinated, I would say, to start things off. Again, the Demons start off extremely strong. I think it was 5-0 when they started before C4 Academy won their first round. And then, I mean, they did come back on that attacking half, but once they switched to the defensive, everything just started to click. They started off strong. They, I mean, they did lose the second bonus round that they had, which was their anti-eco, but I mean, they bounced right back after that. They didn't look back. I mean, 13-10 to come back from behind is absolutely huge, and it was a job well done by C4 Academy.
Yeah, they were living the dream. And you know what else is living the dream, Endless? Is that GLG is opening a facility on the 22nd floor of the Innovation Building in Rochester, New York. And we're going to have the launch party on April 20th, which is many of our dreams, because that will allow us to take gaming to a whole new level, since you'll be in the clouds, no longer in your mom's basement, for example. That sounds like the perfect dream for me to match along with the comeback story.
Yeah, and on top of that, I mean, who wouldn't want a game out of the 22nd floor, right? I mean, if you guys haven't seen any of the pictures, even, I mean, if you see us on Twitter, follow that, because you get all these updates. And on top of that, we like to post some teaser photos of the facility. Check that stuff out, because on top of that, we also have a lot of information about our giveaways on our Twitter and all our social media. And for those that are here joining us live right now, I mean, we might as well tell you now. We are sponsored officially by MSI for the next 5 pit of Valors, and MSI is going to get you some new gaming gear. So starting now, each week you can actually win an MSI GH50 headset, a free headset, guys. Okay, and then on top of that,
Wow.
all active GLG Country Club members. Okay, this is specifically for you guys that have this membership. You guys are placed in the running to win a $25 Valorant gift card to be able to buy skins. Okay, we all know the skin pricing. I mean, when I go look at how much money I've actually spent on skins, it makes me sick to my stomach, because when you're spending it, you never really notice. But when you check your bank statement, that's when it really hits you. And now you can get $25 of that money that you've already spent for free, kind of recoup for more skins. Not necessarily to your bank account, but for more skins.
Wow, I sure would want to. I like that management, the thought process. While you don't want to spend all your money, if you do want to spend a little bit of money, you can buy the GLG Country Club membership. It's only $10 a month, and that can be split among your teammates to average out to $2 a member. And if you have a team of maybe 5 homies and a coach, well, then it's even less. Now you'd have to go into the decimal places to figure out $1 and X amount of cents. But the value of that membership can really change and be able to help you get into each pit of valor weekly and week after. So Endless, that seems like a banger idea. But you know, we've had some amazing thoughts on the broadcast ourselves. That was me, Azula, and Endless on the mic. But we are going to cut to a break, and then when we return, it'll be a little bit of a face change with Ravish and Becky taking over the next 3 games. So without further ado, that is me, Azula, and Endless, and we are going to throw to a break.
That the presence is going to be from Long Tryhard on this crossfire with Hookah. The Paranoia going to blind him, force him inside elbow. Onto the site now. The utility is going to send off these, but big old Nick with 2. Make it 3. Can he make it a 4th? Maybe an ace as well. They all have their back turned to the Sova, and the damage pays off for big old Nick. Just turn around!
The Molly's gonna make sure they don't push up anyways. Maple's able to find the Abuse Noodle, but even then, will that be enough? The air burst! I'm sorry, the Showstopper's able to find Donkey, puts it up, the defense is coming. Watch the special dash! But 3K comes through, and there's only 1 left. It's Axe, and he only has a classic and 5 health. Of course, you're not gonna find that one. Axe, you've done great so far, but the classic might be too much. That's gonna be find some luck. Axe might be able to find some 9 kills. Oh, these are 2 headshots to clear the board. But Madley's able to find 1. Axe is gonna fall. Only 1 left is gonna be Kukli. He was able to get a ninja defuse. Can he do it again? Can he find a miracle shot? Coggles able to rotate around just a little bit more, looking to find that final headshot. There you go. Coggles finding Kukli, and that is the Grand Championships. Lethal Chaos almost bringing it back yet again for another week, but it's going to be the relative unknowns of Ghoul's fate able to bring it all the way to the top. 2-0 in the Grand Champs from the Pit of Valor this week.
There are just members of Radiant Roombas everywhere right now. 4 are playing on site with 1 being main. This is going to be really difficult for them.
Getting 1 more in the front court issue with the cage. They just all dying 1 after another. And recurs with the 4K to cement the round. Defense will have a lot of it.
With that being said, though, things are looking really good for Lethal Chaos. The Boomers is going to go in a Showstopper. Quite literally going to find Sanity. Dargis is proving me wrong, however. Finding a little bit of axe. He's going to get a double kill. Can they bring this back? It's now a 2v2. It was originally a 2v4. Things are looking really solid right now for the defenders. The line goes down. Dargis gets down quickly. Abuse able to find Darkest as well. He's able to get a 2nd kill of the game. That's Sanity bringing it back. What? Oh, that was a 2v.
And now the two are in 4v5 situation right now. Res is still available. Res is still available. And we see that Nova is just playing so far back. And Elon right now learning to play on site.
One little peek coming from Zero Marks with his catch of both levels now. They're rolling down at the block and everybody knows that they just stopped him from flanking. But how much luck did he do so? He's pushed in, and yet again this happens. He's to the side and just spent some time to stop this, and he does so. A couple of seconds left to go. He has he's at the start, and he clutches it yet again, Spence.
Out, they easily fragged out with any kind of blinds or smokes, but no, instead the Ray's gonna pop on forward, not looking around for Phoenix at all. Another one's gonna go on by. He's gonna get all the positioning in the world. He's able to find one though. He's gonna collapse out, find the Cypher as well, but gets a triple kill before being traded out.
And Schmack here has a big opportunity.
Ooh, I'm curious to see how this is gonna go down. Has the angle, it's like it's 1 headshot. Is he able to find another one skirts away just in time, able to get a triple kill. Lotus goes down as well. Battery's able to end Schmack's horrible reign of WR. But Wave Runners, though, able to bring it back a little bit more. Abuse with a triple kill out of nowhere.
Through the smoke, not there to help you this time, and you're down to 3 health. Kukli gonna project himself a little bit more aggressively. Looks for a 2nd one. The wide swing from the Sova, baiting out Kukli. Drops him quite low, and Madley gonna help him out. Kukli good for 2. Making it a 3-on-2 for this retake. Still favoring out on Ghoul, but Abuse Noodle. Beautiful shot, a beautiful 2 shots. And Seabass on a 1-on-1 knife. Steam beacon out, gonna go high. Kukli, some perfect transfer in that aim. And Lethal Chaos gonna find their safe.
Off-wielders don't want to go for the say or go for the spike, and they have to save. Unless you're on Shaking, you have a mini op and you're able to find an aggressive kill off of it. Or you have it up and you push up too much and lose it anyways. Now on Shaking, having to face against a 1v4, it's able to find a double from it to a triple kill. They just cleaned up the site. The Cowboys back, baby. Oh, good lord.
presence is going to be from Long Tryhard on this crossfire with Hookah. The paranoia going to blind him, force him inside elbow. Onto the site now. The utility is going to send off these, but big old Nick with 2. Make it 3. Can he make it a 4th? Maybe an 8th as well? They all have their back turned to the Sova, and the damage pays off for big old Nick.
Just turn around! The Molly's gonna make sure they don't push up anyways. Maple's able to find Abused Noodle, but even then, will that be enough? The air burst! I'm sorry, the Showstopper's able to find Donkey, but the defense is coming. Clutch, especially Dash! But 3K comes through, and there's only one left. It's Axe! And he only has a classic and 5 health. Of course, you're not gonna find that one. Axe, you've done great so far, but the classic might be too much. That's gonna be find some luck. Axe might be able to find some 9 kills. All it takes are 2 headshots to clear the board. But Natalie's able to find 1. Axe is gonna fall. Only 1 left is gonna be Kugli. He was able to get a ninja defuse. Can he do it again? Can he find a miracle shot? Coggles able to rotate around just a little bit more, looking to find that final headshot. There you go. Coggles finding Kugli, and that is the Grand Championships. Lethal Chaos almost bringing it back yet again for another week, but it's going to be the relative unknowns of Ghoul's fate, able to bring it all the way to the top. 2-0 in the Grand Champs for the Pit of Valor this week.
Console, but there are just numbers of radiant numbers everywhere right now for By MSI with one being main. It's going to be really difficult for them.
Looking to establish himself in the that much easier, but we just get one more in the flash coordination with the breach. It's all dying one after another. And we heard with the 4K will cement the round. The best will have a lot of
With that being said, though, things are looking really good for Lethal Chaos. The Boomers is going to go in a showstopper. Quite literally going to find Sanity. Dargus is proving me wrong, however. Running a little bit of Axe. He's going to get a double kill. Can they bring this back? It's now a 2v2. It was originally a 2v4. Things are looking really solid right now for the defenders. The line goes down. Dargus gets down quickly. Abuse able to find Darkus as well. He's able to get a second kill of the game. That's Sanity bringing it back. What? Oh, that was a 2v.
And now that we are in 4v5 situation right now, Red is still available, Hunter Spirit is still available, and we see that Nova is just playing so far back. It's D1 right now, they're just putting on the fight.
Woohoo! Going to the key coming from Sir Rox, but we see active on the down at the bottom. How much must be used? So he's pushed in, and again this happens. He's to the side, it's just that second stop. Oh, top of him left to go to it. And the striker needs clutches it yet again, Spence.
Rotate out. He easily fragged out with any kind of blinds or smokes. But no, instead the Ray's going to pop on forward, not looking around for Phoenix at all. Another one's going to go on by. He's going to get all the positioning in the world. He's able to find one, though. He's going to collapse out, find the sniper as well. But it's a triple kill before being traded out.
And Schmack here has a big opportunity.
Ooh, I'm curious to see how this is going to go down. Has the angle. It's like it's one headshot. Is he able to find another? Another one skirts away just in time. Able to get a triple kill. Lotus goes down as well. Battery's able to end Schmack's horrible reign. WR. Wave Runners, though, able to bring it back a little bit more. Abuse with a triple kill out of nowhere.
Through the smoke, not there to help you this time. And you're down to 3 health. Quickly. Gonna project himself a little bit more aggressively. Looks for a second one. The wide swing from the Sova, baiting out Kugli. Drops him quite low, and Madly gonna help him out. Kugli good for 2. Making it a 3-on-2 for this retake. Still favoring out on goal, but Abused Noodle. Beautiful shot, a beautiful 2 shots. And Seabass on a 1-on-1 knives. See him beacon out, gonna go high. Kugli, some perfect transfer in that aim. Lethal Chaos gonna find this sick.
Off-wielders don't want to go for the say or go for the spike and they have the say unless you're unshaking it, but many often you're able to find an aggressive kill off of it, or you have it off and you push up too much and lose it anyways. Now unshaken having to face against a 1v4. It's able to find a double from it. Really? They just cleaned up the site. The Cowboys back, baby. Oh, Lord.
That the presence is going to be from Long Tryhard on this crossfire with Hookah. The paranoia going to blind him, force him inside elbow. Onto the site now. The utility is going to send off these, but big old Nick with 2. Make it 3. Can he make it a 4th? Maybe an 8th as
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and boys and girls, gamers and gamers of all persons. Welcome to Great Lakes Gaming Pit of Valor. I believe we're on number 82. I mean,
That's
where
too
does
many.
the time go? Like
That's
that's
too
so many. Why we have so many Pit of Valors. We're almost into triple digits. We've come a long way. We've come a really long way.
I
I've only
remember
been a
way
part of
back
this.
when of Pit of Valor 16 when I was
Whoa!
I was aware we last said we were like, hey, sure do hope we get, like 10 teams to sign up. And here we are, like 95 teams every
Wow.
single week. How the times have changed. How do we do it?
They really have changed. And I mean, Ravish just said so. If you're one of those teams who keeps being on the bubble every single week, check out the GLG Country Club membership. $10 a month. Make sure that you're entered into all of our tournaments. So, all of our tournaments that are free, that are the bees knees, things like the Pit of Valor, things like Val and Chill. Make sure that you are in those every single time. Don't gotta worry about being on the outside for that. But enough with that. We will be following C4 Academy, and we will be watching their match against Last Resistance. And some maps have been banned. Some maps have been, one map has been picked, and it's Breeze. And so it's a warm day. It's nice and sunny, and we're going to be going to the beach.
Well, I mean, I'm excited for, like you said, like a beach like the country clubs, like you mentioned, are beautiful. The only country club that I'm aware of is the one High School Musical too. And if that's like anything like real country clubs, then I would go to that in a heartbeat. It's exactly like you
It's going
said.
to be stuck in my head.
What time is it, Becky? It's summertime.
It's summertime. But I'm also going to have, I'm not gonna stop till I get my shot. And that's what our players are going to be saying today too, because it is going to be a rootin', tootin', shootin' fanatic today with these two teams going at it. And I'm excited. I mean, we just watched C4 have a pretty intense game. Last Resistance is a name that has been around the bend between some of our tournaments, so this is certainly going to be quite a matchup. I think we're waiting for a few more things from our players, but we should be sending down very shortly. Any thoughts about this map before we go down, Ravish?
I think Breeze is awful. I don't enjoy playing it. I enjoy watching it sometimes, though. I'm not a big fan, just straight up. Like, it's like Breeze is uncool. I think that's the best way I can describe it. Is the opposite of bueno, and that's my stance on it, Becky. Thank you.
You said that it's uncool. It is uncool. It's like a nice sunny beach. It's not Icebox. So how do you feel about Icebox then?
I love
Icebox cool?
I love Icebox personally.
I like Icebox
is so
a
much
lot.
fun.
I like Icebox a lot more since they made the recent changes to it. I think
Exactly.
it really
It's so
did
much
some
fun.
great
Yeah.
things. But I think the same could be said for me about Breeze. I previously really hated Breeze, and now with some of the changes that they've made to like A and B site proper, and the way that they've changed like some of the angles that you can be at, I think I've actually really started to enjoy Breeze a lot more, because I previously felt pretty similarly to you. Just like, this map is abhorrent. I hate it. I don't want anything to do with it.
Well, abhorrent is a strong word. It's also a 7-letter word, so I don't know if I'd use that either. But with that being said, right, I think you can probably hold off on all that as you see the two rosters that we'll be playing off with the agent select on the board. And we're probably going to see pretty much exact same opposition on both sides. Maybe a shift of controllers. I know Chamber is very popular, but people are still very confident on the ciphers if they can't hit their shots.
Yeah, and I personally really like Cypher, but I just feel like Cypher doesn't fit super well on this map, whereas
Disagree.
something, as you mentioned, okay. We can talk about that in a sec after I finish my little thought about Chamber here. Chamber just has the two guns for free that work so well on this map. Something like that Sheriff and something like that Operator that just like fits so well with all of the really long range of Breeze. Okay, so I love Cypher. So I have to say that like, I would love Cypher on like a lot of the other maps, and on this one I feel like he just can be exploited a little bit too easily. But I think the camera is very good on this map. It's just his other abilities that are weaker on this map in particular.
The thing with Cypher too, which I find most teams use him for, is to anchor a certain point, right? And as we head on into game number one, or the only game number one between these two teams, I think Cypher, as like you mentioned, the camera is fantastic with all these long angles, so he does work out well with what you want to do. Of course, if he can't exactly slow down the pushes like you could, let's say, with a Chamber or a Viper along with those things, but I still do think that he is quite fantastic with anchoring points. Now, Chamber, on the other hand, like you said, he gets free guns. If my uncle was playing Valorant, he would probably play Chamber because you get the best deal in the game. 3 guns for the price of 1. As an Indian man, you love anything free.
I mean, even so, I also love it, and I just think that Chamber is one of the best agents in the game right now, and just has a fantastic slot into so many team compositions. And I mean, the two things that we're debating here between this Chamber and the Cypher are the only differences between these two team compositions. So I guess we will see exactly how this is going to shake up and where those two differences lie. But Senpi is actually the first one to start it off, but Irritative also does go down at the same time. Some nice back and forth happening so far here, and all of a sudden, C4 out of the gates, just take him down. Bomb, not down, but doesn't need to go down if you take everyone's lives down.
Easy, quick, beautiful round coming out the side of Chapter 4 Academy. It's really fun stuff, and considering there's a quick execute, right? You get out of the site, fast trades, and playing out the KO flashes. It's all you realistically need to do. Not much else because of the pistol, and on the anti-eco, right? Chapter 4 should be able to continue this domination that we saw to them so far.
Ooh, and I think that we're gonna see Gen G go ahead and stick with the Sheriff. Oh, never mind. Oh, okay, full buy. I was like, maybe we're gonna see a full save going into this round so that we can save up for an operator into the next round. But as soon as I start to say that, eat my words, and G goes ahead and spies up this Vandal and light armor. So at least trying to have a potent showing behind the rest of the team as well.
Spike down A.
So far, just 2 kills go across the board, but they're able to defend the side on just these anti-ecos. Realistically, they're peeking out of the angles. We're not playing after the flashes, so
Last player standing.
kind of mis-executing on what we saw before this. Earlier, though, stuck by himself, and he's done so.
So indeed, missing that spike. There was a small moment where we could have gotten some of those extra credits there, but Chapter 4 Academy and not able to pick up that extra 300 each. It looks like going into this round, JG will get a hold of that Vandal once more, and some other players potentially going to go for a little bit of a save here against a Last Resistance, who are able to finally buy up these full guns going into this round. So this certainly, based on how the buys are looking, looks like it's going to be a round that is going to go the way of Last Resistance. But C4 has certainly at least used some good utility up until this point. Potentially could do the same, but considering how close the last 2 rounds have been, this is probably one Last Resistance could be able to do.
And I've actually managed to catch 2 people as well, right outside the B main, but from here, they shift themselves over to go in through elbow. The question is, though, they're going to try to go in through mid and back to B. They waited to get mid control off of this, but they're waiting for Ryken. No, he peeks. It's the timing. This little covering mid, though, he doesn't actually peek out.
So far, so good. These final, not final, 2 remaining members of Chapter 4 Academy, but at
No
least
final.
No final, but 2 people able to stick together a little bit, and the moment they turn their back, Manuel gets a little bit of revenge there onto Hyunseo. And Ryken now, ooh, nice little turn there onto JG. Does get revealed, but considering that Last Resistance currently has the vision advantage, certainly not looking too bad. Unfortunate there for Ryken, missing the shots, and Click Shift actually takes that one back.
It's 2v2 so far, with them staying onto the side. They're both coming in through the back is Ryan. Okay, and Ashley piece it onto 1. They see 1 on the other end of the pyramid. And that'll just be easy cleanup. Look at that, entering the side, holding pinkies, and it's an easy cleanup from there. And they get the defuse as well.
Holding pinkies like they're just
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. This is what I did. This is what we do.
I mean, it's a cute image, and also it's just good to play with your team.
Exactly. You know, as a child, I was taught that she's holding pinkies is the only way that you show that you're friends with people. So whenever I was good friends with somebody, I would always walk with them holding pinkies wherever we went. Maybe it might just be
That's so
an Indian thing.
Wait, that's so cute.
Mm-hmm.
That's how, now every time I want to extend being friendship to somebody, I'm very good at English. I'm gonna be like, can we hold pinkies?
Oh, you know what, Becky? I'm sure we can hold pinkies, but for now we have to hold pinkies on Breeze. as we get into the round as there's a 5-man stack going towards the B site.
Ooh, full on sending it. The jet dash going in, and Ian actually, instead of sitting on that site, is just going to keep some of that utility in the back pocket. Genseo getting that bomb down. He's going to lose those toxins, and Ian is going to have some in place to at least wait for the rest of the team on this defensive side to come in. Releases those toxins, so now the rest of the defensive side is starting to push up. Helios, though, ooh, not being able to trade out for Ian there, but Senti actually picks up 2 as JG also takes out Irritative, and finally Helios goes down.
We got so far. Good trades will coming off into chapter 4, and now with this, it becomes absolute chaos right outside of elbow.
Everyone's got the RGB guns in this game.
I know, it's so nice. But no way, he turns around, picks the classic. He has 3 bullets, and picking that one up didn't exactly help him out. Which, by the way, can I just say, the one that looks like the trees, it looks like excrement. Especially with the brown skin, it's no bueno.
That's the one that I use.
You use excrement in your games? I'm so sorry, Becky. You're just out here
I like that it
using
looks
a stool
mossy.
sample?
It looks mossy. I like it.
It looks like a stool sample.
Oh, okay. I like the finisher too. I like the tree. We are in this game. Electrosis is going to be on a save round, looking to get some nice headshots with those deagles. We'll see if that is what they're able to do, as the rest of the side with Vandals seems to just have those RGB guns, so we're not going to have to worry about contemplating exactly what those look like.
I'll continue to contemplate as what might happen potentially. The drone. Actually doesn't manage to catch the tag with Ian. Waits for the peak. Unfortunately misses the shot. Only lands one onto the body. Would this now at least force him off and allow him to recollect back with his team, considering they're on the anti-ego as well? I think if you gotten 2, you've done your job. Chapter 4 Academy waited to push in back through spawn. They could do this, but they hear Emmanuel coming.
Oh, this is so awkward too, because 3 with the spiker on B. Manuel's able to at least smell that something is up, but also sometimes if you smell something is up, you're gonna get caught. Does it go down there as JG is able to peek around that corner, but now Riken is gonna be in trouble. Hopefully if these teams are communicating, that means that Riken knows that maybe you should be watching that flank there, buddy, but JG does instead go from around through the middle area, and Riken actually able to watch out very nicely. Picks up those 2 kills before falling to the flick shift, and at least is holding this into a fairly even game as Gunsale able to drop this Viper's Pit and get this bomb down and start to put the pressure on last resistance.
Viper's Pit is actually such a massive asset at this point, considering they just managed to keep this up. But with the way they're both playing right on top of one another, we have to watch out for the KOs. Looking at the back of the site. Doesn't match the spider anybody, but look at Hyunseo. The secret side corner.
Great Viper's Pit. Oh no, but it's gonna get caught from behind Hyunseo. Watching him in the right direction. Okay. Turns around right at the right time to pick off Senti, and now Irritative is like, okay, I thought you were here. I can't walk onto this snake bite, and all of a sudden Hyunseo is actually outside the pit. The bomb is ticking down, and it will be going Chapter 4 Academy's way once more. And they both made it out.
Hey, look at that. They're both fine, but so far this game is already besieged, extremely trade heavy between these 2 sides, right? It just seems as though that either one of them wait for the immediate trigger to be popped, and then it becomes trades galore. And the fighting in such chokes is definitely beginning to favor Chapter 4 Academy, considering each time they manage to keep control of the spike as well. And getting the plant down has been such a massive asset, considering last resistance are splitting up so many of the resources.
Yeah, Riken has done a great job of being able to hold down a lot of these sites and get a lot of early picks. But I mean, Senti is trying to do the same thing right now. Getting that first pick onto JG is going to be huge for this defensive side that's just been struggling to keep up with Chapter 4 Academy's aggressive nature so far. This one you think looks bad?
Okay, with the blue tint, it's okay.
Okay. So it's the red and the green one that you don't like.
Yeah. We'll get into more of that later as we see red
Okay.
across the kill feed right now.
Whew. Helios at least being able to kind of do a little bit of a sneak around, something that you would expect the Cypher to be doing when on the attacking side, being a little bit of a lurk here. And Senti also privy to this knowledge now, is all of a sudden scooting towards this B side as Hunter Fury comes out from manual here, not quite able to tag anyone up, but trying to push people into an area where Senti will be able to see them with that operator.
One
With that
enemy
Cypher's
remaining.
wall is going to make it so difficult for Senti to get anything done, and it looks like it's going to be just a little bit of a save to keep this operator in the hands of blast resistance, but also with that knife making it difficult. I mean, you know where Senti is, and at that point it is just a hunt.
A hunt indeed. But question is who is the hunter and who is the hunted at this point? The answer, Chapter 4 Academy.
Oh yes.
Considering they were able to clear out the site one by one, and now with last resistance caught in what I like to call the ping pong economy. Because you see, they go from being able to buy to not buying every single other round. And they have to be able to try to get at least 2 big rounds or one massive one of the saves to possibly just fix whatever they want to do. Getting tougher and tougher as Senti's making a real aggressive push in this chapter 4.
Real aggressive is totally right. I mean, it has the blade storm, so it doesn't wait up to be able to back it up, but is just going for the biggest flank of all time. Helios at least doing a great job of allowing Chapter 4 Academy to get one of those early kills and make it seem like it's a little bit easier, but at 2 people at least watching the flank do make sure that Senti isn't able to get anything of that aggressive flank. And one is getting caught out, and it's just so unfortunate. A flawless round for Chapter 4 Academy as last resistance are just falling left and right.
And remember they say how Breeze is an attacker-sided map? I think I'm starting to see why they say that now.
I mean, that's got to be kind of a good thing, right? Because so many maps
who?
are well, it's good for Chapter 4 Academy right now, but it's got to be good considering how many maps are infamous for being defender-sided maps. So it's nice to have a little bit of that change, and like a lot of people are saying that, yeah, both Breeze and Fracture are kind of technically attacker-sided maps, and it's sort of nice to be seeing that be a little bit of a change compared to some of the other maps in Valor.
That's a fair point, yeah.
I try to keep it fair. Even if there are maps that we each like and dislike, skins we like and dislike within the game, you gotta take it for what they're worth. That Owl Drone at least able to ping one of the members of Chapter 4 Academy out in that mid area, but that Hunter's Fury also forcing Manual back and not allowing any sort of capitalization. And Click Shift, I mean, did Click Shift and did walk all that way up into killing Manual right there.
I don't know if that was going to be big though, because with Click Shift just catches them on. They rotate as well, and they know exactly where they are. Click Shift with the 3K. Ended off with a flawless, man. This is shaping up to be a monumental half for Chapter 4 Academy, and they keep doing it. I think a timeout is definitely warranted.
Yeah, Manual especially being the one to call that just feels so fitting, being like, I had all this information, we knew where a lot of them were, and so what went wrong there? How did I be the one getting aggressed on when I had the extra information? How is that going wrong, and where can we start to kind of move this around and fix where we're faltering into the aggression that C4A is bringing to the map? And I mean, if you were in Last Resistance's position, what would be your game plan? What would you start to be looking for, or what have you noticed?
I think the biggest thing so far is you see just how aggressively they're playing even on the defense, right? And that's where I find that it's getting caught off, like considering how forward positions they're holding. They're dry peeking at a lot of angles they don't necessarily need to be. And with the way they're holding on to the site, they're preparing themselves for gunfights that they can't take, considering how together C4A actually do move. And with this, they're going on to sites like usually 2 or 3 men down. And once you get the plant down as well, the retakes are so split apart. I just think they need a moment to recollect themselves, and then, of course, be able to move as when you're on the defense, right? You have to make sure you try to play off one another, if not setting yourself up for trades, depending on the angles you're holding.
very beautifully said. I was a little distracted by Fade ruining my immersion of telling me that those bushes are only one-dimensional. They're not 3D. How dare you ruin this for me, Fade? But also thank you for being a great observer. Nonetheless, JG trying to get a long-range shot there, but not quite able to line it up with that chamber. And now a little bit of a reposition for the attacking side as a result of some of those missed shots.
The match should cover for now. But this is the same play we'll see. We've seen previously. I'm like, I'm a little bit worried about this, Becky, I'll be honest.
Yeah. Who are you worried for? I'm worried for Senti, who got a little aggressive once more and now is kind of in a sticky situation. Can't really help the defensive side, and as long as Chapter 4 Academy stay grouped up as 4, they're going to kind of be in a rough position.
Senti?
Yeah, maybe wouldn't have walked that way, but
30
I
seconds
suppose
left.
all things considering, you're trying to join back up with the team, and if that's not really possible, you're looking at
Hey, remember when I said that I wanted to be able to see all of Last Resistance play farther back
One
and play
enemy
off of one
remaining.
another?
and then they did not do that?
No, they didn't do that. Oh no.
Absolutely not. Kind of dying all over the map. I mean, you can see the X's there. None of them are dying on a site. They're all dying in mid or out towards the enemy spawn point. So there is certainly something to be said for Last Resistance just choosing not to really play off of one another, not go for those trades, and how their scoreline is suffering as a result of that.
Suffering is an understatement. Considering what we've seen so far, it has been a thrashing sadly taking place for the side of Last Resistance. And their setup as of right now, with their double stacking coming through mid, this could be just interesting with the null command. He neutralized. He looked to moving through the side. I would imagine we see a flash to try to go at the back, but they're anticipating Last Resistance moving into them actually.
Spike down B.
That null command from both sides either does go down there, Senti nicely able to get aggressive and catches Yanseo on the end of that throw on side of Ian, also getting a kind of interesting angle and taking
Last player
nice little
standing.
trade there as well, back and forth, and all of a sudden Chapter 4 Academy is left with just JG, who's able to do a nice little double hop there to pick off Manuel in mid. Doesn't notice exactly where Ian is, but has a nice little left, missing him does equate to JG going down to Ian there. And Last Resistance are at least on that buy-up round able to pick up something a little bit better and get them.
Anyone have funds to spare? Anyone have funds to spare?
Chapter 4 Academy just continue. So this is interesting. Because we've seen the same sort of kind of chokehold that we from style Last Resistance in Chapter 4 Academy. And with how back and forth it's been with them just fighting our elbow, Last Resistance being able to get one round is nice, but it's also kind of just them catching us C4 off guard. Which is a 2-bit. That was a collat? Alright. That's a way to start off a round.
I mean, we've been seeing kind of Chapter 4 Academy has just done such a good job of picking up those early kills. I mean, JG at least going down, but JG got 2, so it doesn't feel too bad for Riken to at least be able to pick up a 1 for the sake of basically 3 from the side of Last Resistance, who are left now just to this Viper and this. So, well, making it just Viper as Emmanuel and Ian do fall to Hyunseo there, and it's back in Chapter 4 Academy's favor.
Last round before the switch.
This is not looking good.
I mean, yeah. It's rough, and I think at this point, Chapter 4 C4A decided that okay, all right. We gave away 1 guys, but they only get 2. That's gonna be it. Considering they definitely caught themselves off guard with it, but LR, do you still have the null command alongside Riken? If they get the auto of 2, you can get the 2 to force.
I cannot use that.
Want to do so, but that was such a nice dart. They decked so many of them right in the lobby.
Side, we actually do
What?
see a Nice 3K from Senti.
Toxin
Okay,
screen
I'm
down.
gonna be completely honest. You were talking about Chamber being 1 point above
player
worst, and I
standing.
saw Chamber booking it towards B site at the moment that A was being aggressed on. And I was like, oh, his plan is exactly what you were saying. And then all of a sudden, Senti is up on the kill
Toxins
feed
going up.
with 3 kills. And Last Resistance
screen
only
down.
has to kill Hyunseo to take down a round and bring us to 9-3. So, you know, maybe not as bad of a half as it could have been.
Switching sides.
I don't want to say, I don't want to say the 2 words because I don't
And
want to
don't.
bring that upon anyone.
Don't say it.
But now, if Last Resistance can use this attacking sided map in their favor, there is certainly a turnaround that could be happening for Last Resistance here.
Definitely possible. Where's the wall there? What? You know what, Observer? I'm as confused as you are. Don't worry. That was-
I love that we could see like Fade's confusion over
yeah,
that.
like,
in the movie.
as if like an actual person was turning around, like,
Yeah.
hello.
Wait, what? What was that? Who's behind me?
That was so funny.
I always feel like
Somebody's watching me.
Ooh, okay. Okay. All right. Now I'm ready for this. I'm ready to see
Oh, yeah?
Riken just go off on this chamber
Let's
on the
do it.
attacking side. I'm very hyped for it, and I'm really just crossing my fingers, hoping that we get to see some fancy attacking-sided chamber plays as QuickShift is getting very aggressed on, but UKIND actually able to stop a little bit of that aggression as well as QuickShift.
Last player
JG, they're all
standing.
getting on the kill feed here, making sure that nobody from Last Resistance is going to go ahead and take any sort of equity on this round. Manuel goes for the reload, is able to pick off 1, but ultimately QuickShift with 3K does mean that this first attacking sided round for Last Resistance maybe not going as intended.
And now with this to also be on the anti-eco, so that does mean that when they try to face against C4 or on the side of match point, then that will mean that will be one of their final stands. Although it's good, they'll be able to buy it. But I was afraid of this. I was hoping and praying they would not force up. They're forcing up here, Becky.
I mean, it's hard. If you're at 3 rounds and your opponent hits double digits and you're just saying, all right, if we go into a round with bigger guns and our opponent is thinking that we're just going to have pistols, you can kind of play aggressive on a whole different axis because your opponent is just expecting so much less from you. And I think especially if you're somebody like Senti, who's been able to just like randomly get a bunch of kills in a round and be the reason that you're turning it around for your team, if Senti can really capitalize on this buy-up from the rest of the team, it is possible that this could be something that allows Last Resistance to get some more of a foothold, and swinging out of that corner and losing to Hyunseo, definitely probably not what they were hoping would happen.
So 2v4.
Oh, baby
But
holding close.
they're-
Riken's holding
Last
Look
player
at the
standing.
fact they can't do it, man. They're just getting overpowered, Becky. One after the next, Like I said, they're also not set to trade these angles either, but also C4 came into the site so fast they overpowered them, let things go. And then right from there, there's an immediate and flawless collapse on LR. And since they forced up last round, they can't do anything here. They could try to just force up with the sheriffs again, and they'll do exactly that. Guys, you're not going to be able to buy full guns. Oh no.
But a bulldog is pretty close.
Is it? You know what? I'm gonna let you sink. You know what? I'll let you sit in that.
Okay.
That's an opinion that you hold, and that's fine.
Yeah. Trust me, I know it. Everyone fights me on it every single day, but I'm a bulldog warrior, and I'm gonna stand by that. And
If you have the money for a vandal, are you gonna buy a
They
bulldog?
found my trap.
no.
Thank you. That's it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, then we agreed enough. Ian, though, goes immediately down. JG getting aggressive, something that Senti wishes he could have done on that defensive side. But
One
when
enemy
you're,
remaining.
8 rounds ahead and JG's gonna go ahead and be aggressive and pick up 4 kills off of your force up from the last round, you're
Match
bringing
point.
Chapter 4 Academy straight up and into match point. And I was feeling okay about like maybe that force buy could have potentially gone kind of okay.
Were you?
But it's so hard because it's either it goes well and like cool, you then go against people who are probably buying the same thing and you have to do the same thing over again, or it goes bad and it's the nail in your coffin. And in this case, it's the latter.
The problem with these forces is that you also then now allowing yourself to not have enough of an eco, right? To try to do more. I want to try to see as to, you know, what eco they have. But we're not iterative, right? To be able to ease his forces way out to the site. As Rakim is watching through mid, because look at where all of them are pushing through.
This is interesting, and everyone on the defensive side is basically on the attacking half of the map. More than half of them are. Which is a bold move, but Riken was holding an interesting place to potentially be able to do something about it, but does go down to Ukime. And all of a sudden, the last resistance is yet again in an unfortunate situation. The bomb is down, but Manuel being able to pick up one enemy remains not what they need, especially with everyone just going down to Ukine there. 3 kills and a pretty sound victory for the side of Chapter 4 Academy.
Nothing of sound mind and of sound body is what we came in and saw. Chapter 4 Academy. Disgustingly good to continue forward. 12-3, what we saw, dominance and nothing short of it. Their prospects look lighter than what I have outside my window.
I mean, they call themselves Chapter 4 Academy, but they were the final chapter in Last Resistance's book. And going into that, I mean, it is not the last chapter of our tournament. Pit of Valor does still have 2 more rounds to go, semifinals and finals. We will be giving somebody a big $50 bill going into first place. And, you know, before we go, if you're interested in knowing how you can enter into some of these lovely, amazing tournaments, maybe you just watched Chapter 4 Academy and you were like, I don't know how to read. I'm not even getting to Chapter 4 anyway, but I'm sure as heck better at shooting guns in Valorant than C4A. Get into our tournaments. Get more information by doing ! Discord or !Twitter to get in with all of the things that GL Gaming Lounges is doing so that you can figure out how to get into these tournaments. And if you're interested in playing some tournaments with us IRL, the GLG Gaming Facility launch party on 420, a nice easy date to remember for all y'all, on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square will be a great place for you to game high up in the sky around all of your friends and in a great environment. As we mentioned, this tournament is not over. Any last analyses of that game that you want to go over, Ravish?
No.
Fantastic. We will be right back and get us into our semifinal match. Be right back.
That the pressure is going to be from Long Tryhard on this crossfire with Hookah. The Paranoia going to blind him, force him inside elbow. Onto the site now. The utility is going to send off these, but big old Nick with 2. Make it 3. Can he make it a 4th? Maybe an ace as well. They all have their back turned to the Sova, and the damage pays off for big old Nick.
Just turn around! The Molly's gonna make sure they don't push up anyways. Maple's able to find a Fuse Doodle, but even then, will that be enough? The Airburst, I'm sorry, the Showstopper's able to find Donkey, but the defense is coming in clutch, especially Dash. But 3K comes through, and there's only one left, it's Axe. And he only has a classic and 5 health. Of course you're not gonna find that one. Axe, you've done great so far, but the classic might be too much. That's gonna be find some luck. Axe might be able to find some 9 kills. Oh, these are 2 headshots to clear the board. But Medley's able to find 1. Axe is gonna fall. Only 1 left is gonna be Kugli. He was able to get a ninja defuse. Can he do it again? Can he find a miracle shot? Coggles able to rotate around just a little bit more, looking to find that final headshot. There you go. Coggles finding Kugli, and that is the Grand Championships. Lethal Chaos almost bringing it back yet again for another week, but it's going to be the relative unknowns of Ghoul's fate, able to bring it all the way to the top. 2-0 in the Grand Champs for the Pit of Valor this week.
On Soul, but there are just members of Radiant Roombas everywhere right now. 4 are playing on site with 1 being main. This is going to be really difficult for them.
Establish himself, get his attack on the defense will be that much easier, but
quite literally gonna find sanity. Darkest is proving me wrong, however. Finding a little bit of axe. He's gonna get a double kill. Can they bring this back? It's now a 2v2. It was originally a 2v4. Things are looking really solid right now for the defenders. The blind goes down. Darkest gets down quickly. Abuse able to find Darkest as well. He's able to get a second kill of the game. That's sanity bringing it back. What? Oh, that was a 2v.
And now we are in 4v5 situation right now. Res is still available. Thunderspear is still available. And we see that Nova is just playing so far back. Fight!
One little peek of it from to catch up on who's not. They're holding on to the locker. And right now, stop them playing. How would Lumpy do so? He's pushed in, and yet again this happens. Reset aside and just press right here to stop this. And he Carlos has left to go here. He's and he clutches it yet again, Spence.
It out, they easily fragged out with any kind of blinds or smokes, but no, instead the Ray's gonna pop on forward, not looking around for Phoenix at all. Another one's gonna go on by. He's gonna get all the positioning in the world. He's able to find one, though. He's gonna collapse out, find the sniper as well, but only gets a triple kill before being traded out, and
Schmack here has a big opportunity.
Ooh, I'm curious to see how this is gonna go down. Has the angle, it's like it's one headshot. He's able to find another. A little road skirts away just in time, able to get a triple kill. Lotus goes down as well. Battery's able to end Schmack's horrible reign of WR. But Wave Runners, though, able to bring it back a little bit more. Abuse it with a triple kill out of nowhere.
Through the smoke, not there to help you this time. You're down to 3 health. Quickly. Gonna project himself a little bit more aggressively. Looks for a second one. The wide swing from the Sova, baiting out Kukli. Drops him quite low, and Madly gonna help him out. Kukli good for 2. Making it a 3-on-2 for this retake. Still favoring out on Cool, but Abuse Noodle. Beautiful shot, a beautiful 2 shots. And Seabass on a 1-on-1 knife. Sin Beacon out, gonna go high. Kukli, some perfect transfer in that aim. And Lethal Chaos gonna find their safe.
Off-wielders don't want to go for the say or go for the spike, and they have to say, unless you're unshaken, you have a mini op and you're able to find an aggressive kill off of it, or you have it op and you push up too much and lose it anyways. Now Unshaken having to face against a 1v4, it's able to find a double from it to a triple kill. He just cleaned up the site. The Cowboys back, baby. Oh Lord.
That the presence is going to be from Long Tryhard on this crossfire with Hookah. The Paranoia going to blind him, force him inside elbow. Onto the site now. The utility is going to send off these, but big old Nick with 2. Make it 3. Can he make it a 4th? Maybe an ace as well. They all have their back turned to the Sova, and the damage pays off for big old Nick.
Just turn around. And Molly's going to make sure they don't push up anyways. Maple's able to find the Fuse Noodle, but even then, will that be enough? The Airburst, the Showstopper's able to find Donkey, but the defense is coming in clutch, especially Dash. But 3K comes through, and there's only one left. It's Axe. And he only has a classic at 5 health. Of course, you're not going to find that one. Axe, you've done great so far, but the classic might be too much. That's going to be find some luck. Axe might be able to find some 9 kills. All it takes are 2 headshots to clear the board. Natalie's able to find 1. Axe is going to fall. Only 1 left is going to be Kukli. He was able to get a ninja defuse. Can he do it again? Can he find a miracle shot? Coggles able to rotate around just a little bit more, looking to find that final headshot. There you go. Coggles finding Kugli, and that is the Grand Championships. Lethal Chaos almost bringing it back yet again for another week, but it's going to be the relative unknowns of Ghoul's fate, able to bring it all the way to the top. 2-0 in the Grand Champs for the Pit of Valor this week.
Soul, but there are just members of Gradient Roombas everywhere right now. 4 are playing on site with 1 being main. This is going to be really difficult for them.
Roombas looking to establish themselves. I think we can get this attack on the defense. It won't be that much easier, but Rika's getting one more flash coordination with the Beach. They're just all dying one after another. And Recurve with the 4K will cement the round. The best will have a lot ahead of them. They have
With that being said, though, things are looking really good for Lethal Chaos. The Boomers is going to go in a Showstopper. Quite literally going to find sanity. Darkest is proving me wrong, however. Finding a little bit of axe. He's going to get a double kill. Can they bring this back? It's now a 2v2. It was originally a 2v4. Things are looking really solid right now for the defenders. The blind goes down. Darkest gets down quickly. Abuse able to find Darkness as well. He's able to get a second kill of the game. That's Sanity bringing it back. What? Oh, that was a 2v.
Good little peek coming from Sir Rex when he's to catch it, but was not. Only got her just stopped him from planting, but how would he do so? He's pushed in, and again this happens. Piece to the side of just Rex stops. Oh, thought we're gonna have to go here. He's at the sprint and he clutches it yet again, Spencer.
It out. They easily fragged out with any kind of blinds or smokes, but no, instead the Ray's gonna pop on forward, not looking around for Phoenix at all. Another one's gonna go on by. He's gonna get all the positioning in the world. He's able to find one though. He's gonna collapse out, find the Cypher as well, but only gets a triple kill before being traded out.
And Schmack here has a big opportunity.
Ooh, I'm curious to see how this is gonna go down. Has the angle, it's like it's one headshot. Is he able to find another? Another one skirts away just in time, able to get a triple kill. Lotus goes down as well. Battery's able to end Schmack's horrible reign of WR. But Wave Runners, though, able to bring it back a little bit more. Abuse Zero with a triple kill out of nowhere.
Through the smoke, not there to help you this time, and you're down to 3 health. Googly gonna project himself a little bit more aggressively. Looks for a second one. The wide swing from the Sova, baiting out Kukli. Drops him quite low. Manly gonna help him out. Kukli good for 2. Making it a 3-on-2 for this retake. Still favoring out on Ghoul, but Abuse Noodle. A beautiful shot, a beautiful 2 shots. And Seabass on a 1-on-1. Nice. Steam Beacon out, gonna go high. Kukli, some perfect transfer in that aim. And Lethal Chaos gonna find their sacred.
Off-wielders don't want to go for the say or go for the spike, and they have to save. Unless you're unshaken, you have a mini-op and you're able to find an aggressive kill off of it. Or you have it off and you push up too much and lose it anyways. Now Unshaken having to face against a 1v4. It's able to find a double from it. Really? They just cleaned up the site. The Cowboys back, baby. Oh, Lord.
That the presence is going to be from Long Tryhard on this crossfire with Hookah. The Paranoia going to blind him, force him inside elbow. Onto the site now. The utility is going to send off these, but big old Nick with 2. Make it 3. Can he make it a 4th? Maybe an 8 as well. They all have their back turned to the Sova, and the damage pays off for big old Nick.
Just turn around. I'm always going to make sure they don't push up anyways. Maple's able to find the Abuse Noodle, but even then, will that be enough? The air burst. I'm sorry, the Showstopper didn't find Donkey, but the defense is coming in clutch, especially Dash. A 3K comes through, and there's only 1 left in Dash. And he only has a classic and 5 health. Of course, you're not going to find that one. Active's done great so far, but the classic might be too much. That's going to be find some luck. Axe might be able to find some 9 kills. All it takes are 2 headshots to clear the board. But Natalie's able to find 1. Axe is going to fall. Only 1 left is going to be Kugli. He was able to get a ninja defuse. Can he do it again? Can he find a miracle shot? Toggle's able to rotate around just a little bit more. Looking to find that final headshot. There you go. Toggle's finding Kugli. And that is the Grand Championships. Lethal Chaos almost bringing it back yet again for another week. But it's going to be the relative unknowns of Ghoul's fate. Able to bring it all the way to the top. 2-0 in the Grand Champs from the Pit of Valor this week.
Goal, but there are just numbers of radiant runes everywhere right now. 4 are playing on site with 1 being main. It's going to be really difficult for them.
Things are looking really good for Lethal Chaos. The Boomers is going to go in a showstopper. Quite literally going to find Sanity. Dark is proving me wrong, however. Finding a little bit of axe. He's going to get a double kill. Can they bring this back? Is that what 2v2? It was originally a 2v4. Things are looking really solid right now for the defenders. The line goes down. Darkest gets down quickly. Abuse able to find Darkest as well. He's able to get a second kill of the game. That's Sanity bringing it back. What? Oh, that was a 2v.
And now we are in a 4v5 situation right now. Red is still
instead the Ray's gonna pop on forward, not looking around for Phoenix at all. Another one's gonna go on by. He's gonna get all the positioning in the world. He's able to find one though. He's gonna collapse down, find the Cypher as well, but gets a triple kill before being traded out. And
Schmack here has a big opportunity.
Ooh, I'm curious to see how this is gonna go down. Has the angle, it's like it's one headshot. Is he able to find another? Another one skirts away just in time, but able to get a triple kill. Lotus goes down as well. Battery's able to end Schmack's horrible reign of WR. Wave Runners, though, able to bring it back a little bit more. Abuser with a triple kill out of nowhere.
Through the smoke, not there to help you this time. You're down to 3 health. Coolly gonna project himself a little bit more aggressively. Looks for a second one. The wide swing from the Sova, baiting out Kukli. Drops him quite low, and Madly gonna help him out. Kukli good for 2. Making it a 3-on-2 for this retake. Still favoring out on goal, but Abuse Noodle. A beautiful shot, a beautiful 2 shots. And Seabass on a 1-on-1. Nice. Steam Beacon out, gonna go high. Kukli, some perfect transfer in that aim. And Lethal Chaos gonna find their 6.
Off-wielders don't want to go for the say or go for the spike, and they have to say, unless you're on shaky, you have a mini off and you're able to find an aggressive kill off of it, or you have it off and you push up too much and lose it anyways. Now on shaken, having to face against a 1v4, and he's able to find a double from it. Really? They just cleaned up the site. The Cowboys back, baby. Oh, Lord.
That the presence is going to be from Long Tryhard on this crossfire with Hookah. The Paranoia going to blind him, force him inside elbow. Onto the site now. The utility is going to send off Geese, but big old Nick with 2. Make it 3. Can he make it a 4th? Maybe an 8th as well. They all have their back turned to the Sova, and the damage pays off for big old Nick.
Just turn around. The Molly's going to make sure they don't push up anyways. Maple's able to find Abuse Noodle, but even then, will that be enough? The air burst. I'm sorry, the Showstopper's able to find Donkey, but the defense is coming clutch, especially Dash. But 3K comes through, and there's only one left. It's Axe. And he only has a classic and 5 health. Of course, you're not going to find that one. Axe's done great so far, but the classic might be too much. That's going to be find some luck. Axe might be able to find some 9 kills. Oh, Taser 2 headshots to clear the board. But Bradley's able to find 1. Axe is going to fall. Only 1 left is going to be Kugli. He was able to get a ninja defuse. Can he do it again? Can he find a miracle shot? Toggles able to rotate around just a little bit more. Looking to find that final headshot. There you go. Toggles finding Kugli. And that is the Grand Championships. Lethal Chaos almost bringing it back yet again for another week. But it's going to be the relative unknowns of Ghoul's fate. Able to bring it all the way to the top. 2-0 in the Grand Champs for the Pit of Valor this week.
But there are just members of Radiant members everywhere right now. 4 are playing on set with 1 team main. It's going to be really difficult for them.
With that being said, though, things are looking really good for Lethal Chaos. The Boomers is going to go out as Showstopper. Quite literally going to find Sanity. Darkest is proving me wrong, however. Finding a little bit of Axe. He's going to get a double kill. Can they bring this back? It's now a 2v2. It was originally a 2v4. Things are looking really solid right now for the defenders. The flag goes down. Darkest gets down quickly. Abuse able to find Darkest as well. He's able to get a 2nd kill of the game. That's Sanity bringing it back. What? Oh, that was a 2v. Easily fragged out with any kind of blinds or smokes, but no, instead the Ray's gonna pop on forward, not looking around for Phoenix at all. Another one's gonna go on by. He's gonna get all the positioning in the world. He's able to find one, though. He's gonna collapse out, find the Cypher as well, but the triple kill before being traded out, and then
And Schmack here has a
find another one skirts away just in time, able to get a kill. Lotus goes down as well. Barry's able to end Schmack's horrible rain of WR. Wave Runners though able to bring it back a little bit more. Abuse with a triple kill out of nowhere.
Through the smoke, not there to help you this time, and you're down to 3 health. Quickly gonna project himself a little bit more aggressively. Looks for a second one. The wide swing from the Sova, baiting out Kukli. Drops him quite low, and Madley gonna help him out. Kukli good for 2. Making it a 3-on-2 for this retake. Still favoring out on goal, but Abuse Noodle. A beautiful shot, a beautiful 2 shots. And Seabass on a 1-on-1 knives. Sin Beacon out, gonna go high. Kukli, some perfect transfer in that aim. And Lethal Chaos is gonna find their sacred.
Op wielders don't want to go for the say or go for the spike, and they have to say, unless you're on shaky, you have a mini op and you're able to find an aggressive kill off of it, or you have it op and you push up too much and lose it anyways. Now on shaking, having to face against a 1v4, it's able to find a double from it to They just cleaned up the site. The Cowboys back, baby. Oh, good lord.
That the presence is going to be from Long Tryhard on this crossfire with Hookah. The Paranoia gonna blind him, force him inside elbow. Onto the site now. The utility is gonna send off these, but big old Nick with 2. Make it 3. Can he make it a 4th? Maybe an 8th as well. They all have their back turned to the Sova, and the damage pays off for big old Nick.
Just turn around. The Molly's gonna make sure they don't push up anyways. Maple's able to find the Abused Noodle, but even then, will that be enough? The air burst. I'm sorry, the Showstopper's able to find Donkey, but the defense is coming in clutch, especially.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, gamers and gamers of all kind. We are back. We had a lovely little break, got ourselves some beverages, and sat and talked about our past, talked about some things that influenced us growing up. So I guess like while we're waiting for our players to get down into the match, like what is like your history in gaming? Like what got you into like Valorant and just any kind of gaming in general? Like what was your first experience with gaming?
Are you asking me this?
I'm asking you. I'm also asking just like chat. It was an open-ended question, but you are the person I'm talking to, so.
Oh, thank you. So what got me into gaming? I believe it was when I first came to Canada. No, actually no, not even. Before I was there, when I was a child, I used to get small allowances because we were very, very poor growing up. So with small bits of allowances that I would get, I would use some of it to go to the local arcade as a kid, and I would go there and I would play Tekken 2. I remember.
Tekken
And
2? Ooh, what a
Tekken
good
2,
game,
Tekken 3, yeah, and
though.
Tekken is still one of my favorite games of all time, and I remember because I was younger. Of course, it's an arcade, so it's a rule: winner stays on, and I would only be able to play one match as usual because I was shit. But and all the older kids way better than me, but I'll be damned if I didn't, go there every single time walking in like, yo, my Paul Phoenix is about to ruin your day, and I wouldn't get a single match.
I love it. My like first experience with specifically FPSs was actually my little brother was allowed to play Halo, but I wasn't because my mother was like, that's not an appropriate game for young girls. But my little brother was allowed to play it. And I remember growing up and being like, that's kind of messed up. And now I play a lot of video games just like all day, every day. So defiance is sometimes the strongest thing that gets you to certain places in life. That's the moral
Indeed,
of that story.
I agree. Just remember, young children, if you're out there, never listen to your parents.
Well, okay, listen to that was one part where I didn't listen to my parents, but sometimes.
Hold on, stop. Nothing matters. Gone pick me on.
I mean, they're.
Oh.
Okay, they did not pick Neon. We got excited for nothing. We've been informed that Wick switched off. It is now Killjoy, which is much less exciting.
Sorry, we were talking about defying our parents. Go on.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, the Goobers decided to defy us and not pick Neon, which is just like annoying, but okay. The difference that we're actually seeing between these two teams is just in initiators, and we are seeing Ignite go for Breach and Yukine pick up Sova. Yukine has been playing a lot of Sova on a lot of the previous maps, so it makes sense that Sova is something that C4 is bringing into this map, but the Breach is an interesting pick, and I think it's especially an interesting pick when starting off on the defensive side.
So I'm a Breach main. I love Breach on Haven, personally, and I think it actually fits quite well, depending on how you are looking to initiate as well, like you're saying. I think Breach is in a interesting predicament when you're on the defensive side. So I think that, potentially if you do set him up around A or C, he's quite good because he can flash into A lobby, right? If he's sitting around B or if he's trying to anchor C, he can actually just go ahead and fault line almost just the entire season long. But that's me rising and potentiating as to what could happen. As the guided light doesn't catch anybody in A lobby. That's enough for C4 to choose to back away to C.
Yeah, we also saw Goober's Omen actually on this defensive side immediately go for like a really early paranoia into that slot area of Haley. So that was kind of an interesting early play. Quick Shift though was a menace last game, is continuing to be a menace because this game on these initiators has this Sky and is going guns blazing, picking up 2.
Easy stuff clear out the site. As Flood walks in, gets taken out as well. And it is just a clear post plant defense for the side of C4 yet again, Becky. Showing complete dominance, and as with the presence that was detected in a lobby, they decide, okay, it'll be easy pickup. They'll go down C. And they want to do anything more out of this too, and it's such an easy take considering they'll clear out the site so fast. Goobers will have to go on the anti-eco. I do like that at least saving from here. This should be fine.
Yeah, I like just going for like the biggest save. I mean, if you're somebody like Flood, it doesn't look like you'll be able to go ahead and buy an operator on those armor, which certainly could be a possibility, but what is not going to be a possibility is the sight of Goobers of NA staying alive for very long, as JG takes down 3 at great player standing to start off. Not too surprising considering it seems like Goobers of NA are kind of just running it straight into their enemies, and maybe hoping to pick up one with some of those flicks with the classic, but it's not going to be so. A flawless round off of those big gun buys coming out for C4 Academy.
Easy piece 11 squeezy. Not much to say about that round, considering Goobers just pushed out a garage, and then they died. And then 2 more pushed out a garage, and they also died. And then they moved back out of garage down C long, and then the final person died. That was the entire round, within 10 seconds. And it took about 15 to finish that up as well. So Goobers in an A, now at least, on the full buys, be able to contest against the monumental aggression coming out of C4 as they posture towards C once again.
So, if you can choose between a Guardian and a Bulldog, what do you pick?
Guardian Gaming, every single time. I'm a Guardian Gamer myself.
Breach of the side of Goobers and then chose to go for a Bulldog and still has 600 credits left over. So,
He's long.
Also a Bulldog gamer, and I can respect it. I'm expecting great things, even though the odds are certainly a little stacked against Goobers of NA as Hyunseo goes for a nice little teleport into this corner, unbeknownst to the defending side of Goobers of NA.
It's 5v5 on the side as they put down the dark cover right down C long, so with this they'll be able to trade 1-for-1. Crystal 4v4 as Blue Ames managed to make his way in, like you said, who was safe at the back of the site, gets spotted, and C4 get dismantled as quickly as they made their way here.
Alright, so we also didn't really get to see a Bulldog in action. Immediately somebody died with Phantom and went and swiped that up, so maybe not a full Bulldog gamer because didn't commit to the bit, but I do still respect that buy at least to start off. Ignite now sitting with the Phantom picked off of the dead cold hands of a Chapter 4 Academy body, and you know, Goobers of NA starting to show a little bit of their true colors and that they can certainly hang, but now we're getting into the real thick of it this 4th round where everyone's got these full buys and it looks like it's Phantoms all around except for JG who's looking to hit some headshots with this Vandal.
Man, you just will not stop talking about the Bulldogs, dude.
I mean, When you like something, you just can't stop talking about it. Oof.
Unfortunate. For now, though, we'll see as one pick goes down right away. They'll use his aggression to move on to the east side. As Wick's still in range of all of his use, he'll look and cover down into sewer, but there are 4 people moving down long. As Trailblazer will at least spot or ignite, but they don't know that both of them covering the sewer angle is to move in.
Line there allows for Wick to pick out and get
Spike
2.
down
So
A.
beautiful teamwork there, and really stopping a lot of power coming out from C4 Academy's attacking side here, as they're now kind of forced to just completely move off of that A site. And with Helios on B, ooh, make that dead on B. It looks like we're going to see the final remaining players of Chapter 4 Academy book it towards the C site, but we do have a friend in Blue Aims over towards that side of the map as well.
30 seconds
It's 2v4 though, and if C4 loses round, they'll be on the save. But they should know at this point that Blue Aims is there. His paranoia should be so massive as well. That's a clean spray, and the transfer onto Yukine will be nice. He'll get 2, but can't do any more. It was so close to it for a second.
Yeah, that looked really good all of a sudden when the 2 kind of spooky plays there were nicely isolated into 1v1s. I was starting to feel like, oh, maybe Yukain is all of a sudden going to have an insane clip here off of this 1v4 situation, but not quite able to finish it off. But, you know, being able to take down 2 in that 1v4 situation, certainly not too bad, as we are going to see, as a result of that, Yukain pick up a Spectre. The rest of the team go for a pretty big save here. Looks like Helios is also going to go for the Spectre, but the rest of them, JG going to rely on that Blade Storm and some Sheriffs for the rest of the team.
I mean, they do have to do this, right? Considering how their economy is right now with the way they bought up last round. JG should be able to updraft past all the utils they have so far, as Wick gets traded up as counterpart of the B side is theirs.
Down B.
Ooh, alright, Blades, and now a Phantom in the hand of JG. Gonna do a nice little smoke off of Heroes there. Ooh, does get the bomb down before being knocked out by that rolling thunder.
Right there.
Kind of a nice little trade back, but Flood picked up 2, so certainly still looking good for the side of Goobers of NA, who are in a little bit of an advantage.
Last
here.
player standing.
Ooh, some
Nice.
nice shots from Yukain, though.
Thank you.
Close.
Yeah.
Close, but no cigars. Sadly, they managed to get it to half, and he wanted to try to get the dark down too. If he managed to duck back inside of the wall, he could have been maybe able to do it. Because look at this here. It's infiltrate onto 1, stops the plan onto the second, but there at the final one, he thought there might have been 1 more too. Getting caught with his arrow out is unfortunate, but it's still more than enough. So he's be able to buy up going into the next round. And C4 are finally facing contention. It's not as dominant of a start that we saw from them previously.
Yeah, I mean, after those first 2 rounds, I was kind of like, oh no, please don't just be a rematch of what we just saw, kind of 2 games in a row. But at least C4 Academy going into this round have a chance to pick things back up, as everyone but the Jet has an ultimate ready. So if they're interested in utilizing a lot of their utility alongside this buy round that they've been able to make off of the previous save, they should be able to get a really good start up. And Helios picking up this nice shot into Ignite, caught with some utility out, has got to be a good start.
Blocking sight.
Take that back, maybe.
Yeah, that's okay.
A JG, right place, right time.
For now, though, it's really the spike down at least off of this, so it's not bad. But look, they made the score more even, because look at where all the Goobers coming in from, right? And from spawn, as they all 3 stacks strong. They'll have to play off of the dark cover, the flashes, as get a flash right on them. They get spotted as well. The paranoia will cast them all at the back of the side back E, and they can't move in.
It looks like they're not even gonna try either Wick and Blue Aims.
Yep.
Saying, you know, 4 of you on the site, locked down. The utility was spooky. That bomb's ticking pretty fast. We're just not gonna worry about it. We'll hold on to our guns for this round, and it looks like Chapter 4 Academy are gonna be able to even us up to a 3-3 score line.
Easy stuff from them, like you're saying. And at least from here, nobody will die to the spike, but at least Goobers managed to save too, so getting 2 hero rifles going into the next is quite fruitful, considering they have more than enough economy to be able to buy as well. But That still does mean that right now, on the side, a C4A, they get the attacking up. And
Yeah.
this I am unsure of, personally.
I'm a little dubious of it. I feel like we haven't gotten to see JG utilize an operator a ton across the last two games, like every once in a while, but not in like the extremely flashy fashion that you see some Jets with. And picking it up off of a Flood's dead body from last round is just like a nice pickup that you're never going to deny, but I'm going to be interested to see if we're actually going to get any use out of this. I mean, JG is still being like the spearhead of the team up close and personal in this situation, and
Spike down
able
B.
to see through these dark covers and connect with any shots so far as Goobers of NA pick up 2 kills to Chapter 4.
You can see it was easy, and with it getting caught at the back to the op, will at least be recovered by Yukine. But this Lakana 2v3, and with them not being able to cover the flank either from here, it does mean they'll force them to rotate, spikes still in their hands. But the cover so far from Goobers is still across every single site. As they're moving up is moving up through sewers. Wake might be able to catch this. They're not looking at him either. He just barely misses them though.
Oh my gosh. And Wick is looking like still gonna hold this, and Helios is not cool.
30 seconds left.
Ooh, nice little turnaround there. A little bit of damage taken, but at least having this lockdown to follow it up with is gonna buy the attacking side quite a bit of time here.
They're waiting to see if whether or not Goobers actually move in. So looking around heaven, but they're still waiting right outside as the spike goes down, and they're both nearby spawn. As they move into sewers. Okay.
Alright, bomb down. I mean, Robot able to get a little bit of information there does mean that that storm grenade is going to go off. Another one to follow it up, just stalling for so long. And this is kind of the potency that you get to see from Killjoy so often. Absolutely amazing. And now with the Hunter's Fury to follow it up here, just being able to buy so much time. But that bomb is halfway closer. Actually,
one enemy remaining
and pick up that final defuse. Yukine gets one, but both of them are going to remain alive. But the winners of the round will be Goobers of NA, who are pulling back that lead.
Yeah, I gotta say too, after the initial drone was actually shot out, I thought they would have actually stayed in the molly until they heard the defuse, because that would have given them more than enough time to continue delaying and possibly deny the plan. But considering both mollies were put out so early, it just came down to Goobers waiting until they used up all the util, and the Hunter's Fury too came a bit too late when the half had already started. And now C4. So we're contention as it is a judge in Flood's hand. I love this.
I mean, this is interesting too, because Goobers of NA did win that last round, but there's a member with half armor, there's a member with a Spectre. Flood went ahead and picked up a judge. I mean, holding this angle is certainly still good for that weapon, but it maybe isn't the most ideal for a team that just won the last round.
Yeah, because they've had to commit almost every single round so far, right? It doesn't do wonders for your economy either, but it's spot ignite. So he's looking to possibly flash and peek this. Yep, finds one. That's easy. And clears to the corner as well. That's a two-piece. Give it over to Ignite.
Beautifully done from Ignite there. Flood going down, but you know, considering that a judge was around, maybe not feeling the worst, as Wick is also able to kill the doppelganger there of Helios going towards mid, and now it is just Hyunseo and Yukine left for the attacking side, trying to figure out where exactly they're gonna end up committing to. And it looks
30
like
seconds
it's gonna
left.
be C, but it's gonna be kind of the same thing that we saw in a previous round, where Blue Aims is still just holding this site down, and it's kind of, at this point, got to be expecting it with where they've been able to pick up kills from the attacking side so far. Oh my gosh, utility blinds all over the place.
So nice too, and it's just such beautiful execution. C4. They run out of time, they're being forced to go to C, and Goobers on this defense have looked absolutely immaculate. I think this timeout is definitely very well warranted.
Yeah, and I'd like going for something like this earlier timeout. I'd like that Chapter 4 Academy has identified that, like, the rounds that they're losing are rounds that they're losing pretty hard. So going for something like this early timeout and immediately trying to dissect where things are going wrong, I like it a whole lot more than some teams take a really long time and wait until like kind of those final few rounds to decide to go ahead and call a timeout. And once that happens, like you don't really have a ton of wiggle room to capitalize on the information that you've gained. Going for something like this that's still pretty early in the game should be able to, hopefully, if somebody has noticed something for the attacking side of C4A, pick up on what the information that they've gathered, convey it to the rest of the team, and be like, how are we changing it up going on from here forward? And certainly something that I think they need to work on is committing to pushing a lot as all five, or at least trying to be a little bit more aggressive as all five, because right now they're getting picked off at like 1s and 2s at the start, and then it's just leaving the final 2 players to push kind of in strange directions all over the map, and it's just not proving to be very fruitful.
I thought you were going to say pick up what they're putting down, or perhaps even who they're putting down. I think that could have been a really easy analogy. But on the other end, though, they put out the blinding light as well to see if anybody looks to push out a garage. Is it posturing towards C once more? At least a spike is. I wonder if they put out any dark covers to cover for themselves to move in. But they're on a half by here. And she looked to play out this flash. Yep, flashed out, moved in, but there's still 2 people there.
Ooh, and unfortunately that does so far go the way of Goobers of NA. Helios is trying to follow closer and take one more down. It didn't
enemy
do that,
remaining.
but all of a sudden, it's not in the best position, and Ignite was close by. Follows up, finishes off Helios. Goobers of NA take another one, but that was again a lighter buy, so Chapter 4 Academy hopefully planned strategically for a buy into this round.
This breach is dealing with their case here, Becky. Like, you can see the flashes have been just so impactful, and the slow pushes from Chapter 4 that have, looked to be more so on the very aggressive side, because they decide off a Sky Flash to all rush in as 3, but then they get counter flash as well, and they get taken back, and suddenly a flash are suddenly not going in the direction because they only have 1 Sky. They got a breach in the sky on the side of NA. And Chapter 4 are blinded for so long, by the time they gain sight of what is happening, they're already dead. Or as they would say in Japanese, Omaiba mo shindeiru.
Chef's kiss. Yeah, you said it beautifully, and I was at the same time kind of just realizing, especially after that last round, Goobers of NA having both of those flashes from these initiators, being able to go Hawk into Breach Blind is just so impactful, and being able to just make sure that, hey, you thought you had eyes? Probably you should just keep them closed, because you're never going to be able to see between this initiator duo. And you can even see it on the map. Like, the amount of times that the Breach and Sky play together on this defensive side to make sure that if, like, one person flashes, it's immediately followed up.
Okay! Whoa! It doesn't matter. I thought he missed 2 op shots, so it didn't necessarily make a difference, but Blue Aim's holding it down, and Cubby, that's 3. And just one after the next, as they look forward, they're like, Nani?
Out of charges.
Yeah, I want to see it again, because I all of a sudden, missed
Not
op
that
but,
shot,
like,
come on, Ben.
Nobody is expecting Blue Aims to be there. They start to push forward to aggress after the operator is recoiling, and just get slain by Blue Aims, who, I mean, I don't even want to say right place, right time, like right place, right time, but knew what was going to happen in that situation and just capitalized on it so beautifully. And now going into this round, Goobers of NA
Get out of
have
my way.
pretty much all of their ultimates ready. Going.
It was so great. As well, I was gonna say that, I will hold my thought as we see them still moving in onto the site. Still, for people strong, but they plant right down the middle. The Rolling Thunder will stop the plant, and they'll have to force a dash shot as well. All of C4 stuck outside of the site.
I feel for JG. I feel like I can't see. I can't imagine how JG feels. There's some nice little jumps there to try and at least stay at a good spot. Trying to move on to a different site all of a sudden, but just shut down
C.
every
Last
single
player standing.
Spike
I
is
have the
down
spike.
now, and Blue Aim's holding it.
Oh.
Ooh, nice. Ooh, nice shot number 2. Okay. It was gonna feel pretty good if UKNA all of a and got to go
Last
like
round
1,
in
2,
the half.
3, tap, 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 like
Mhm.
throw it into the TikTok compilation and let's see the views
Yeah.
come up.
You know, it feels like when SpongeBob was the Quickster, he was like, "Hey, want to see me kill all these people? Want to see me do it again?"
Exactly. Oh, all right. And we did see, I mean, all things considered, Goobers of an A used 3 of their 4 ultimates that were ready onto that one, but unfortunately the one that is still remaining is for Wick, and it is that lockdown, and that's just such a potent ultimate to have on the defending side that it's still going to be a lot of work for Chapter 4 to get onto a site and get a lot of control and into a good post-plant situation. Blue aims forced
Spike
into
down.
12 different directions and at least goes 1 for 1 there as Blood trying to pick up some more, but we are in a situation all of a sudden and nicely catching Ignite with the utility out there does allow for JG to continue to keep the score even.
Blinded.
Again, Light will see information out of the site, but the question is, do we want to peek out? Because there'll be a dry peek nonetheless,
One
but a
enemy
trade will be added. What?
Click
How
shift,
would the birdie out? Said no?
Bird.
Look, my parrot! Squawk!
Switching sides.
Death!
Honestly, the parrots can get shot as much as
Ah!
there's
Well,
parrots.
it's not
There's
very
parrots.
nice.
There's parrots where I live. Okay, 2 things you need to know about where I live. We
Okay.
have a parrot. We have a parrot infestation,
Cool.
and I live next to a school. Do you know what
Okay.
parrots do?
Squawk.
They imitate sounds that they've heard. You know what's a
Ah.
horrible sound for parrots to imitate?
Children.
Screaming children.
Mm.
So I get waken up at 5 a.m. almost every day to parrots being like, arise and shine, and trying to sound like screaming children. And the amount of nightmares that I've had about like drowning children because of these parrots that are outside my window is a lot. So that's my story about why I hate parrots. Anyway, yeah, so the bird can get shot. Blue aims and the side of Goobers of an A now moved
to the ground. That's where I'll be. And so they tiptoe on the side. They don't see themselves, but no, them will die, and it's easy for a
Are we becoming a
C4
musical?
to
I love
get
it.
more.
I'm applauding. I don't know if my mic can pick it up, but I am applauding. Oh, all of a sudden, Goobers of NA, I mean, they still want to be on the defensive side, or you might guess that they would want to, because they are in the spawn of the defenders while moving on to this attacking side and playing Ring Around the Rosie with the final remaining 2 members of Chapter 4 Academy. The bomb will go down, and this placement will be set up by the side of Goobers of NA, who do have the agent advantage here. But also, if you want to start singing again, like, I'm down for this just to become a musical cast. We need to get Goppers in here, too.
If I had enough rhyming skills, I would not mind it. But still, though, so far I know what rhymes, at least with high, die, which is what 2 of them might potentially do. There we go. That's a trade. That's a good trade. No 1-for-1. But the question is, what does it become? Or they're just stalling. But there's not enough time. That's it. And right now, Goobers are thinking this is simply sublime.
Oh, okay.
Let's go.
I
Let's
see
go.
you.
I do this. I do this. What do you mean day in, day out, night, day? What? Stop this.
Actually, Spin, I mean, go on Twitter right now. Tell everybody Ravish putting on the show of a lifetime poet and rapper, musical extraordinaire.
Whoa.
You're doing fantastic.
I'm just doing me. Yeah, man, stop.
And it's fantastic.
Oh, stop it. You do. You're not too bad yourself, just saying. Oh, look at you doing your thing out here. Look at you casting with your orange hair.
I'm
Speaking of
dying.
orange hair, Click Shift is ready with the bird.
Ooh, yeah, and I mean, hopefully this time the bird doesn't take a bullet, and also that certain orange-haired individual, Goobers of NA. I mean, speaking of doing their thing, they're certainly doing it and doing it well. Except that first pistol round that was a close one. Helio somehow getting that kill on onto Flood. Yugseo doesn't know which way is up, doesn't know where to start shooting, and Ignite takes Yugseo down, and then goes to start watching the flank. Not watching the flank. Mom wasn't down. I don't know what way is up, and is moving towards the A site. Wait, though, kind of behind enemy lines, just kind of by that line, doesn't know where to shoot, and does fall to click shift, and all of a sudden, Goobers of NA had guns bought up into this round, but most of them are at this point in the hands of C4 Academy, and they're in a 2v4 situation. This is looking a little rough.
Rough indeed. But it just has to be a question of stalling once more. Look how close the Ignite is holding, and the swing is no bueno. As both of them get torn apart on the entire site. And then more to be had from there. C4A. It managed to get one back. That's, as you could say in military talk, 10-4.
I'm just impressed that of all the rounds that C4 Academy were able to take back into their favor based on how this game is going, picking up a round that was a buy round for the opponents based off of that first pistol, that's impressive. And I mean, it's certainly going to start to ricochet this game into their favor a little bit.
Beautiful stuff from themselves. And it's a massive dub to be able to take home, considering they then put the economy of Goobers only more so at risk, and they've opened an opportunity to snowball that into one more, only putting forward the case for their potential comeback. But they do have to overpower Goobers here. So far on the attack, it's gotten a little rougher. The alarm bot is there. The flash will catch them. That shot out immediately. Beautiful stuff. Sight.
I actually really like this B-site plan. When you're down on guns and you don't want to be doing a lot of long-range fights compared to what C4 Academy have from the previous round, going for these closer ranges and skirmishes should go into their favor, but you know, sometimes it just isn't enough. And Chapter 4 Academy came with a vengeance, especially Helios, who picks up a 3K into that round. And you know, half of the points of your opponent is not nothing, and it's certainly a step in the right direction for C4 Academy, who are moving themselves to 5 points.
Like Artie said, it's easy pickings from there. Consider they have the opportunity to able to snowball that from one year to the next. And but here's where the true testament begins both these teams, because Goobers right now are on a full buy, but there's an op on JG. We did see that coming out of the attacking side. They got flanked so fast he didn't even have a chance to use it. We'll see what goes on, but Helios has a lockdown as well. Hyunseo is one away from the shadows.
And we also they had Spectre and bought 2 more Phantoms. Quick Shift, the only one holding onto the Spectre, and rewarded by Flood dashing in to try to capitalize and get that trade back, and ultimately does result in it being a 2-for-0, and Chapter 4 Academy being 5-3 in this situation. Ignite, nice little lift there, is able to pick up that kill onto Helios, and now is just trying to hole up in the back of this B site and hope to run these defenders around a little bit. Ooh, Rolling Thunder does knock back a few of them, but Yukine finally able to get some of that cleaned up. And now these final 2 attackers trying to figure out, where do we plant this bomb? Where are we going to have the biggest chance for success? And how do we make this work against the 4 remaining defenders?
Beautiful blinding light that'll take out Blue Aims, and Wick just has to try to delay. Shockdart doesn't catch him, but it'll tag him at the last couple of seconds. Look at where they're peeking him to. That's one down onto Wick. He peeks out, but he's up against 2. Oh, an unfortunate peek there as well as Chapter 4 bring it back.
Hey, I mean, this is what we like to see. I like to see this little bit of a back and forth. I mean, we'd watched kind of a back and forth game between Chapter 4 Academy and Demons, and then we watched Chapter 4 have an extremely extremely sound game against Last Resistance, and it just looked like they were on top of the world in that matchup. And I was like, okay, Demons were a great warm-up to allow them to just have a slaughterfest in the next round. And now I was like, okay, maybe Chapter 4 got a little too cocky after that last one, and something starting to knock them down a peg, but now they're saying, okay, now that we're on this defensive half, now that JG can just hold some of these top angles, pick off that breach. I mean, being able to pick off these initiators early on, taking away a lot of that double blind capability, is really just allowing the defenders to have a safer situation going forward. Nicely baits out Young Seo and takes them down.
Not a bad start for Goobers. The 1-for-1 isn't too bad, and if they manage to at least take down one more, then it should be set up. If that was a dink onto Killjoy, that means the lockdown is lost. C4A lose chances and potential of a U-turn. Shoot that out. Util from Killjoy is eventually used, but they will still plant the B site.
Spike planted. Okay, all of a sudden, two there.
And you say I'm singing.
Sometimes it just happens. If I'm like stuck in thought, all of a sudden everything becomes melodic. And I mean, if we're feeling melodic, Flick Shift is feeling phenomenal. And, you know, finishing up that one nicely.
Wow. Hey, look at that range you're presenting.
I gotta try a little bit. My dog is confused. He's like, you only sing to me. Why are you singing to your computer? That's so confusing. I know. I'm sorry, bud.
You only ever yell at your computer. Why are you singing to it? Did your relationship change? What's going on here?
Yeah, what is this development?
Wow. It's just... I want to go to the third arc of this anime. For now, though, to be able to see how Goobers look to bring things back. They're on the full buy this time around, and they've had a lot of ultimates to use. I wonder how many they'll potentially be able to utilize to get out of the site. I imagine the Rolling Thunder should be nice, but they have to get JG right in the corner first as he backs all the way out of Swords.
Okay. At least being able to move to safety is very important, but making sure that you're at a place where you can also dash away after that op shot is equally as important. And sometimes you can get kind of stuck on some of those barrels, but has moved to a good spot, and Flood is patiently and thankfully waiting for the rest of the Goobers of NA to move to a position where they can all push together as a team. And
I've got your trail.
This is also going to go well because they're potentially at least waiting for P4 to move back and at least into a less ideal spot, but maybe it just doesn't matter. It's Flick Shift able to pick up
Spike down
going
A.
down to Flood there.
I got the spike.
Flood picking up the spike, getting it planted.
3v4, that's the up down. And as soon as the spike is planted, so is GG into the ground. RIP. Don't make it a 3v3, but they managed to move all of Goobers all the way into the corner. The dark coverage should suffice more than enough.
Oh my gosh, this breach is Jay's strapped on, running all the way across the map.
Oh, no way.
From behind here. Flood and Crossler do go down, but with that kill, they have to know where Ignite is.
Ooh.
And Young Seo nicely coming up off the bomb with that tip from Helios, and they will be able to finish this defuse. And I mean, you'd never guess that we went into this half at 9-3, 10-8 now, and it's shaping up to be a close game between these two competitors.
I think they're both just defensive-sided teams, is what I'm learning, essentially.
Okay,
But to be fair, on Breeze, you know, C4, they're very attacker-sided. They're very, very good, but I think they were definitely a bit stronger than that potential. And for now, Goobers, right? You were thinking that, considering Ignite came in, he had no real utility to use, no Aftershock either, and nobody can cost anybody there. It was a really tough retake where he's just running in, but he had to stop the planter, unfortunately. Unable to do so still for now, the Goobers have 3 ultimates to play with, and the lockdown should be crucial. If they are to be able to use that to force their way onto the site as Spike is moving towards C.
Ooh, slowly, and I mean, kind of from all angles. They've almost got Flood completely in their spawn. Does take out scenario, but JG with that information is able to get that trade back nicely. And since they moved out of garage area, it will just be a 4v4 situation for another moment as ClickShift's trying not to get spotted out in their spawn.
He won't.
So far, so good.
Still
Out
open
the
though.
window.
He's fine. He moves into the corner. As a concuss does land, but he's playing it safe. Wick is falling. And he still just lets them all pass right by him.
What?
That's the no scope into the shot, but they're making it onto the site. It's 3-2, yet again. Or C4.
Dog goes down to the op shop, but a little bit of information as to where Blue aims is. It's gonna be
Wait.
Ooh, I'm not even gonna finish that sentence. I don't even think I need to.
I think we just continue with just a ooh.
Yeah.
And I'll top
do
it
we
off
have,
with
do we have
it.
a replay of that? Cause
Let me get a replay of that real quick, just so I'm able to express the emotions that I was feeling. Cause look,
Okay,
JG, he starts off with 2, right? It's looking nice. The dark spot's 1 more. He's a trailblazer, blinding light, easy peeking, the collat. God damn.
That's gotta be so embarrassing too, because you're both sitting there blinded and you just kind of like move by default, but they move in sync and just get wrecked.
Man, you ever told your dog to sit? He does it immediately. That's what happened to these 2 guys. Sat. Woo! Bro, hold the sit.
JG is not done yet. 2 more to start this off. Somebody stop the pain is brought. Holy
He's gonna make so many people sit. All of goobers are gonna have high cholesterol.
I mean, there's been a lot of jokes about Valorant players barking for heals, but I mean, are you sitting for op shots? Is that the new trend?
I don't want to answer this question, or don't want to go down this route that you're going down on. I want to move right past it. I don't like this at all.
Right, fair enough. JG though, I mean, if JG keeps playing like this and picking up a ton of these early kills, I mean, what is even happening? Are the attackers are just falling into exactly where JG is holding every single time? And I mean, I guess props to JG for being just so unpredictable, and there's also some beauty to be said for how this Jet and Sky for the side of Chapter 4 Academy are playing together. I can't think of a time, like, after, there's always like that initial op shot that's just like the long range, like you stepped out, you got got. But then every other time has been peeking out to follow up a guiding light. And there's just something so beautiful about a Jet who's like, I don't got any flashes, so I made best friends with this redhead who's got a bird and a dog. And you know, there's something beautiful about that.
And we're holding pinkies on the site.
And they're holding pinkies, and they're doing a great job. JG and ClickShift, pinky holding best friends for life, and it is so beautiful, and it is the big reason that Chapter 4 Academy went from being 9-3 to 10-10.
Man, yo, forget giving all the esports homie kisses, bro. I want to hold pinkies with y'all. That's where I'm at personally.
I'm here for it.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Now, what about holding pinkies and kissing? Is that too much?
No, that's too much. I don't think I'm ready for that. Personally, I'm not emotionally nor physically ready. For now, Ignite wasn't even mechanically ready.
Yeah. Didn't even have a gun out. Was hopping along. I mean, if you lose that many rounds in a row, you do that. That is about how it starts to feel.
One
and
enemy
Helios
remaining.
Also, just continuing the pain. And JG not able to shine in that round. The rest of Chapter 4 Academy said we don't want to be left behind. And you know, something I wouldn't have expected based on that first half. All of a sudden, Chapter 4 Academy are ahead in this game.
You know, Becky, do you remember the time when we fell? Do you remember the time when C4 got around? Because I don't. Sorry, when Goobers got around. Because I don't. Because all C4 I've been doing is just getting around one after the next on the side of the defense.
And now they've got ultimates ready. This angle different yet again for JG, and is like, all right, you can go ahead and try and fail. Flood goes down. The concuss is good into mid, but UConn also just there hanging out saying, all right, yeah, I expect you to try to go for the jet with the op. JG doing you dirty, and I respect that you want to come back for that. But it's not on my watch. Ignite's at least going to try and even the score a little bit, but Helios is not death enough to command preparations for the rest of the team. Chapter 4 Academy are 1 point away from taking this one home. Absolute insane play on this defensive side.
UConn, more like you die. Am I right? God, I can't believe you laughed at that. Nah.
I'm laughing because you were doing so good before, and then I don't even know where that one came from. Just like Chapter 4 Academy, that was a completely different person than before.
Well, you know what? Like Chapter 4 Academy, I have to keep things fresh. As Goobers is rushed right onto the side. Blue Ames is dead. UConn serves up a massive helping of much more death. Right to her C4A. Goobers go bye-bye.
Wow.
Defenders win.
Yeah.
I mean, I had a lot of words. A comeback is like an understatement. How do you... Comeback implies that there was like I mean, it's hard for there to be a struggle in Valor. Just the way that the points work. I mean, big brain coming out here.
The run back, the turn back, the scratch your back. I don't know where you want to go with
They just, instead of like a comeback or even like a turnaround, they just straight like were hands up, and then they all of a sudden just like superhero move, like headlock, broke neck of the side of Goobers.
Which superhero does this, bro? What?
Batman.
The Punisher?
the Punisher too, probably. I was thinking.
Okay.
I was kind of.
Batman doesn't break necks, Becky. What?
That's true. He doesn't kill people, but he certainly would be in a sticky situation, and then all of a sudden just. I saw the new Batman movie. I saw all Robert Pattinson did was have.
All right, now with that out of the way, we'll kind of do short. We'll be back with more Valor for you with our last best of one of the night. Bye.
Thank you. But yeah, we're doing great.
That the presence is going to be from long tryhard on this crossfire with Hookah. The Paranoia going to blind him, force him inside elbow. Onto the site now. The utility is going to send off these, but big old Nick with 2. Make it 3. Can he make it a 4th? Maybe an ace as well. They all have their back turned to the Sova, and the damage pays off for big old Nick.
Just turn around! And Molly's gonna make sure they don't push up anyways. Maple's able to find the Fuse Noodle, but even then, will that be enough? The Bear Burst, the Showstopper's able to find Donkey, but the defense is coming clutch, especially Dash! But 3K comes through, and there's only one left, it's Axe! And he only has a classic and 5 health. Of course you're not gonna find that one. Axe, you've done great so far, but the classic might be too much. That's gonna be find some luck. Axe might be able to find some knife kills. All it takes are 2 headshots to clear the board. He's able to find 1. Axe is gonna fall. Only 1 left is gonna be Kugli. He was able to get a ninja defuse. Can he do it again? Can he find a miracle shot? Coggles able to rotate around just a little bit more. Looking to find that final headshot. There you go. Coggles finding Kugli. And that is the Grand Championships. Lethal Chaos almost bringing it back yet again for another week. But it's gonna be the relative unknowns of Ghoul's fate. Able to bring it all the way to the top. 2-0 in the Grand Champs from the Pit of Valor this week.
On Soul, but there are just members of Radiant Roombas everywhere right now. 4 are playing on site with 1 being main. This is going to be really difficult for them.
Looking to establish himself. His attack on the defense will only be that much easier, but Rika's getting 1 more in the flash coordination with the breach. They're just all dying one after another. And Recars with the 4K will cement the round. The Mets will have a lot of
With that being said, though, things are looking really good for Lethal Chaos. The Boomers is going to go in a showstopper. Quite literally going to find Sanity. Dark is proving me wrong, however. Finding a little bit of 2v2. It was originally a 2v4. Things are looking really solid right now for the defenders. The line goes down. Darkus gets down quickly. Abuse able to find Darkus as well. He's able to get a second kill of the game. That's Sanity bringing it back. What? Oh, that was a 2v.
And now we are in a 4v5 situation right now. Guys is still available. Booster is still available. And we see that Nova is just playing so far back. And we long right now. They're going to take on the site.
Woohoo! Going to the P coming from Sir Rox with his natural buff of his down. They're rolling down into Blocker. Anybody knows that it's a stop that was planning. How much longer can he do so? He's pushed in, and yet again this happens. Piece to the side, it just makes him like this stop. Oh! The couple of seconds left to go. He's at the start, and he clutches it yet again, Spencer.
He easily fragged out with any kind of blinds or smokes, but no, instead the Ray's gonna pop on forward, not looking around for Phoenix at all. Another one's gonna go on by. He's gonna get all the positioning in the world. He's able to find one, though. He's gonna collapse out, find the Cypher as well, but gets a triple kill before being traded out,
And Schmack here has a big opportunity.
Ooh, I'm curious to see how this is gonna go down. Has the angle, it's like it's one headshot. Is he able to find another? Other one skirts away just in time, able to get a triple kill. Lotus goes down as well. Battery's able to end Schmack's horrible reign of WR. But Wave Runners, though, able to bring it back a little bit more. Abuse with a triple kill out of nowhere.
Through the smoke, not there to help you this time. You're down to 3 health. Quickly gonna project himself a little bit more aggressively. Looks for a second one. The wide swing from the Sova, baiting out Kukli. Drops him quite low. Madly gonna help him out. Kukli good for 2. Making it a 3-on-2 for this retake. Still favoring out on Ghoul, but Abuse Noodle. A beautiful shot, a beautiful 2 shots. And Seabass on a 1-on-1 knives. Sin Beacon out, gonna go high. Kukli, some perfect transfer in that aim. And Lethal Chaos gonna find their sick.
Off-wielders don't want to go for the save or go for the spike, and they have to save. Unless you're unshaken, you have a mini-op and you're able to find an aggressive kill off of it. Or you have it off and you push up too much and lose it anyways. Now Unshaken having to face against a 1v4. It's able to find a double from it to a triple. They just cleaned up the site. The Cowboys back, baby. Oh, Lord.
That the presence is going to be from Long Tryhard on this crossfire with Hookah. The Paranoia going to blind him, force him inside elbow. Onto the site now. The utility is going to send off these, but big old Nick with 2. Make it 3. Can he make it a 4th? Maybe an 8th as well. They all have their back turned to the Sova, and the damage pays off for big old Nick.
Just turn around. The Molly's going to make sure they don't push up anyways. Maple's able to find the Fuse Noodle, but even then, will that be enough? The air burst. The Showstopper's able to find Donkey, but the defense is coming clutch, especially Dash. A 3K comes through, and there's only one left. It's Axe, and he only has a classic and 5 health. Of course, you're not going to find that one. Axe, you've done great so far, but the classic might be too much. That's going to be find some luck. Axe might be able to find some 9 kills. All it takes are 2 headshots to clear the board. But Badly's able to find 1. Axe is going to fall. Only 1 left is going to be Kukli. He was able to get a ninja defuse. Can he do it again? Can he find a miracle shot? Toggles able to rotate around just a little bit more, looking to find that final headshot. There you go. Toggles finding Kukli, and that is the Grand Championships. Lethal Chaos almost bringing it back yet again for another week, but it's going to be the relative unknowns of Ghoul's fate, able to bring it all the way to the top. 2-0 in the Grand Champs for the Pit of Valor this week.
On Soul, but there are just members of Radiant Roombas everywhere right now. 4 are playing on site with 1 B main. It's going to be very difficult for them.
And Recurrence with the 4K will cement the round. The best will have a lot of
With that being said, though, things are looking really good for Lethal Chaos. The Boomers is going to go in a showstopper. Quite literally going to find Sanity. Darkus is proving me wrong, however. Finding a little bit of action. He's going to get a double kill. Can they bring this back? It's now a 2v2. It was originally a 2v4. Things are looking really solid right now for the defenders. The flag goes down. Darkus gets down quickly. Abuse able to find Darkus as well. He's able to get a second kill of the game. That's Sanity bringing it back. What? Oh, that was a 2v
coming from Sir Mark with his cash up over the top. They're holding down at the blocker. How can he use the end line? No, looking to stop the plan. But how much longer can he do so? He's pushed in, and again this happens. Piece to the side and just gets left to stop. Oh, the top wasn't enough to go to the piece of the team. And the striker he clutches it yet again.
It out. He easily fragged out with any kind of blinds or smokes, but no, instead the Ray's gonna pop on forward, not looking around for Phoenix at all. Another one's gonna go on by. He's gonna get all the positioning in the world. He's able to find one though. He's gonna collapse down, find the sniper as well, but it's a trial kill before being traded out, and
Schmack here has a big opportunity.
Ooh, I'm curious to see how this is gonna go down. Has the angle, it's like it's one headshot. Is he able to find another one skirts away just in time, able to get a triple kill. Lotus goes down as well. Battery's able to end Schmack's horrible reign of WR. But Wave Runners, though, able to bring it back a little bit more. Abuse with a triple kill out of nowhere.
Through the smoke, not there to help you this time, and you're down to 3 health. Quickly, gonna project himself a little bit more aggressively. Looks for a second one. The wine swing from the Sova, baiting out Kukli. Drops him quite low, and Madly gonna help him out. Kukli good for 2. Making it a 3-on-2 for this retake. Still favoring out on goal, but Abuse Noodle. A beautiful shot, a beautiful 2 shots. And Seabass on a 1-on-1 nice. Sin beacon out, gonna go high. Kukli, some perfect transfer in that aim. And Lethal Chaos is gonna find their safety.
Off-wielders don't want to go for the say or go for the spike, and they have to save. Unless you're on shaky, you have a mini off and you're able to find an aggressive kill off of it, or you have it off and you push up too much and lose it anyways. Now on shaking, having to face against a 1v4, it's able to find a double from it. Really? They just cleaned up the site. The Cowboys back, baby. Oh, good lord.
That the presence is going to be from Long Tryhard on this crossfire with Hookah. The Paranoia going to blind him, force an inside elbow onto the site. Now the utility is going to send off these, but big old Nick with 2, make it 3. Can he make it a 4th? Maybe an ace as well. They all have their back turned to the Sova, and the damage pays off for big old Nick.
Just turn around. And Molly's going to make sure they don't push up anyways. Maple's able to find the Fuse Noodle, but even then, will that be enough? The air burst. I'm sorry, the Showstopper's able to find Donkey, but the defense is coming. Watch, especially Dash. A 3K comes through, and there's only one left. It's Axe. And he only has a classic and 5 health. Of course, you're not going to find that one. Axe, you've done great so far, but the classic might be too much. That's going to be find some luck. Axe might be able to find some 9 kills. All it takes are 2 headshots to clear the board. But Mally's able to find 1. Axe is going to fall. Only 1 left is going to be Kukli. He was able to get a ninja defuse. Can he do it again? Can he find a miracle shot? Toggle's able to rotate around just a little bit more, looking to find that final headshot. There you go. Toggle's finding Kukli, and that is the Grand Championships. Lethal Chaos almost bringing it back yet again for another week, but it's going to be the relative unknowns of Ghoul's fate, able to bring it all the way to the top. 2-0 in the Grand Champs for the Pit of Valor this week.
On Soul, but there are just members of Radiant Rainbows everywhere right now. 4 are playing on site with 1 B main. This is going to be really difficult for them.
3v5 establish themselves and get this attack on the defense. It won't be that much easier, but Rika's getting one more. The flash coordination with the breach, they just all are dying one after another. And Recurs with the 4K will cement the round. The vets will have a lot ahead of them and have to tax.
Things are looking really good for Lethal Chaos. The Boom Burst is going to go in a showstopper. Quite literally going to find Sanity. Dark is proving me wrong, however. Finding a little bit of Axe. He's going to get a double kill. Can they bring this back? It's now a 2v2. It was originally a 2v4. Things are looking really solid right now for the defenders. The flying goes down. Darkest gets down Kukli. Abuse able to find Darkest as well. He's able to get a second kill of the game. That's Sanity bringing it back. What? Oh, that was a 2v.
Now that we are in a 4v5 situation right now, Strike is still available, Underspear is still available, and we see that Nova is just playing so far back in the long right now. There's a head on the site.
Whoa! Go a little peek coming from Sir Mark to release the actual one that we got. They're holding down at the blocker. Stop the plan. How would Buckley do so? He's pushed in, and again this clutches it yet again, Spencer.
Right now,
Rotate out, they easily frag out with any kind of blinds or smokes, but no, instead the Ray's gonna pop on forward, not looking around for Phoenix at all. Another one's gonna go on by. He's gonna get all the positioning in the world. He's able to find one, though he's gonna clap out, find a Cypher as well, but only gets a triple kill before being traded out,
And Schmack here has a big opportunity.
Ooh, I'm curious to see how this is gonna go down. Has the angle, it's like it's one headshot, is able to find another one skirts away just in time, able to get a triple kill! Lotus goes down as well. Battery's able to end Schmack's horrible reign of WR. But Wave Runners, though, able to bring it back a little bit more. Abuse with a triple kill out of nowhere.
Through the smoke, not there to help you this time, and you're down to 3 health. Quickly. Gonna project himself a little bit more aggressively. Looks for a second one. The wide swing from the Sova, baiting out Kukli. Drops him quite low, and Madly gonna help him out. Kukli good for 2. Making it a 3-on-2 for this retake. Still favoring out on Ghoul, but Abuse Noodle. A beautiful shot, a beautiful 2 shots. And Seabass on a 1-on-1 knife. Sim beacon out, gonna go high. Kukli, some perfect transfer in that aim. And Lethal Chaos gonna find their sick.
Off-wielders don't want to go for the say or go for the spike, and they have to say, unless you're on Shaking, you have a mini op and you're able to find an aggressive kill off of it, or you have it op and you push up too much and lose it anyways. Now on Shaking, having to face against a 1v4, it's able to find a double from it. Really? They just cleaned up the site. The Cowboys back, baby. Oh, good lord.
That the presence is going to be from Long Tryhard on this crossfire with Hookah. The Paranoia going to blind him, force him inside elbow. Onto the site now. The utility is going to send off these, but big old Nick with 2. Make it 3. Can he make it a 4th? Maybe an ace as well? They all have their back turned to the Sova, and the damage pays off for big old Nick.
Just turn around! The Molly's gonna make sure they don't push up anyways. Maple's able to find Abused Noodle, but even then, will that be enough? The Airburst, the Showstopper's able to find Donkey, but the defense is coming clutch, especially Dash! A 3K comes through, and there's only one left, it's Axe! And he only has a classic and 5 health. Of course you're not gonna find that one, Axe. You've done great so far, but the classic might be too much. That's gonna be to find some luck. Axe might be able to find some 9 kills. All it takes are 2 headshots to clear the board. But Barley's able to find 1. Axe is gonna fall. Only 1 left is gonna be Kukli. He was able to get a ninja defuse. Can he do it again? Can he find a miracle shot? Coggles able to rotate around just a little bit more, looking to find that final headshot. There you go. Coggles finding Kukli. And that is the Grand Championships. Lethal Chaos almost bringing it back yet again for another week. But it's going to be the relative unknowns of Ghoul's fate. Able to bring it all the way to the top. 2-0 in the Grand Champs for the Pit of Valor this week.
but there's numbers of radio movement everywhere right now. 4 are playing on site with 1 teammate. It's going to be really difficult for them.
But we just get a 1-1 back for this with the things all dying one after another. Recurs with the 4K with potential round. The best will have a lot of effort.
With that being said, though, things are looking really good for Lethal Chaos. The Boomers is going to go out a Showstopper. Quite literally going to find Sanity. Dark is proving me wrong, however. Finding a little bit of back. He's going to get a double kill. Can they bring this back? It's now a 2v2. It was originally a 2v4. Things are looking really solid right now for the defenders. The flag goes down. Dark is snipped out quickly. Abuse able to find Darkness as well. He's able to get a second kill of the game. That's Sanity bringing it back. What? Oh, that was a 2v.
It goes down.
And now the 2 are for the 5 situation right now. It is still available. You see that Nova is just playing so far back. The one are not able to find the site.
Woohoo! One of the key coming from the how much luck he do so, he pushed in and again this happens. He's to the side of the stop. Oh! The top 4 seconds left to go. And he clutches it yet again, Spence.
Rotate out. He's easily fragged out with any kind of blinds or smokes. But no, instead the Ray's gonna pop on forward, not looking around for Phoenix at all. Another one's gonna go on by. He's gonna get all the positioning in the world. He's able to find one though. He's gonna collapse out, find the Viper as well, but gets a triple kill before being traded out.
And Schmack here has a big opportunity.
Ooh, I'm curious to see how this is gonna go down. Has the angle, it's like it's one headshot. Is he able to find another one skirts away just in time, able to get a triple kill. Lotus goes down as well. Battery's able to end Schmack's horrible reign of WR. Wave Runners though able to bring it back a little bit more. Abuse Zero with a triple kill out of nowhere.
Through the smoke not there to help you this time, and you're down to 3 health. Quickly. Gonna project himself a little bit more aggressively. Looks for a second one. The wine swing from the Sova baiting out Kukli. Drops him quite low, and Madley gonna help him out. Kukli good for 2. Making it a 3-on-2 for this retake. Still favoring out on Ghoul, but Abuse Noodle. A beautiful shot, a beautiful 2 shots. And Seabass on a 1-on-1 knife. Sin Beacon out, gonna go high. Kukli, some perfect transfer in that aim. And Lethal Chaos gonna find their stick.
Off wielders don't want to go for the say or go for the spike, and they have to save. Unless you're unshaken, you have a mini op and you're able to find an aggressive kill off of it, or you have it up and you push up too much and lose it anyways. Now unshaken having to face against a 1v4. It's able to find a double from it to a triple. They just cleaned up the site. The Cowboys back, baby. Oh Lord.
That the presence is going to be from Long Tryhard on this crossfire with Hookah. The Paranoia going to blind him, force him inside elbow. Onto the site now. The utility is going to send off these, but big old Nick with 2. Make it 3. Can he make it a 4th? Maybe an 8th as well? They all have their back turned to the Sova, and the damage pays off for big old Nick.
Just turn around! And Molly's gonna make sure they don't push up anyways. Maple's able to find Abuse Noodle, but even then, will that be enough? The air burst, the Showstopper's able to find Donkey, but the defense is coming in clutch, especially Dash. A 3K comes through, and there's only one left, it's Axe. And he only has a classic and 5 health. Of course, you're not gonna find that one. Axe, you've done great so far, but the classic might be too much. That's gonna be find some luck. Axe might be able to find some 9 kills. All it takes are 2 headshots to clear the board. But Bally's able to find 1. Axe is gonna fall. Only 1 left is gonna be Kukli. He was able to get a ninja defuse. Can he do it again? Can he find a miracle shot? Coggles able to rotate around just a little bit more, looking to find that final headshot. There you go. Coggles finding Kukli, and that is the Grand Championships. Lethal Chaos almost bringing it back yet again for another week, but it's going to be the relative unknowns of Ghoul's fate, able to bring it all the way to the top. 2-0 in the Grand Champs for the Pit of Valor this week.
On Soul, but there are just members of Radiant Roombas everywhere right now. 4 are playing on site with 1 being main. This is going to be really difficult for them.
Was looking to establish themselves. I think if they can get this attack on the defense, it won't be that much easier. But Rika's getting 1 more in the fast forward issue with the breach. They're just all dying one after another. And Recurs with the 4K will cement the round. The defense will have a lot
With that being said, though, things are looking really good for Lethal Chaos. The Boomers is going to go in a showstopper. Quite literally going to find Sanity. Dark is proving me wrong, however. Finding a little bit of Axe. He's going to get a double kill. Can they bring this back? It's now a 2v2. It was originally a 2v4. Things are looking really solid right now for the defenders. The line goes down. Darkest gets down quickly. Abuse able to find Darkest as well. He's able to get a second kill of the game. That's Sanity bringing it back. What? Oh, that was a 2v.
And now we are in a 4v5 situation right now. Res is still available. This is still available. And we see that Nova is playing so far back. And be long in that site.
Whoa! One little peek coming from that's what this catch up on covers down. They're rolling down here to block and are going to end by Nova to stop the flank. But how much longer can he do so? He's pushed in and yet again this happens. He's to the side and just tries to stop this, and he does so. Couple of seconds left to go. He's at the start and he clutches it yet again, Spencer.
Rotated out, be easily fragged out with any kind of blinds or smokes. But no, instead the Ray's gonna pop on forward, not looking around for Phoenix at all. Another one's gonna go on by. He's gonna get all the positioning in the world. He's able to find one though. He's gonna collapse out, find the Cypher as well, but he gets a triple kill before being traded out, and that
Schmack here has a big opportunity.
Ooh, I'm curious to see how this is going to go down. Has the angle. It's like it's one headshot. Is he able to find another? Oh, one skirts away just in time. Able to get a triple kill. Lotus goes down as well. Battery's able to end Schmack's horrible range of WR. Windrunners, though, able to bring it back a little bit more. Abuse with a triple kill out of nowhere.
Through the smoke, not there to help you this time. And you're down to 3 health. Quickly. Gonna project himself a little bit more aggressively. Looks for a second one. The wide swing from the Sova, baiting out Kukli. Drops him quite low. And Manly gonna help him out. Kukli good for 2. Making it a 3-on-2 for this retake. Still favoring out on goal, but Abuse Noodle. A beautiful shot, a beautiful 2 shots. And Seabass on a 1-on-1 knife. Making out, gonna go high. Kukli, some perfect transfer in that aim. At least the players gonna find their sick.
Off-wielders don't want to go for the say or go for the spike, and they have to say, unless you're unshaken, you have a mini op and you're able to find an aggressive kill off of it, or you have it op and you push up too much and lose it anyways. Now unshaken having to face against a 1v4, and he's able to find a double from it. Really? They just cleaned up the site. The Cowboys back, baby. Oh, Lord.
That the presence is going to be from Long Tryhard on this crossfire with Hookah. The Paranoia going to blind him, force him inside elbow. Onto the site now. The utility is going to send off these, but big old Nick with 2. Make it 3. Can he make it a 4th? Maybe an ace as well? They all have their back turned to the Sova, and the damage pays off for big old Nick.
Just turn around! And Molly's gonna make sure they don't push up anyways. Maple's able to find Abuse Noodle, but even then, will that be enough? The air burst! I'm sorry, the Showstopper's able to find Donkey, but the defense is coming in clutch, especially Dash! A 3K comes through, and there's only one left, it's Axe! And he only has a classic and 5 health. Of course you're not gonna find that one. Axe, you've done great so far, but the classic might be too much. That's gonna be find some luck. Axe might be able to find some 9 kills. All it takes are 2 headshots to clear the board. But Manly's able to find 1. Axe is gonna fall. Only 1 left is gonna be Kukli. He was able to get a ninja defuse. Can he do it again? Can he find a miracle shot? Coggles able to rotate around just a little bit more, looking to find that final headshot. There you go. Coggles finding Kukli, and that is the Grand Championships. Lethal Chaos almost bringing it back yet again for another week, but it's going to be the relative unknowns of Ghoul's fate, able to bring it all the way to the top. 2-0 in the Grand Champs for the Pit of Valor this week.
Of Soul, but there are just numbers of Radiant Roombas everywhere right now. 4 are playing on set with 1 being main. It's going to be really difficult for them.
Returns with the forfeit to cement the round. The best will have a lot of
So that being said, though, things are looking really good for Lethal Chaos. The Verse is going to go in a showstopper. Quite literally going to find Sanity. Dark is this, proving me wrong, however. Finding a little bit of Axe. He's going to get a double kill. Can they bring this back? It's now a 2v2. It was originally a 2v4. Things are looking really solid right now for the defenders. The blind goes down. Darkus gets down quickly. Abuse able to find Darkus as well. He's able to get a second kill of the game. That's Sanity bringing it back. What? Oh, that was a 2v.
Clutches it yet again, Spencer.
Out to easily frag now with any kind of blinds or smokes, but no, instead the Ray is going to pop on forward, not looking around for Phoenix at all. Another one's going to go on by. He's going to get all the positioning in the world. He's able to find one, so he's going to collapse out, find the sniper as well, but it's a triple kill before being traded out,
and Schmack here has a big opportunity.
Ooh, I'm curious to see how this is going to go down. Has the angle, it's like it's 1 headshot. He's able to find another. Oh, one skirts away just in time. Able to get a triple kill. Lotus goes down as well. Battery's able to end Schmack's horrible range of
time. You're down to 3 health. Quickly can project himself a little bit more aggressively. Looks for a second one. The wide swing from the Sova baiting out Kukli. Drops him quite low. Madly gonna help him out. Kukli good for 2. Making it a 3-on-2 for this retake. Still favoring out on goal, but Abuse Noodle. A beautiful shot, a beautiful 2 shots. And Seabass on a 1-on-1 knife. Steam Beacon out, gonna go high. Kukli, some perfect transfer in that aim. And Lethal Chaos gonna find their stake.
Odd wielders don't want to go for the save or go for the spike, and they have to save. Unless you're on Shaky, you have a mini op and you're able to find an aggressive kill off of it, or you have it off and you push up too much and lose it anyways. Now on Shaky, having to face against a 1v4, it's able to find a double from it. Really? They just cleaned up the site. The Cowboys back, baby. Oh, good lord.
That the presence is going to be from Long Tryhard on this crossfire with Hookah. The Paranoia going to blind him, force him inside elbow. Onto the site now. The utility is going to send off these, but big old Nick with 2. Make it 3. Can he make it a 4th? Maybe an 8 as well. They all have their back turned to the Sova, and the damage pays off for big old Nick.
Just turn around. And Molly's going to make sure they don't push up anyways. Maple's able to find Abuse Noodle, but even then, will that be enough? The air burst. I'm sorry, the Showstopper's able to find Donkey, but the defense is coming. Clutch, especially Dash. But 3K comes through, and there's only one left. It's Axe. And he only has a classic and 5 health. Of course, you're not going to find that one. Axe, you've done great so far, but the classic might be too much. That's going to be find some luck. Axe might be able to find some 9 kills. All it takes are 2 headshots to clear the board. But Madly's able to find 1. Axe is going to fall. Only 1 left is going to be Kukli. He was able to get a ninja defuse. Can he do it again? Can he find a miracle shot? Coggles able to rotate around just a little bit more, looking to find that final headshot. There you go. Coggles finding Kukli, and that is the Grand Championships. Lethal Chaos almost bringing it back yet again for another week, but it's going to be the relative unknowns of Ghoul's fate, able to bring it all the way to the top 2-0 in the Grand Champs for the Pit of Valor this week.
On Soul, but there are just members of Radiant Roombas everywhere right now. 4 are playing on site with 1 B main. This is going to be really difficult for them.
Establish themselves and get this attack from the defense. Make it that much easier, but it's getting one more flash coordination with the breach. They're just all dying one after another. And recurse with the 4K was something round. Defense will have a lot ahead of them.
That being said, though, things are looking really good for Lethal Chaos. The Boomers is going to go in a showstopper. Quite literally going to find Sanity. Darkest is proving me wrong, however. Finding a little bit of Axe. He's going to get a double kill. Can they bring this back? It's now a 2v2. It was originally a 2v4. Things are looking really solid right now for the defenders. The line goes down. Darkest gets down Kukli. Abuse able to find Darkest as well. He's able to get a second kill of the game. That's Sanity bringing it back. What? Oh, that was a 2v.
And now the 3 are in 4v5 situation right now. Fred is still available. Free is still available. We see that Nova is just playing so far back. And long right now. They're going to take on the site.
Go little P coming from Sirrox when it's the catch up with the only down there to blocker. How can he stop the flank? How would Buckley do so? He's pushed in and yet again this happens. He's on the side and just like stop him. Oh, got 1 second left to go. He's winning the sprint and he clutches it yet again, Spencer.
It out, be easily fragged out with any kind of blinds or smokes, but no, instead the Ray's gonna pop on forward, not looking around for Phoenix at all. Another one's gonna go on by. He's gonna get all the positioning in the world. He's able to find one though. He's gonna clap out, find the Cypher as well, but he gets a triple kill before being traded out,
And Schmack here has a big opportunity.
Ooh, I'm curious to see how this is gonna go down. Has the angle, it's like it's 1 headshot. Is he able to find another? A little one skirts away just in time, able to get a triple kill. Lotus goes down as well. Battery's able to end Schmack's horrible reign of WR. Windrunners, though, able to bring it back a little bit more. Abuse with a triple kill out of nowhere.
Through the smoke, not there to help you this time, and you're down to 3 health. Quickly gonna project himself a little bit more aggressively. Looks for a second one. The wide swing from the Sova baiting out Kukli. Drops him quite low, and Madly gonna help him out. Kukli good for 2. making it a 3-on-2 for this retake. Still favoring out on Ghoul, but Abuse Noodle. A beautiful shot, a beautiful 2 shots. And Seabass on a 1-on-1, nice. Sin Beacon out, gonna go high. Kukli, some perfect transfer in that aim. And Lethal Chaos gonna find their sacred.
Off-wielders don't want to go for the say or go for the spike and they have to save unless you're on shaky. You have a mini op and you're able to find an aggressive kill off of it, or you have it off and you push up too much and lose it anyways. Now on shaken having to face against a 1v4, it's able to find a double from it to a triple. They just cleaned up the site. The Cowboys back, baby. Oh Lord.
That the presence is going to be from Long Tryhard on this crossfire with Hookah. The Paranoia going to blind him, force him inside elbow. Onto the site now. The utility is going to send off these, but big old Nick with 2. Make it 3. Can he make it a 4th? Maybe an ace as well. They all have their back turned to the Sova, and the damage pays off for big old Nick.
Just turn around. The Molly's gonna make sure they don't push up anyways. Maple's able to find Abuse Doodle, but even then, will that be enough? The air burst, the Showstopper's able to find Donkey, but the defense is coming in clutch, especially Dash. But 3K comes through, and there's only one left. It's Axe, and he only has a classic and 5 health. Of course, you're not gonna find that one Axe. You've done great so far, but the classic might be too much. That's gonna be find some luck. Axe might be able to find some 9 kills. All it takes are 2 headshots to clear the board. But now he's able to find 1. Axe is gonna fall. Only 1 left is gonna be Kugli. He was able to get a ninja defuse. Can he do it again? Can he find a miracle shot? Toggle's able to rotate around just a little bit more. Looking for that final headshot. There you go. Toggle's finding Kugli. And that is the Grand Championships. Lethal Chaos almost bringing it back yet again for another week. But it's gonna be the relative unknowns of Ghoul's fate. Able to bring it all the way to the top. 2-0 in the Grand Champs for the Pit of Valor this week.
On Soul, but there are just members of Radiant Movers everywhere right now for playing on site with one being named. This is going to be really difficult for them.
Looking to establish himself and get his attack on the defense will only be that much easier, but because getting 1-1 on the flash, one issue with the beach, they're just all dying one after another. That we heard with the 4K was submitted around. Defensemen have a lot of it.
With that being said, though, things are looking really good for Lethal Chaos. The Boom Burst is going to go in a showstopper. Quite literally going to find Sanity. Dark is proving me wrong, however. Finding a little bit of Axe. He's going to get a double kill. Can they bring this back? It's now a 2v2. It was originally a 2v4. Things are looking really solid right now for the defenders. The flying goes down. Darkest gets down quickly. Abuse able to find Darkest as well. He's able to get a 2nd kill of the game. That's Sanity bringing it back. What?
Oh,
that was a 2v.
And now this we are in a 4v5 situation right now. Res is still available. Mystery is still available. And you see that Nova is just playing so far back.
Going to the peak coming from Sir Martin, which is the matchup of the back. They're holding down as the bunker and you might know what to stop them from planning, but how much longer can he do so? He's pushed in and yet again this happens. Piece to the side and just starts to stop. Oh, Pop wasn't left to go to his team. And he clutches it yet again, Spencer.
Out, be easily fragged out with any kind of blinds or smokes, but no, instead the Ray's gonna pop on forward, not looking around for Phoenix at all. Another one's gonna go on by. He's gonna get all the positioning in the world. He's able to find one though. He's gonna collapse out, find the Cypher as well, but he gets a triple kill before being traded out.
And Schmack here has a big opportunity.
Ooh, I'm curious to see how this is gonna go down. Has the angle? It's like it's 1 headshot. Is he able to find another? Another one skirts away just in time, able to get a triple kill. Lotus goes down as well. Battery's able to end Schmack's horrible reign of WR. But Wave Runners, though, able to bring it back a little bit more. Abuse with a triple kill out of nowhere.
Through the smoke, not there to help you this time. You're down to 3 health. Kugli gonna project himself a little bit more aggressively. Looks for a 2nd one. The wide swing from the Sova, baiting out Kugli. Drops him quite low. Madly gonna help him out. Kugli good for 2. Making it a 3-on-2 for this retake. Still favoring out on Ghoul, but Abuse Noodle. A beautiful shot, a beautiful 2 shots. And And Seabass on a one-on-one knife. Sin beacon out, gonna go high. Kukli, some perfect transfer in that aim. And Lethal Chaos gonna find their sacred.
Off-wielders don't want to go for the save or go for the spike, and they have to save. Unless you're on shaky, you have a mini op and you're able to find an aggressive kill off of it. Or you have it up and you push up too much and lose it anyways. Now on shaken, having to face against a 1v4, it's able to find a double from it. No way! They just cleaned up the site. The Cowboys back, baby. Oh, good lord.
That the presence is going to be from Long Tryhard on this crossfire with Hookah. The Paranoia going to blind him, force an inside elbow onto the site. Now, the utility is going to send off these, but big old Nick with two, make it three. Can he make it a fourth? Maybe an ace as well? They all have their back turned to the Sova, and the damage pays off for big old Nick.
Just turn around! The Molly's gonna make sure they don't push up anyways. Maple's able to find the Fuse Noodle, but even then, will that be enough? The air burst! I'm sorry, the Showstopper's able to find Donkey, but the defense is coming in clutch, especially Dash! A 3K comes through, and there's only one left, it's Axe! And he only has a classic and 5 health. Of course you're not gonna find that one. Axe, you've done great so far, but the classic might be too much. That's gonna be find some luck. Axe might be able to find some knife kills. All it takes are 2 headshots to clear the board. But Mally's able to find one. Axe is gonna fall. Only one left is gonna be Kugli. He was able to get a ninja defuse. Can he do it again? Can he find a miracle shot? Goggles able to rotate around just a little bit more, looking to find that final headshot. There you go. Goggles finding Kugli. And that is the Grand Championships. Lethal Chaos almost bringing it back yet again for another week. But it's going to be the relative unknowns of Ghoul's fate. Able to bring it all the way to the top 2-0 in the Grand Champs for the Pit of Valor this week.
Console, but they're just members of Gradient Room. There's everywhere right now. 4 are playing on site with 1B main. It's going to be really difficult for them.
With the 4K will cement the round. The best will have a lot.
With that being said, though, things are looking really good for Lethal Chaos. The Boomers is going to go in a showstopper. Quite literally going to find Sanity. Darkest is proving me wrong, however. Playing a little bit of Axe. He's going to get a double kill. Can they bring this back? It's now a 2v2. It was originally a 2v4. Things are looking really solid right now for the defenders. The line goes down. Darkest gets down quickly. Abuse able to find Darkest as well. He's able to get a second kill of the game. That's Sanity bringing it back. What? Oh, that was a 2v. Smokes, but no, instead the Ray's gonna pop on forward, not looking around for Phoenix at all. Another one's gonna go on by. He's gonna get all the positioning in the world. He's able to find one, though. He's gonna collapse out, find the sniper as well, but he gets a triple kill before being traded out,
and Schmack here has a big opportunity.
Ooh, I'm curious to see how this is gonna go down. Has the angle, it's like it's one headshot. Is he able to find another? Other one skirts away just in time, able to get a triple kill. Lotus goes down as well. Battery's able to end Schmack's horrible reign of WR. But Wave Runners, though, able to bring it back a little bit more. Abuse with a triple kill out of nowhere.
Through the smoke, not there to help you this time. And you're down to 3 health. Quickly. Gonna project himself a little bit more aggressively. Looks for a second one. The wide swing from the Sova, baiting out Kukli. Drops him quite low, and Madley gonna help him out. Kukli good for 2. Making it a 3-on-2 for this retake. Still favoring out on Ghoul, but Abuse Noodle. A beautiful shot, a beautiful 2 shots. And Seabass on a 1-on-1 knife. Sin Beacon out, gonna go high. Kukli, some perfect transfer in that aim. And Lethal Chaos is gonna find their safety
Op wielders don't want to go for the say or go for the spike, and they have to say, unless you're on shaky, you have a mini op and you're able to find an aggressive kill off of it, or you have an op and you push up too much and lose it anyways. Now on shaken, having to face against a 1v4, it's able to find a double from it to a triple. They just cleaned up the site. The Cowboys back, baby. Oh Lord.
That the presence is going to be from long tryhard on this crossfire with Hookah. The paranoia going to blind him, force him inside elbow onto the site. Now the utility is going to send off these, but big old Nick with 2, make it 3. Can he make it a 4th? Maybe an ace as well. They all have their back turned to the Sova, and the damage pays off for big old Nick.
Just turn around. The Molly's gonna make sure they don't push up anyways. Maple's able to find Abused Noodle, but even then, will that be enough? The air burst, the Showstopper's able to find Donkey, but the defense is coming in clutch, especially Dash. A 3K comes through, and there's only one left, it's Axe. And he only has a classic and 5 health. Of course, you're not gonna find that one. Axe, you've done great so far, but the classic might be too much. That's gonna be find some luck. Axe might be able to find some 9 kills. All it takes are 2 headshots to clear the board. But Natalie's able to find 1. Axe is gonna fall. Only 1 left is gonna be Kugli. He was able to get a ninja defuse. Can he do it again? Can he find a miracle shot? Toggle's able to rotate around just a little bit more. Looking to find that final headshot. There you go. Toggle's finding Kugli. And that is the Grand Championships. Lethal Chaos almost bringing it back yet again for another week. But it's going to be the relative unknowns of Ghoul's fate. Able to bring it all the way to the top. 2-0 in the Grand Champs for the Pit of Valor this week.
On Soul, but there are just members of Radiant Roombas everywhere right now. 4 are playing on site with 1 being main. This is going to be really difficult for them.
Roombas looking to establish themselves. This attack on the defense will only be that much easier, but Rika's getting 1 more in the flash coordination with the breach. They're just all dying one after another. And Recars with the 4K will cement the round. The Vets will have a lot ahead.
With that being said, though, things are looking really good for Lethal Chaos. The Boomers is going to go in a showstopper. Quite literally going to find Sanity. Dark is proving me wrong, however. Finding a little bit of Axe. He's going to get a double kill. Can they bring this back? It's now a 2v2. It was originally a 2v4. Things are looking really solid right now for the defenders. The blind goes down. Darkus gets down quickly. Abused. Able to find Darkus as well. He's able to get a 2nd kill of the game. That's Sanity bringing it back. What? Oh, that was a 2v.
It goes down.
And now we are in a 4v5 situation right now. Res is still available. Spear is still available. And we see that Nova is just playing so far back and long right now. On the site.
Woohoo! Going to the peak of the grab from Sir Marks to at least catch it before the start. They're holding down it for longer. How can anybody know but to just stop them from planning? How much luck did he do so? He's pushed in and yet again this happens. He's to the side and just mentioned that he stopped this and he the cop wasn't enough to go here. He's really at the side and he clutches it yet again, Spencer.
Out. He easily fragged out with any kind of blinds or smokes, but no, instead the Ray's gonna pop on forward, not looking around for Phoenix at all. Another one's gonna go on by. He's gonna get all the positioning in the world. He's able to find one, though. He's gonna collapse out, find the Cypher as well, but he gets a triple kill before being traded out,
And Schmack here has a big opportunity.
Ooh, I'm curious to see how this is gonna go down. Has the angle, it's like it's 1 headshot. Is he able to find another one skirts away just in time, able to get a triple kill. Lotus goes down as well. Battery's able to end Schmack's horrible reign of WR. But Wave Runners, though, able to bring it back a little bit more. Abused with a triple kill out of nowhere.
Through the smoke, not there to help you this time, and you're down to 3 health. Quickly gonna project himself a little bit more aggressively. Looks for a 2nd one. The wide swing from the Sova, baiting out Kukli. Drops him quite low. Madly gonna help him out. Kukli good for 2. Making it a 3-on-2 for this retake. Still favoring out on goal, but Abused Noodle. A beautiful shot, a beautiful 2 shots. And Seabass on a 1-on-1 knife. Sin beacon out, gonna go high. Kukli, some perfect transfer in that aim. And Lethal Chaos gonna find this sacred.
Op wielders don't want to go for the say or go for the spike, and they have to say, unless you're on shaky, you have a mini op and you're able to find an aggressive kill off of it, or you have an op and you push up too much and lose it anyways. Now Unshaken having to face against a 1v4, it's able to find a double from it to a triple kill. They just cleaned up the site. The Cowboys back, baby. Oh, good lord.
That the presence is going to be from long tryhard on this crossfire with Hookah. The Paranoia going to blind him, force him inside elbow. Onto the site now. The utility is going to send off these, but big old Nick with 2, make it 3. Can he make it a 4th? Maybe an ace as well. They all have their back turned to the Sova, and the damage pays off for big old Nick.
Just turn around. The Molly's going to make sure they don't push up anyways. Maple's able to find the Fuse Noodle, but even then, will that be enough? The Bearverse, I'm sorry, the Showstopper's able to find Donkey, but then the defense is coming. Watch, especially Dash. A 3K comes through, and there's only one left to Dash. And he only has a classic and 5 health. Of course, you're not going to find that one. Axie's done great so far, but the classic might be too much. That's going to find some luck. Axe might be able to find some 9 kills. All it takes are 2 headshots to clear the board. But Emily's able to find one. Axe is going to fall. Only one left is going to be Kugli. He was able to get a ninja defuse. Can he do it again? Can he find a miracle shot? Hoggles able to rotate around just a little bit more. Looking for that final headshot. There you go. Hoggles finding Kugli. And that is the Grand Championships. Lethal Chaos almost bringing it back yet again for another week. But it's going to be the relative unknowns of Ghoul's fate. Able to bring it all the way to the top. 2-0 in the Grand Champs for the Pit of Valor this week.
But there, just remember this radius is everywhere right now. 4 are putting on set with 1 team main. It's going to be really difficult for them.
With that being said, though, things are looking really good for Lethal Chaos. The Valor is going to go in a showstopper. Quite literally going to find Sanity. Dark is there, proving me wrong, however. Wants a little bit of that. He's going to get a double kill. Can they bring this back? It's now a 2v2. It was originally a 2v4. Things are looking really solid right now for the defenders. The flag goes down. Dark gets hit out quickly. Abuse able to find Darkness as well. He's able to get a second kill of the game. That's Sanity bringing it back. What? Oh, that was a 2v. It out, they easily fragged out with any kind of blinds or smokes, but no, instead the Ray's gonna pop on forward, not looking around for Phoenix at all. Another one's gonna go on by. He's gonna get all the positioning in the world. He's able to find one though. He's gonna collapse out, find the Sniper as well, but he gets a triple kill before being traded out.
And Schmack here has a big opportunity.
Ooh, I'm curious to see how this is gonna go down. Has the angle, it's like it's one headshot. Is able to find another one skirts away just in time, able to get a triple kill. Lotus goes down as well. Battery's able to end Schmack's horrible reign of WR. But Wave Runners, though, able to bring it back a little bit more. Abuse with a triple kill out of nowhere.
Through the smoke, not there to help you this time. You're down to 3 health. Quickly, gonna project himself a little bit more aggressively. Looks for a second one. The wide swing from the Sova, baiting out Kukli. Drops him quite low, and Madly gonna help him out. Kukli good for 2. Making it a 3-on-2 for this retake. Still favoring out on Ghoul, but Abuse Noodle. A beautiful shot, a beautiful 2 shots. And Seabass on a 1-on-1 knife. Sin Beacon out, gonna go high. Kukli, some perfect transfer in that aim. And Lethal Chaos is gonna find their sacred.
Odd wielders don't want to go for the say or go for the spike, and they have to say, unless you're Unshaken, you have a mini op and you're able to find an aggressive kill off of it, or you have it off and you push up too much and lose it anyways. Now Unshaken having to face against a 1v4. It's able to find a double from it to a triple. They just cleaned up the the site. The Cowboys back, baby. Oh, good lord.
That the presence is going to be from long tryhard on this crossfire with Hookah. The paranoia going to blind him, force him inside elbow. Onto the site now. The utility is going to send off these, but big old Nick with 2. Make it 3. Can he make it a 4th? Maybe an 8th as well. They all have their back turned to the Sova, and the damage pays off for big old Nick.
Just turn around. And Molly's going to make sure they don't push up anyways. Maple's able to find Abused Noodle, but even then, will that be enough? The air burst. I'm sorry, the Showstopper's able to find Donkey, but the defense is coming clutch, especially Dash. But 3K comes through, and there's only one left. It's Axe, and he only has a classic and 5 health. Of course, you're not going to find that one. Axe, you've done great so far, but the classic might be too much. That's going to be find some luck. Axe might be able to find some 9 kills. Oh, these are 2 headshots to clear the board. But Pelly's able to find 1. Axe is going to fall. Only 1 left is going to be Kukli. He was able to get a ninja defuse. Can he do it again? Can he find a miracle shot? Toggles able to rotate around just a little bit more, looking to find that final headshot. There you go. Toggles finding Kukli, and that is the Grand Championships. Lethal Chaos almost bringing it back yet again for another week, but it's going to be the relative unknowns of Ghoul's fate, able to bring it all the way to the top. 2-0 in the Grand Champs for the Pit of Valor this week.
Soul, but they're just members of Radiant because everywhere right now. 4 are playing on site with 1 B main. This is going to be really difficult for them.
Roomba's looking to establish himself. I think if he gets his attack on the defense, it won't be that much easier. But Rika's getting 1 more in the flash coordination with the breach. They're just all dying one after another. And recurs with the 4K with some mental round. Defense will have a lot ahead of them.
With that being said, though, things are looking really good for Lethal Chaos. The Boomers is going to go on a showstopper. Quite literally going to find Sanity. Dark is proving me wrong, however. Finding a little bit of Axe. He's going to get a double kill. Can they bring this back? It's now a 2v2. It was originally a 2v4. Things are looking really solid right now for the defenders. The line goes down. Darkest gets down. Kukli. Abuse able to find Darkest as well. He's able to get a 2nd kill of the game. That's Sanity bringing it back. What? Oh, that was a 2v.
And now we are in a 4v5 situation right now. Prez is still available. Hunter Spear is still available. We see that Nova is just playing so far back. Site.
Going to the peak coming from Zero Arts when he's catching up from his they're holding down their bunker out of the stop the plan. But how much must he do so? He's pushed in and yet again this happened. Reach to the side and just press right being stopped. So wasn't enough to go to his and he clutches it yet again, Spencer.
Rotate out. He easily fragged out with any kind of blinds or smokes. But no, instead the Ray's going to pop on forward, not looking around for Phoenix at all. Another one's going to go on by. He's going to get all the positioning in the world. He's able to find one, though he's going to clap out, find the sniper as well, but he gets a triple kill before being traded out.
And Schmack here has a big opportunity.
Ooh, I'm curious to see how this is going to go down. Has the angle, it's like it's 1 headshot. Is he able to find another one skirts away just in time, able to get a triple kill. Lotus goes down as well. Battery's able to end Schmack's horrible reign of WR. Wave Runners, though, able to bring it back a little bit more. Abuse with a triple kill out of nowhere.
Through the smoke, not there to help you this time. You're down to 3 health. Quickly gonna project himself a little bit more aggressively. Looks for a 2nd one. The wide swing from the Sova, baiting out Kukli. Drops him quite low. Madly gonna help him out. Kukli good for 2. Making it a 3-on-2 for this retake. Still favoring out on Ghoul, but Abuse Noodle. A beautiful shot, a beautiful 2 shots. And Seabass on a 1-on-1 knife. Steam beacon out, gonna go high. Kukli, some perfect transfer in that aim. And Lethal Chaos gonna find their stick.
Off wielders don't want to go for the save or go for the spike and they have the save. Unless you're on Shaky, you have a mini op and you're able to find an aggressive kill off of it. Or you have it op and you push up too much and lose it anyways. Now on Shaken having to face against a 1v4, it's able to find a double from it to a They just cleaned up the site. The Cowboys back, baby. Oh, good lord.
That the presence is going to be from long tryhard on this crossfire with Hookah. The paranoia going to blind him, force him inside elbow. Onto onto the site now. The utility is gonna send off these, but big old Nick with 2, make it 3. Can he make it a 4th? Maybe an ace as well. They all have their back turned to the Sova, and the damage pays off for big old Nick.
Just turn around! The Molly's gonna make sure they don't push up anyways. Maple's able to find the Fuse Noodle, but even then, will that be enough? The air burst! I'm sorry, the Showstopper's able to find Donkey, but the defense is coming in clutch, especially Dash! A 3K comes through, and there's only one left, it's Axe! And he only has a classic and 5 health. Of course you're not gonna find that one act. You've done great so far, but the classic might be too much. That's gonna be find some luck. Axe might be able to find some knife kills. Oh, these are 2 headshots to clear the board. But Valley's able to find one. Axe is gonna fall. Only one left is gonna be Kugli. He was able to get a ninja defuse. Can he do it again? Can he find a miracle shot? Toggles able to rotate around just a little bit more, looking to find that final headshot. There you go. Toggles finding Kugli, and that is the Grand Championships. Lethal Chaos almost bringing it back yet again for another week, but it's gonna be the relative unknowns of Ghoul's fate, able to bring it all the way to the top 2-0 in the Grand Champs for the Pit of Valor this week.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, gamers and gamers, dogs, cats, literally any living being watching this stream. You can probably hear my dog right beside me going squeak, 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 having the time of his life, and ready to bring us into our final match of the evening. Ravisha, give us the lowdown. Who are we watching tonight?
We're watching teams with very similar names for the grand finals here, Becky. We're watching C1 versus C4. Not trying to get confused. It's a number separated by 3 different digits, but by the end of it, you have to remember that there's still 2 different teams, C1 and C4. We're going into our grand finals today in the Pit of Valor. Speaking of which, the Pit of Valor, remember, friends, has sponsors attached to it, and you too can win some swag.
Yeah, I mean, MSI is going to be sponsoring the next 5, and maybe you don't need peripherals, you're not really in the market for that, but you are looking to get yourself into a really cool gaming lounge and get a part of that. So, if you're interested, we're about to be at the end of a giveaway for a pass to the GLG Gaming Lounge in Rochester, New York. So you can do ! Discord or Twitter to get yourself in a place where you can figure out how to enter into either the gaming lounge giveaway or in the next 5 weeks, some MSI giveaways. Get yourself some swag of all varieties. And, you know, that just feels good. I mean, these are already great tournaments that are free to enter. Like, I mean, and if you're interested in entering, we have Pit of Valor. If for some reason a Wednesday doesn't work for you, you got classes late, you work late, hard to get a full team, Val and Chill on Saturday. Get yourself into any one of those free-to-play tournaments that GLG brings right to you.
Indeed, my friend, exactly like you said it, right? So, y'all make sure to type an exclamation mark giveaway. Keep on watching GLG and enter in for the 5 weeks of MSI. We have sponsored by them. Make sure to MSI for allowing us to give some stuff to y'all. Look at that. Becky looking all swaggy on stream. You too can have as much swag as Becky does.
Well, I don't know about that, but you can certainly try.
Wow. That's crazy. Wow. You just gonna go ahead and put down every single person like down like that. Not even me. Not even I would even have as much swag as you.
I mean, you do, but everyone else has to work a little bit harder.
Okay.
Even Ben on the desk is like, Becky, come on.
Really?
I text
He turned you off because of that.
Honestly, that's fair. That's fair. That was a little cocky. But both of our teams better not be getting cocky because they're fighting for all the swag, the big $50 bill at the end of this tournament. We are just waiting for our players to get all situated down in the match, waiting to see exactly what agents they're going to be bringing onto the chilly, freezy world of Icebox.
Yes, indeed. Like you said, Icebox I like a lot. And we'll be able to decide what agents they choose to maneuver and control towards their will. For now, C4 picking up some pretty standard picks, right? The Jet, the KO is an interesting departure from things like the Chamber, which is a standard I've seen in Icebox. I'm expecting a Viper, maybe a Sky, and a Sage.
Yeah, we've seen ClickShift play a lot of initiators. I think between the KO and then choosing sometimes between Sky as another initiator pick. So I think it makes sense for ClickShift here to go ahead and lock in something like that KO. I've seen it pick up a lot of popularity on Icebox, and while I don't know if I like it as much as something like the Chamber that you mentioned, I think it can also work with a Chamber if that's still something that they want to pick up. Young Seo going to continue to pick up those controllers and go ahead with that Viper, and it looks like Helios is going to be the one to at least hover picking up something like that Chamber, and then Yukine going to go ahead and just good old Sova. Good reliable Sova. Nobody quite does what Sova does, and I love that Sova's just an agent that is so reliable on so many maps. Almost maybe too reliable. Some people say Sova deserves a nerf. Like basically hasn't seen a change since the release of Valorant, and that is a problem to some people. And I agree to a degree, but we need a new agent that does something as good as Sova does, which, I mean, if you've seen some spoilers about the next agent, might be coming. Would be cool if we see somebody else be able to take that information initiator role away from Sova in the future.
I've seen that the new agent is a hacker, in fact, which is fun. Now, it reminds me of things like Sombra from Overwatch. Now, but playing at Sombra was unfun. But I'm hoping that this new agent playing against them will be fun as we head into Icebox. There's an escalator here?
Yeah, there's an escalator. What is your least favorite agent to play against?
That's a hard call.
Yeah.
Actually, honestly, probably Reina. It's just, she's just so oppressive.
Yeah. Nothing feels more infuriating than being like, oh, they're hit nothing because they just
Yeah,
healed
it's
up
like, hey,
everything.
I hit the Reina, but she's back to 150. And having 150 health on a pistol is cheating.
I agree. So, I'm with you. Reina, pretty annoying. But it's so wild because Reina's another one of those agents, and I do like that Riot is good about doing this, where they have agents that are good at certain elos and not good at other elos. And Reina is certainly like one of those that definitely thrives in a lower elo where somebody is trying to like frag out and like, kind of that hyper carry for a team kind of.
Wow, are you saying that everybody who's playing Reina is low elo?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that that is most commonly where she is picked up.
Well, Reina players, if you play her, you're silver.
And probably hard stuck and probably complain about it.
Wow, you're like Ninja when he said you're trash, kid.
I wish I made as much money as Ninja. I'm gonna just leave it.
Dude, same.
Don't we all?
I wish I made money, period. For now, no money on either side, actually, as everybody is still alive, but just some shots put down on the side of C1.
JG is looking a little bit hurt there, and the team without the stage not gonna be able to heal up 30 seconds left. Damage.
No way.
Spike down.
Okay, a little bit of an awkward wall that does lead to
One enemy remaining.
Down, and now it is just left up to Evan, who's trying to get some shots with this classic. Gets enough to take out quick shift. Here's the footsteps. Tries to take out Helios, but JG with a low HP able to finish it off in Chapter 4. Long did they wait for this match, and I mean, there might be something to be said for the team that got to do a little bit of a rest between this match in the finals and the match that they had before. I mean, Chosen Ones literally just finished their match and are immediately slid into this one, and that could eventually start to show in their gameplay.
Oh yeah, because snacks in. You're drinking some water. You probably has some goldfish. I know that's my go-to snack of choice whenever I'm feeling peckish between rounds.
That's good, because then you're like, you don't really get like anything stuck on your fingers either. Ooh, the shot is from Helios, but not too bad. Is able to rendezvous to safety there and just kind of wait for the rest of the teams to join back up.
What up? But Devin goes down trying to enter just the site, but he's still waiting around mid, has not been spotted, but the spike will still go down as they look to peek around through nets. Those shock darts are nice, and the confirm from Yukine. We there at least, but Way to give it no versus the leech to 4v3.
Alright.
3v2.
Yeah, Curse at least able to get a nice little shot there.
Oh.
He's able to even it up for a moment, but quick that. Now with the cover, able to get some shots at the Cursed, and you know, the run, the spray, the Spectre just allows for you to do something that the Sheriff simply does not. And that is move. Move it.
Easy
move it.
picking. Indeed, I'm sorry. Yeah, just the moving aside, you could say that was my best cow impression. Thank you.
Oh, it was beautiful.
Yeah. Oh wow, thank you.
Wow, are we Owen Wilson now too?
Wow. That was my best Owen Wilson impression. Wow.
Yeah, that was also very good. I think your Owen Wilson is better than your cow.
That's
If I had to rank them,
you know.
that's not bad. I think that's actually.
I'll take not bad. C's get degrees as for now. C's will also get a spike down too.
I mean, C's degrees and C's is what both of these teams are starting with. Chosen Ones and C4 doing a whole lot. Chosen Ones finally with the guns to back up what punches they're trying to bring into here. The bomb is down, and now we're just waiting for C4 Academy to get all those ducks in a row and try to get on and go for the kill.
Scanning ahead.
So 3v3 as they look as to where they are on the entire site. They're sticking it though. They should be able to get this. They're fusing, but they don't manage to get it off. The close call so far from C1. They get the spray and they shut them down one by one, but I'll be damned if that wasn't close.
Whoa! I don't even know if we have a replay of that, but I want to know exactly how close that got to being defused. That felt like it was really close. Like, I actually thought that defense had got that defuse, and that bar looked like it was fully complete to me, but Hyungseo went down, and I mean, the first round, and our first point to go to Chosen Ones is round 3.
There you go. You got it. Don't worry. You say words for 11.
Not your best.
Ow.
Ooh, I mean, vengeance for that last round, and a little bit of Highlander action there as one of the chambers is fallen.
Vengeance.
Oh, you also watched the new Batman?
No, I just seen the trailer. But see, okay, so that was solid pickup, and you can see that they're tearing them apart through the darkness like Batman might.
Oh, whoa. 2 kills. I mean, one from Hyungseo going for a little bit of an aggressive jump there, and the next one with the shock dart. These back and forths are nuts between these two teams, but Lee Fingies, also what a name, is the only one remaining for Chosen Ones. So, I mean, if they're all Chosen Ones, we're hoping that Lee Fingies is the Chosen One and the one who's gonna win this 1v3
Revealing area
and take it home for Chosen Ones.
30 seconds left.
That bomb plant does get the kill onto Yukine, but the shock dart at the same time taking it down. Chapter 4 Academy are winning 3-1 with that. Absolutely insane the amount of kills that happened at the same time all throughout this round. I mean, today I'm learning that shock dart does 69 damage.
Oh, hey, that's pretty nice. The question is though, what's better, my Batman, my Owen Wilson, or actually just the two?
I might need a repeat.
All right, so Owen Wilson is pretty simple. It's well done. I'll wait till the shot comes in, and they'll be able to show that to you.
Okay, perfect, good. I love it.
For now, they're moving over to the B side.
trap destroyed.
As they all move down green, the pick and kill should be there. Does he get tagged here? But they know he's there. Wow.
Alright, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. Alright, now the Batman.
But on the back end, Akai gets his vengeance. First player, first fellow man.
Alright, I think the Batman is better. I think the vengeance is strong, and you have like the good deep voice for vengeance.
You know what? That's fair. I can totally see that and understand that as well. Because I
ultimately,
wouldn't say that
Batman-
I am vengeance.
Yeah.
Thank you. I am vengeance. I'm asking from. I'm being asked from production that what Indian Batman sounds like. Go ahead and tell you. I, ladies and gentlemen, am vengeance.
30 seconds left.
I have come here to save the day from the Joker. No one will laugh. No haha. Hee hee.
I'm dying. I'm the Joker.
You're the Joker. We live. Okay, hold on. Here's my Joker. We live in a society.
Wait, that was pretty good. Wait, okay. All of your impressions are just pretty spot on.
You see, my father was a drinker. One night he told my mother, "Why so serious?"
I watched. There was a TikTok that I saw last night. I have to apologize.
You see, my father was a gamer.
Yes,
That's the one. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen that one. It's so good. Now, what if the Joker was Indian?
And then my mother unplugged the Wi-Fi.
You see, my father was a drinker. He liked rum and coke. And then one day he asked my mom, "Why are you so serious?" I don't know. All right, we're
Okay, we're back into the game.
We're done with that. We're done.
Third force, full effect for the defensive side. Devin is in an interesting place, and they're so okay. Ultra not quite gonna spot out Devin. The sneaky little Omen is gonna be allowed to sneak a little bit more. One member of Chosen Ones does go down. Revealed is cursed on this Jet. The Blade Storm is out, but a lot of the other utility is used, and Midnight is trying to peek up around this corner, and they're trying to create some space for them to get onto any site, but Chapter 4 Academy is just not allowed.
They will not do so. I through this. Ooh, just 3v3. Though still, they should be able to force their way out to the side if they choose to do so, but they have to take a clutch at first.
Yeah, Devin being able to actually sneak through mid like that and not get caught by any of the sub utility is actually so huge, but the Bulldog from Cliff
Spike planted.
Stop it.
Here. Oh, curse though. I mean,
Bulldog bad. See? That's my Becky right there.
That's certainly what my face looked like right now, too.
Just high-strung sounds and nothing else. You're like a violin.
All right, so the final two remaining players just Academy Operator and Tour de Force. The classic grabs the Bulldog to try and get a better dueling weapon, but cursed. Not so cursed today. How can you be cursed and a chosen one? Or what if you're the chosen one to be cursed? Then you're not the chosen one in a good way because you're cursed, right?
Yeah, you're the cursed to be the chosen one. It's like Harry Potter. Think about it like this, right?
Oh,
he was cursed to be the chosen one.
I don't know Harry Potter very much. Like I know the general story, but I only saw the first movie.
He was the boy who lived to come to die. And then
want to play?
Yeah,
Let's
and then
play.
and then Voldemort comes out, and then and he's like, "Very good to be."
You can tell we got left alone on the desk way too long waiting for this finals to happen, and now we're fully unhinged. The two teams are gonna watch this match back and be like,
I'm so
Who
sorry.
are these people? Yeah. But I mean, Cursed is finally starting to show up for the Chosen Ones, getting some of these long-range kills and opening it up nicely for Chapter 4 Academy. JG is prowling around mid, but isn't gonna find anyone as all of the attacking side are really hanging out towards this A side. But this is one of the downsides to Jet having an operator. Jet is watching the flank like a hawk, but you just don't really have a duelist to be getting you onto these sites. And Chosen Ones didn't pick up something like a KO or a Sky, and they have no initiator that even gets to play the role of a duelist or like fake it till you make it be a duelist. So instead they've got this Sage kind of spearheading the team, and it's making for a little bit of awkward gameplay on this side for Chosen.
One enemy remaining.
with this, they get the opportunity to just all hold off of the site. JG's left alone. And considering how low he is, he's up against Sinop and a ton of firepower. Any sort of peek that he tries to take, he'll most definitely be outnumbered. There we go, right into the two the players he goes. And sayonara, or bonsoir, as they say in France.
Bonsoir, yes.
Bonsoir.
Au revoir.
Au revoir.
Have you ever seen the TikToks that are like people peeking around a corner and then they see like all of the enemy team and the enemy team is like, we'll use the power of friendship. That's what just happened.
I just hear the sound being like, hey, yeah, this is me. You might be wondering how I got in the situation.
Yep. Exactly. But the
Yep,
rest
that's
of
me.
the attacking side. Ooh, I like haven't really noticed. Ooh, okay, Aldrin thankfully gonna take that initial shot. Ooh. Nicely narrowly avoiding curse shots. JG actually getting the first kill of the game, but Akai gonna show why you pick up something like this stage and some of the great things that it can do with this resurrection. On to curse, but wrong place, wrong time for Akai though after that. And Helios is actually gonna pick up 2 here.
Last player standing.
Ooh, make it 3.
Yep. Well, let's see if we can make it 4. You can he's in front of him. But this is a fantastic round for Chapter 4 Academy to be able to get. Considering they're on the defense, right? We have seen how their attacking halves can be a little bit rough. But that all remains to be seen for now. As it is just Sova with 2 shock darts.
Shock darts and a hunter's fury.
I am the hunter.
That was weaker than your joke.
30 seconds.
Yeah, I know. You know, I don't feel too great about it.
No more.
But late thingies felt pretty good about that.
Revealing
Certainly
area.
did. That recon dart is back up, so we're gonna be able to check.
You know, I need to lean into it more, right? I need to like find like because with impressionism, there's a certain key phrase you want to say, just to really get into it. So you know, like mine's like da horosho, da horosho, da horosho. It's like vodka. Can you lean in, go back down, shock dart. I am the hunter.
Okay, yeah, that helped. That was
shock
much better.
dart. Yeah. Be as thought as a boostring.
That is one of his lines. Huh?
Yeah.
Oh.
See, da horosho, da horosho, da horosho. You just gotta lean back into it more and more as sees.
I like the line where Sova goes, "My babushka always told me." I don't even remember what he says his babushka told him, but I just like that he goes, "My babushka."
Babushka always told me, yeah. If you like borscht, then I like you. I don't know. Like that.
Yeah, probably what was said, but Devin for the side of Chosen Ones after that loss, gonna go ahead and call another one of these early timeouts. Y'all already, if you've been here, you heard my rant about how I like these early timeouts before things get too out of hand.
I haven't heard the rant. Tell me.
I said it last game.
I wasn't paying attention. There we go.
Okay, I like when people go for the early timeouts.
Okay.
It really allows for you to actually utilize the things that you talk about. I feel like way too often you hear people call it like round 10. Call it round 10, you call it round 11, and it's like, okay, we finally figured something out and we're going to utilize it for 1 or 2 rounds. At least calling it at this point where it's still like pretty back and forth and like, sure, this is round 9, that's like still pretty late. I would have maybe agreed a round earlier, but if you finally figure something out, like call it sooner rather than later. Relay that information to your team in a timeout where it's not a bunch of people overlapping talking and trying to get a ton of information across. Get the intel that you have and the patterns that you're noticing out and communicated to your team sooner rather than later. And please utilize this if you play in tournaments. You'll thank me later.
And I've already forgotten everything you said. Wonderful.
I wish I didn't relate to that statement so much, actually.
For now, though, it'll still be a slow crawl back. The chosen ones.
Really just like taking their sweet time.
Also,
As they should. But look to peek out through green. And Helios gives away his position, sees 2 down Cubby, and will
30
rendezvous
seconds left.
all the way back into the site. Spray put up, he's behind neutral box, but catches Helios on top.
Oh. I thought that was an enemy, not an ally, and I was like, that's a really close omen. Omen's gonna be in trouble, but not in trouble, as takes out Hyunseo, and Curse knows exactly where Clickshift is hanging out, and is waiting for the click around the corner and catches Clickshift unbeknownst. Oh, that spike is really
Last player standing.
Oh no.
Yeah, this round seems to be all C1 favored at this point. Jay will get at least 1 out of it, but they don't tend to take enough weapons out of it. Getting the Yop is big, but they have to survive for this. That's 3. They don't even die to the spike.
Wow.
Look at that. I am impression. Wow.
I'm also impression. I'm surprised that JG was able to pick up that many kills. Like, also, like, just, like, so close to dead, like a stray bullet or a spit could have taken down JG, but, you know, if everyone's gonna come at you one by one and, you know, present this opportunity, and JG certainly has started to prove me wrong. In the last match, JG picked up an operator off of the dead body of the enemy jet, and I was like, I haven't seen JG really utilize the operator to the best of his ability, and all of a sudden, he probably had enough time after that last game. Watched the previous one and was like, I gotta make this Becky's girl shut up. I'm good with the operator. I'll show it. I mean, if it helps the team, you know, I'll be
Fine. Oh no, Clickship was already spotted. The spray was him. All that matters was just a re-return. Zakai stuck inside of the smoke, but that's actually giving them more cover than they possibly need. It's all a C4A. Look to move in into the wall. The spray is there. That would have been a Kai. Not able to swing back. Gets him again. Spots his shoulder. And that's why shoulder pads are out of fashion.
I mean,
It's out. Just take the spike.
Wow. Okay.
You able to get it? Yep, it's there. Yep, bada bing, bada boom. What's the worldwide? He steps in the room.
Player standing.
Making good use of that Viper's Pit, taking that cover. Also, the body block that we were seeing from Yukine there was doing great work. Hyunseo sticking that spike down, and we are seeing Chapter 4 Academy 6 points to Chosen Ones 4. How do you anticipate? This has still been pretty back and forth, so I kind of actually imagine this going to a 7-5 half and us looking at quite an interesting swap.
I think that's more than possible, definitely, right? It could be the potential for an 8-4 if Chapter 4 Academy continue to have rounds like this. But it's been just a toss-up. We've seen so far between both these teams, which is why we're at the finals. Right? Because these are the best that we have. They've gone to the ring. They've knocked on the doorbell. And right now, they're looking to see who's inside. First, who's all the way inside the house, but he gets shut out. No one coming in. They close the door on him. See, they did no solicitation. It's quick shift as well. And sorry, we don't have time to talk about Jesus.
No, I will not let you into my house. We will not be talking about this.
One enemy remaining.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, indeed.
Back on your bike.
Last player standing.
I feel personal.
That's what the missionaries ride their bikes around.
I know.
Okay.
Oh, wait! Oh, where did that shot go? No, wait. Where did that shot go?
You want
Give me a replay right now.
Get
Slow that down.
Round before the switch.
We do replay. I'm waiting. Production, try faster.
Our producer has allergies.
Slow it down.
Cold
Slow it down.
No, that's
A little bit before
after.
this. I need the shot.
For it.
Okay? A little bit after this.
All right.
He turns over. Okay. Now slow this down.
Okay.
Okay. Slow this. Yeah. Where
Wait
did
a
that
minute,
shot
where
go?
does it go? Was he moving? He had to have been moving.
No, he just it's there. It's
Get
on
out
him.
of my way.
That's
See, bro, I'm more confused than when I found out that Arkansas were called Arkansas.
Wait, That's one of the most classic vines of all time.
America, explain.
Explain, yes.
What do you mean, Arkansas?
And this one, Arkansas. America, explain.
You know, I never got the joke for years.
That's just a classic. I mean, that one's almost as good as the vine that's so no head.
And he breaks his skateboard.
I mean, talk about breaking skateboards because you're mad. Curse
I thought you were talking about breaking head.
Enemy remaining.
Curse is breaking heads if they're headshots with these blades. Says Midnight steals the ace. Unfortunate for Curse, but nonetheless,
Curse is only getting head.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm not gonna say that, but Cursed is certainly getting lots of kills. Top of the leaderboard, 15 and 10 for C1, who are now on the defensive side, 6-6. Not what either of us really predicted. All right.
We have to slow it down here.
We're breaking this down. All right.
Let's see. Helios moves in with the operator, looks in, finds his prey.
Where
Cap.
does it go?
Cap, that shot hit. Oh, he shifted at the last moment and missed his target. Helios is a sad boy.
No, I'm sad. Now even watching it slower, it actually makes me more sad.
You're the sad boy?
Yes.
Okay, I understand. Thank you for the revelation. For now, though. Shows him. Do take a bit of early spray damage so far as they move in onto the site. But with Devin's position get away, they'll just rush right in and get shallow control.
You kind of make sure that safety can be found on the site. Down, but okay, some nice trades back and forth, but Yukai is one of two players remaining. Nice playing together there and swinging on Akai there, and now if they just continue to play together, hopefully they'll be able to continue to defend this bomb that is ticking down, but both of these remaining teammates playing together.
Last player standing.
Indeed. And together, everyone. Because together, Becky, together is how we have some fun.
They died holding pinkies together.
Yes, they did, and as all people should. No one should have to die alone without holding a pinky.
Yeah.
It's just, you know, like it's just so beautiful.
Really beautiful.
I know. It's so wonderful because they're so together. It's like interlocking.
I love watching teammates play together. It
Yeah.
makes me so happy
Yeah.
because in my elo nobody plays together, and I just love the friendships that all of these high elo players have.
Damn, that sounds crazy. Can't relate. As they run it back onto the A side once again.
Ooh. The JG force By up to this round
Yeah.
to miss. Did Kurt save a sheriff into this round to buy an operator next round?
Yo. It's just question. I feel like you're the epic rap battles of history narrator. Like, who won? Who's next? You decide.
I'll take that. I'll take that. That's how I feel right now. All things considered, though, Chapter 4 Academy, having 4 members strong, still gonna help them be able to get on to a site, though they are. Done by JG, turn your head and takes
enemy
one
remaining.
down and whoa! Hey, yo!
Hello?
Get that click. Click shift.
Knock,
one.
knock. Who's there?
Midnight
Beth.
is-
Oh,
30
click
seconds
shift.
left.
Oh, okay. Click shift.
Okay. Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
oh.
Okay. Well, you'll be happy to know that he got killed with a bulldog. So.
I waited for you to say something because I knew if I said something about the bulldog first, I was gonna get some smack right back.
We
for
had
it,
to
and
give
I
you
was-
something. You know, it's just something that gotta be given over, right? So, as they say in that iconic song, one clap this time. Cool.
Cool. Elite Fingies though, with that bulldog kill, is gonna keep this bulldog into the next round.
Good for you.
I'm hoping Lee Fingy's able to maybe maybe get another kill. Well,
That works.
Look how cold it is in Ice Locks. That's like rookie numbers, man. -24 that's like what Canada eats for breakfast for most mornings.
yeah, I can't even imagine it being that cold because I live in Los Angeles, California, and it was 85 degrees Fahrenheit today.
You just tell me where you live now? That's crazy. I live in Nunavut, Canada.
I live in the
Confinement.
most populated city in the United States of America.
Nice.
I feel like I'm not giving that much away. My Twitter profile says it. Anyone can find it.
Ladies and gentlemen, follow Becky on Twitter.
Follow me on Twitter. Shameless plug. If you want to follow GLG on Twitter too, also get some good memes. Exclamation point Twitter.
Good. You mean great memes and giveaways.
Wow.
And more. As is exactly what's happening onto the site as more continues to enthrall every single member as they get dismantled. One after the next. And they won't even need to spike down before everybody dies.
Flawless around, and I mean, if you're having to wait until that third round to get something, at least, you know, better late than never, are gonna pick that up. And this round, we're gonna be looking a little bit more even. Cursed, what's it gonna be? I see you have the money for an op. I see it, and it looks like it will be Akai going for the Guardian, you know, respectable choice also. But, you know, I'm looking to see if Cursed is going to be able to get the better of some of these Chapter 4 attackers here.
I want to imagine that C1 is Chapter 1 and C4 is Chapter 4, and now we're just looking for Chapter 2 and 3. Because Chapter 1 doing quite well. So far, the tales of success are abundant, as Midnight gets spotted. Chapter 2 might be this attacking round.
Midnight trying to see if there's a way to peek out, but lots of sprays through that box. Does have the rendezvous to move to a better position should things get too scuffed here. But looks like just the presence of Midnight as well as that friendly neighborhood jet will mean that the rest of the attacking side of Chapter 4 are going to look for a different entry onto this site. And it looks like they're moving towards mid, but they're very scattered right now. And this could potentially go very poorly, as there's also that trademark there that's going to be able to spot out the members of Chapter 4 Academy that are hanging out in kitchen. Helios, though, patience is a
30
virtue.
seconds
He's able to
left.
get that kill onto Midnight. Ooh,
Getting
okay.
ahead.
All right, will you today pick up that operator?
No.
Also, if anyone in chat knows if it's Yukine or Yukine, I would like to know.
Here.
I want to say it's Yukine. It just sounds like Japanese. Very cool. Paranoia lands on a cliff shift. The flash will allow him to possibly reposition, but still stuck. Gets down 2. And clutches around from top of that. Chapter 4 Academy.
When click shift needs to be on, click shift is on. And like, it's never top of the board, hasn't been top of the board for the side of Chapter 4 Academy yet, but it's just like solidly in second. And I highlighted it in the last game that we had on stream. I'll highlight it again now. The way that JG and click shift play together, it's always this like jet and initiator combo. Like, I'll flash, you do your jet thing, and we'll just work together. Peanut butter and jelly, and they're doing great with it.
I hate peanut butter.
You hate peanut butter. I didn't
Can't
even know
stand
that that was possible.
Can't stand it. Curtis is down as well because he agrees with me. He sees the peanut butter. Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm outie.
I'm out. I'm dying as fast as possible. Speed run, running into the
But for now, the JG actually goes down as well. It's a nice trade and give it over the side of C1. But considering how the anti puts it on, it should be a tough round for them to get. And Chapter 4, a sec up, take this all back. But they're all spotted with a beautiful done.
Well, yeah, and it does force a lot of them back, but I mean, this position being back
player standing
towards their spawn is not too bad, and all of a sudden, with enough peeks around the corner, Midnight is the only one remaining, but at least picking up one there onto Helios is going to be able to make this potentially tangible, but just peeking around through that door frame is not going to get Midnight very far, and now Click Shift name abundantly clear there with that shift key. Solo walking, sneaks up behind Midnight, and Chapter 4 Academy take home another round.
Keep on doing it.
Hmm.
But considering how back and forth it's been between both these teams, you truly never really know until one of them takes a 2-round lead. You know, what I was hoping to do was just you were going on such a tangent. This was going to happen because I feel like you're doing such a good job of casting her, Becky. You continue going forward, and I feel like I'll just react to what you're saying because I like this so far.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Well, now I feel like the pressure's on and now I'm gonna fumble.
You're
but,
fine. Do your thing.
Okay, cool. All right. Ooh, Midnight with Tour de Force actually is gonna stare into a big old cloud of smoke.
Oui, oui.
Hyunseo is actually right around that corner. Nice little teleport from the Omen there.
Oh.
Hyunseo do a little bit of a pause and not continue to push.
Okay.
And upon running into enough utility on that A site, looks like the rest of the attackers are actually going to move towards mid where Hyunseo is.
I see.
Ooh,
I'm just doing ad-libs for your casting at this point.
I love it though.
I think it'd be more funnier if I was Little John, where you'd be like, "Oh, they're moving into B, yeah."
I mean, you could do a little bit of that too. Again, your impressions this whole day, this game, all fantastic. JG nicely waiting for that Viper to be able to allow for a nice little push to safety. Nobody being caught out by that Tour de Force, but also just like extreme patience that we're seeing from the defensive side of Chosen Ones.
30 seconds left.
I like that the round you were like, I'm just gonna react to whatever you say, and I'm like, cool. I'm gonna do some nice play-by-play action. It's just been very tense, but now with less than 30 seconds on the clock, all of our players have decided to just start committing to this bit, but the commit is not going well for Chapter 4 as they are falling, but Yukine and Hyunseo are trying to hold it down and finish this up. All of a sudden, it's a 2v1 situation as they each got 1-for-1.
He just has to stay alive. Yeah, they just get it.
Oh, wow. The bomb being down. I love when Jet did nothing but just... I mean, they might have. They might have just been so excited that they were able to get those kills, but that's just one of the downsides. You sit there, you wait for that recon dart to come back up, you wait for that dark cover to come back, or sorry, not the dark cover, like just the toxins to come back up. I'm staring at Omen. I love Omen so much. And you just wait for all the utility to come back up, and the knife from KO to refresh, and all of a sudden you're in this rough situation where there's 20 seconds left on the clock and you just don't have enough time.
I want to play,
Spike
let's
holders
play.
are down, and rough situation for Chapter 4 to end up in an even game, and First is playing with fire here.
Okay. You get to one, and then we'll be able to get the trade as well off of this. It's a good round start too. They can make sure to actually stop the plan from coming in, but he can see a spot going into tube. He forced to back away, does not know there's somebody right on the other side. He doesn't see them, but the smoke allows him to move through. It will give him more than enough cover to go back into right under mid. Maybe might try to run back up kitchen, but they're going to A right from spawn.
Can you hear the owl drone? Oh my gosh. Kill him.
Bye.
I actually like Hyunseo going for that push up into tube to kill the trademark, because Hyunseo has realized that trademark is there every single round. Identified that and said, if I can get some attention towards this mid side by going up that tube and killing that trademark, then that's going to give a lot of equity for my team. Did in fact do that, pushed 2 members towards this mid side of the map on the defensive side, and it allowed for the remaining 2 members of Chapter 4 Academy to be able to push onto this A site. So nicely from Hyunseo being able to point out a pattern that has been made by the side of Chosen One every single round. Unfortunately, it just doesn't matter. I can say that I like noticing patterns as much as I want, but if patterns don't always mean victory, sometimes just being better and getting kills with bulldogs means a little bit more.
You just had to say it. You just literally had to say it.
You're waiting. Of course I did.
You have to go ahead and search your righteous opinions onto the next and just trying to search yourself here and there. But at least this is a timeout taken by C1, actually. So they're looking to close out this game, possibly. They are 3 away. Should not C4 here. Could be huge. So they did just take that round, and I think they're looking to clean things up a little bit.
Yeah, that round was potentially looking to be really rough. They were in a 3v2 situation. The Viper's pit was down. And I, like, from the standpoint of that moment where it was 3 players of C4 and the Viper's pit for C4 was down, it just doesn't feel like a situation where C1 should be winning that. And then all of a sudden they just picked up all the kills, managed to bring that one home. And I think they're maybe, you know, in one of those tense situations, Devin's like, my hands are shaking. Let's call this timeout so I can calm myself down. And just collecting all of the thoughts, all the feelings, and, you know, just channeling some of that immense energy that came from getting that round that feels like they shouldn't have won, and hopefully converting that into some more victories and bringing this one home.
Would be nice. Being able to go home with all them dollars, the bills, the Benjamins, those hundreds,
crown.
those stacks, racks, guap, as they say in Toronto. Guala is even an option.
I
That
don't even know
grain.
what that means. Is that just another word for money?
Yeah, these are all words from money.
Okay, I've heard guap, but I'm gonna be honest, I had no clue what it means.
That's okay. Guap is just money as well.
It's just money? Okay, okay. I'm being
Stacks and racks,
educated.
also money.
I have a different definition for racks, but I like knowing this one as well.
I
Midnight
see.
is in an interesting spot.
Interesting is the right
range
word.
with an operator is
Aye.
a choice, and all of a sudden, chosen one, 2 members down, and Chapter 4 Academy are close to getting this bomb planted. It is down, and 5 members of Chapter 4 Academy to the 3 of Chosen One. I mean that we're looking at an even game here in just a second. Sakai has something to say about it. Slowly ducking out of shots. Oh my gosh, and from behind, Curse tries to get some action, but Hyunseo says absolutely not.
Last player standing.
No.
Oh, that was... It happens to the best of us, Leet Fingies.
Nobody wanna see us together.
No, we don't want to watch that again. I don't want to
do.
do that to Leet Fingies.
You know what? I feel like you gotta just sing a sad song at this point, because considering how sad that was.
But in the end,
It doesn't even matter. See, I was gonna do Heartbreak Anniversary by Giveon. Just like the day that I met you. The day I thought forever. Say I got you, love.
Take flight.
That'll last forever. It's cold outside. It's 'cause we're on Icebox. Devin is moving up.
Okay, no, musical round. Let's go. Ooh.
No, we're gonna stop right here. As he clips his own teammate. I don't know. Oh.
Okay, they're going
Okay,
for the
okay.
same play, but this time Midnight was going down as quickly. Picture doesn't have a wall to do a wall plant strat here, and you know, some shots come through, but no damage really converted as a result. But we are still bombed down in a 5v5 situation, and it's really going to depend how the defense tries to attack.
That's true. Well, they come another retake. The wall is already down, but off the back of it, the takedown 2. They're still just diffusing. Gonna be able to stick this at this point, and they managed to do so. Chosen ones clear out everybody else holding down green. And it'll go up 1 round once again as we continue this tug of war, like the one in Squid Game.
How does that tug of war go?
Don't you remember the tug of war in Squid Game?
I didn't watch Squid Game.
You didn't watch Squid Game?
I didn't watch Squid Game.
Squid Game's really good.
I know, I should watch it. It's on my list. I watched some other
I wonder how long
shows.
that list is, Becky.
It's pretty long. It's pretty long if Squid Game is on.
Something that's longer is just how consistent this match has gone between these two, and the pushes of pulls of power that are there. Curse has to dash away. Actually, I would use that sort of early in the round. As unfortunate as Akai will choose to funnel them all into the site through one entrance.
And not bad play. okay, cutting off the directions at which the attackers can come in. You can tell that Chapter 4 Academy definitely feels a little bitten and shy after that previous round, not really wanting to commit to B site after a defuse is really all that. I mean, it's not all that lost them that round. They probably weren't looking too good otherwise, but it certainly forced them to make some kind of hasty plays. But now that they've heard that that wall has gone down, they might try to move on to B site, or they might try to do a little bit of a fake Rooney.
A fake Rooney, you say? I think that's the most technical term for it. Yeah, that's JG there with him. Falling so early on, this is a good start for C1, but every single time I've said that, I've been proven wrong as Curse is all the way to the site. Slim managed to hold one corner. If you manage to string at least one more out, this could be big, but only getting one. They drop the spike for now to clear out one more corner. 10 seconds left to go, so 3v3. Just like I said, every single time, I think Chosen One got it. They don't.
So far, I mean, that's anyone's round still. There's a little bit of damage on Chosen One's Silva, but Lee Fingies, not too worse for wear, and is going to still be trying to get some information for the team. Nice little trade there from Midnight, but is postured pretty aggressively. And now that Devin has gone down, at least Midnight's been able to get into a 1v1 situation. Pull the knife out, and the jump is going to mean the Hyunseo brings the round to 11-11. Make a wish. Bet for your team. I mean, don't bet.
What are you, my mother?
But you can, I mean, you can technically do the little, like, what's the thing called in chat where you say, it's not betting.
Yeah.
You throw your points into the chat and you go, I think that this team's gonna win. Is it predicting? There we go.
Yeah.
That one's a less, problematic term.
But you're betting your points.
Yeah, but betting's illegal in some states.
You are
okay. 5v5 still has the null command is popped for now. Just push the guard to the site. Marshall's not going to do any work at all. As Chosen One's is stuck on a really unfortunate anti-EQ. Beautiful shot from Lee Fingy. He's been landing those all day. Oh shit. Curse doesn't check his corners. No way, bro.
No way indeed, but quite a way. JG picks off that one. The Viper's Pit is down, but doesn't stop Devin from being the Deagle Demon Devin and taking out one shot there as JG. Another kill onto this, snapping back and forth. 3 kills is picking up that one at 3 thingies. It is now up to just, I don't know why I just got a British accent all of a sudden, but Devin, the only one remaining, gets that decay, comes out, is not checking where everyone is. It's hard to see, it's hard to think when there's a big cloud of smoke. Match point for Chapter 4 or overtime if Chosen Ones can take this one home.
It's quite close in it with the way they managed to pull them, but with the way they managed to pull these rounds back, it just seems as though that when we started these things off, things were nice, quiet, and peaceful, but currently it's become war. There's chaos on the outside, on the inside of Icebox. The only thing colder than the temperature is the hearts of the players, and perhaps the gun skills, as the children say, they are ice cold. Drippy even.
I mean, I'm feeling really tense. I mean, Chosen Ones, obviously, backs against the wall. It's now or never. Hunter's Fury coming out, trying to keep... ooh, okay. Okay, well, I mean, Akai... Oh, okay, JG also... Okay, sorry. Before I even finish the thought, yeah, a very nice res to undo some of the effects that I was trying to get off, and then was trying to be aggressive, but with all that attention towards the amount of utility used towards that A site, it does mean that nobody's watching Hyunseo, who's now been able to pick up 3 from the mid, and it is a 2v5. It is all on Devin and Curse's shoulders, and at least they're together to try to combat what is happening. No, it is just up to Devin, the lonely omen, and at least taking out Helios with that long-range weapon is good, but still has a long road ahead. That bomb down spot someone out, but flick shift off of the shots. from Devon do mean that Chapter 4 Academy are going to be crowned GLG Pit of Valor number 82 victors.
They did it! I'm so excited for them. It was close. It was far, but they won. It was dominant. Then it was a stomp, but then eventually they got one final game where they managed to pull things back in significant fashion. And the run backs, the comebacks, and now the wins for Chapter 4. They can take home all their money with honor and pride, as I'm sure that they are currently are right now. Congratulations to all the teams that played today. We hope to see you back next week as well. Now, Becky, so we went the distance. I want to thank you all for watching as well. Any final words to close us out?
I mean, based on how close this final match was, I mean, we got to see Chapter 4 Academy come back next week to defend their crown, and I want to see Chosen Ones come back with a vengeance for next week. I had a great time watching this match. We had a great time commentating. Like, this is Pit of Valor. We definitely get to have a lot more fun on the desk here than on a lot of other jobs. And it does really show. Sometimes we get a little crazy. We know we get crazy. But we appreciate you all hanging out with us, getting a little goofy with us, having a good time, and hope that you enjoyed watching some great Valorant, because this last match was a good one to end on. I know it stinks if you're a Chosen Ones fan, but just tell them to come back next week and, you know.
Indeed. Like you mentioned, phenomenal stuff as we're all having a good time here. Big shout out to the back end of Ben and Fade for doing their thing, for producing, observing. Shout out to you, Becky, as well for doing your thing. Big shout out to all the teams that played today. Make sure to enter into GLG Country Club if you want to play some more. Check out exclamation mark giveaway to learn about everything we're doing, and the MSI sponsorship with our 5 weeks giveaways for all that and more. Get your swaggy on. With that being said, I've been Ravish, Ravish, the most Ravish on the internet. Y'all have a good night. Peace.
Ultimate not going to find any kills, gets a lot of damage. Juby and Beckham trading with these assault rifles. Kaplan trying to get onto that site, but can't quite make it through. Does get one through the smoke. Blast going to trade it back. Kaplan with the third through the stun. The diffuser still going down. Can he find them in time? He can't. He's for Kaplan.
The opposing opponent peeking out from garage, could move to position, but the site opens up, and immediately 2 down here as AV strikes first, and then strike quickly. Almost all of the kid falling apart. Smith coming here for the upper short. Strike to J gets a triple, but to get a quadra. And
Upshot, and now you have to deal with 3 more. You get one through the smoke, a triple kill no less. Is he able to find it? No, through the smoke. He's able to find a second one. That's a quad kill.